Anyway, all right. Anyway, God damn it. I hate that like Brandon says anyway so much that anytime I say anyway, you guys start saying, oh, it's just like Joe Biden. I say anyway a lot. Okay? I say anyway a lot. Anyway. 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 Here's the 3-minute ad right now. Anyway. 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 Anyways. Anyway. 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 Everybody, love you all. What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hassan Piker, and this is HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from so many years sunny California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is Thursday. It's Thirsty Thursday, folks. It's Thursday, October 30th, 2025. And we are live. We're alive, and we got a lot going on. I'm going to end it all with no spooky gaming. Okay. The gaming frogs have reached critical mass. It seems they're so fucking annoying. If I don't actually soothe their interest, they're just gonna become the most annoying people in this community. I mean, I haven't even started yet, and there's people in the offliner chat that were freaking out. People in the onliner chat that are freaking out. You need to calm down. Yes, I didn't play Silent Hill F. I did not. Okay, I did not play it. In any case, it's Shitatic here in Tokyo, rating it near freezing. I don't know what that means, but anyway, folks, this is part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news about what's going on in the world of HasanAbi Piker in between the time period where I press the stop streaming button and press the start streaming button. So help me God, that's what I'm gonna do. Last night I didn't do nothing. All right, I went to bed after the stream ended. I didn't even watch anything. I was just like browsing on TikTok. It's not good for my brain, but whatever. I'm in a little bit of a show hole where I don't have anything to watch for the time being, and I can't get myself to like pay attention to anything. It's not great at all. But in any case, yeah, I'm in a show hole, like not showing my hole, but as far as shows, I don't have anything that I can point to. But regardless, woke up early this morning to go and do a podcast. For all of those who think I don't partake in reasonable debate and discussion with opposition forces, they are wrong. I went on the Trigonometry podcast. British, I know, they're British, so automatically I oppose them. Speaking of British podcasts, I believe I'm gonna be on another British podcast soon. But yeah, it was an interesting conversation, a robust discussion, lots of back and forth, but I think I presented my worldview to the best of my ability. Yeah, Zach's pod is going to come out. What the fuck, aren't they right leaning? Yeah, I did. I do right leaning podcasts as well. What do you mean? Yeah, this is the pod I went on. But you know, you already know what it is, baby. You know what it is. Yeah, right-wing arc? No, man. What? I didn't go on there to agree with them. The fuck? Y'all are so dumb. Okay. That's John Oliver's Wario. Yeah. I did that this morning. That's why I'm late. But there's not really much else going on in my life, so I'm just gonna blast off real quick. Short and sweet 14-minute intro. Normally it takes up 30 minutes of my time, but not much going on in my life, so let's just get it popping. Let's see if this GIF works. But yeah, we got TRUMPxXI kissing, KISSING on a tree. Okay. Pentagon to test nukes. JDVANCE grilled the TPUSA event. Snap cuts incoming. Snap cuts imminent as AI rage bait increases. RSF genocide of Sudan. BOOKTok discovers One Piece and more. Oh, I got to do the Streamer Award nominations as well. Yes. Spooky gaming later. There it is. Have you covered Cat and others being indicted federally? Yes, I have. Can you talk about how RFK is now saying he doesn't have enough proof that Motrin is linked to autism? What? No, I didn't know that he said that. Here it is, blasting off, ladies and gentlemen, blasting off. If this gets to 1,000 likes, I will engage in gaming later. If it doesn't, then no gaming for you. I'm kidding. But yeah, Motrin. You should play Chronos: A New Dawn. No. Hi, HasanAbi. Hi, Kaya. I'm glad you are late. Me too. Are you taking Kaya with you to China? That is a long time. No, I will not be taking Kaya with me to China, which is a 15-hour direct flight. And I assume like clearing customs with like all of the necessary paperwork / quarantine requirements would take far longer than the amount of time I'm going to be spending on Chinese soil. So I like that when I say I might be spooky gaming later, this means for people that I will be playing their favorite game. Fuck you, bro. Damn, dude, that's so early. Why so hateful so early? Why so hateful so soon? What is this, Hasan? Have you seen this indictment of your lack of gaming? Valkyrie's reaction to being called the female Hasan.
I heard you're the female Hasan.
I'm a gamer. Just secret, okay?
Damn.
I'm a secret gamer. Y'all are silly.
Is that what you heard? And I cannot change the way you perceive me. And I accept that. Although it hurts.
Yeah. 100 Thieves HasanAbi. That's real. I know you didn't trick-or-treat in Turkey, but what costume would you have dressed up as? Or would your mom have made you wear as a kid? I have no idea. I have no idea. I don't know. Have you covered Zach Polanski yet? What? Wait, why do you want me to cover Zach Polanski? I will be, Zach is releasing the podcast that me and him did. Zach Polanski is the leader of the Greens in the UK. Okay? The UK with the Greens. Possible HasanAbi heads exposing Cuomo. I saw this TikTok.
Which is an early voting site.
This is pretty funny.
And I saw my new friend here holding up the Cuomo things. And we just kind of looked at each other. And I said, are you getting paid to be out here? Yes, $33 an hour to hand out the Cuomo flyers. And I said, feel free to just throw those in the trash, but you know, you got to get paid. Zoran has people doing this for free outside all the polling sites. So yeah, dude. I know that. I know that. So if you feel like doing stuff for free, anytime this weekend or this week, honestly, but you know, to balance it out.
Hasan is in March's Instagram story. Oh, I am a gamer, just offline. Yeah, I'm a gamer, not online, but offline. It's true. I game quite a bit. Just because you don't get to see it doesn't mean that that's not the case. You know what I'm saying? Never go inside the mind of a median voter. Oh, that's funny.
Anyway, go vote for Zoran on Line D. And right up the street, my other friend Gary.
Hey, how are you?
Great. Also getting paid to be out here.
Yeah, my birthday is tomorrow.
Birthday
I'll be
tomorrow.
59 years old.
Happy
and so
birthday.
The $210 that I'm making a day, I can use that for a pair of jeans and shirt, go somewhere and eat.
Absolutely. He did say he would not be out here if he wasn't getting paid. And I said, I'm going to go vote for Zoran. I already did it. Also, just hand the flyers to me, and I'll go burn them if you want. But, you know.
I would love to, but then that's going to stunt my pay.
Totally. They probably wouldn't like that. Anyway, great to meet you, Gary.
Yeah. Yep. It is what it is. Sometimes you just got to get... What is this? Oh, I saw this. This is such a creepy photo. Hey, boss, we finished uploading these pictures from the women's event. Real ominous and rapey like you asked. I love this photo. Look at how fucking creepy he looks, dude. He looks terrifying. Unironically, you should stop gaming. Strange as fuck to be 45 and still playing video games like a child. Yeah. First of all, you're wrong. You're wrong on every account. I think 45-year-olds should still be able to play video games. Okay? It's ridiculous. I think there is no age where it's like saying, oh my God, I can't believe you're 50 years old and you're still watching the moving pictures. Like, what do you mean? Like, That's so dumb. I can't believe someone would be 50 years old and watch cinema. Can't believe you're 70 and you still listen to music. It's like, it's a form of entertainment, weirdo. Yeah. So strange. This Kamala interview looks so
I'm
annoying.
going to just be honest. There were times where Joe Biden.
Oh my God, she went on the business podcast or whatever this is called. That's so funny. The White House doesn't want you to know this. Oh God, this interview is probably unfucking bearable. Oh God, it is probably unbearable. Also, low motion. Again, these guys have no motion whatsoever. The Diary of a CEO, don't they have bangers? Like, most of their fucking clips go crazy, right? Like, look at this, 1.3 million, 1.6 million. I mean, I guess 200K in 10 hours, not so bad, but like, God damn, dude, this is a person who ran for presidente and she ain't getting any pull. Those spiritual dudes on the street be getting aggressive. Black Israelites, Drewski tackling this issue. Hey, Hassan, just letting you know, but we don't use the 61 meme anymore. I know you were informed the other day the 67 meme is outdated and that we moved on to 41 and 61, but 61 is now kind of ass. So please don't use the 61 meme anymore, nor the 67, 41 meme. Just letting you know as a longtime chatter. First of all, no one informed me. I informed them. Okay. I've known about the 6-7 meme that has been around for like a year now. And only did it hit the normie sphere. And like boomers and shit in the past couple of months. And that's the reason why people annoyingly constantly spam it in the chat. Okay. And there's still people that don't know what it is because they're boomers. Yes. 6-7's been around for a fucking year, dude. Yes. Zoomers and Gen Alpha was spamming 6-7 for a goddamn year before boomers found out about it on TikTok. Isn't that crazy? It actually opened my mind. It opened my mind to how I am old, like this, because like or how my part of the world is old in general. Just because I was aware of it doesn't mean that like you guys weren't aware of it at all. Now you're spamming it nonstop. Blood, you're old as dust. I know, but I still keep my ear to the ground. I'm an old man, so my ears don't hear as well as they used to. But yeah, I didn't know memes when I was in high school either, though. I feel like it's a personality thing. Yeah, 6-7 was around for a year. Isn't that crazy? It was literally around for one whole year until people started realizing that it was a meme that Zoomers were spamming like maybe 2-3 months ago. And now it's reached like the weatherman, you know, at your local television station. So that's how you know it's done. And that's the reason why people keep spamming in this chat, because y'all are old as fuck. You're washed. You got tinnitus? It's true. Yeah, it reached a coworker sphere for sure. Hassan, would you come back as a zombie? What? Come back as a zombie? What does that have to do with... what does this photo have to do with it? Erica Kirk with JDVANCE tonight at Ole Miss. The song is only about 8 months old. It's not a year. Okay, it's almost a fucking year. It feels like it's been a year. Are you Clark Kent tomorrow for Halloween? We're working on it. All right, so where were we? Okay, yeah, this is what's so crazy about it, but like the AI rage bait is out of control. We'll obviously cover that. We'll talk about Kamala Harris on this podcast. We'll talk about Nick Fuentes on Tucker Carlson and them burying the hatchet, what that means for the future of the Republican Party and the future of anti-Semitism in the United States of America. Having said that, it's crazy. You remember what it was like before phones were invented? Chat can learn a ton from an elder statesman like you. I know. It's fucking true. It's true. I am an elderly. I was there when history was unfolding. Okay. Remember that and respect it. Where's Tomasius's playlist? Does anyone have it? Does anyone have the link? Someone send me the link. A new Cuomo ad just dropped.
I'm just a bill. Yes, I'm only a bill. Right here on New York State Capitol Hill.
Oh my God. Am I crazy? I feel like using AI art and shit is just using AI is so ass. Yeah, I know there's a good Emerson poll that came out. Very exciting stuff. We'll talk about that as well. It's just, God, he's so ass, bro. Your uncle went off on Stephen Miller's wife on Pierce. I saw this. This was fire. Wait, I want the full one. I want the full segment. Jank, cooked her. Absolutely cooked her. And she had no response. She has no response. Uncle Chunk Weigert absolutely toasted her ass. And she just kept going, oh, this is anti-Semitism. This is anti-Semitism. That's it. That's all. She had one move, which is so funny because, like, you came about in the most, like, anti-woke wave. Okay? You came into power with the most, like, anti-woke wave of all time. And instead of abiding by that principle of anti-woke, now we've gotten to a point where in the United States of America, the only woke thing that is permissible, no more identity politics unless you are cynically talking about no more identity politics unless you are cynically talking about Jews and anti-Semitism in defense of Israel. That's it. That's the only time we're supposed to act like we give a shit about identity politics. You can say whatever the fuck you want about everybody. You can say whatever the fuck you want about even Jews as long as they're anti-Zionist Jews, right? But God forbid you say anything about the holy nation of Israel, the best nation of all time, the most moral nation. That's the only time where you're like, you need to be silenced immediately. Is Katie Miller even Jewish? I don't know. I mean, I know Steven is. I don't know if she is. Not that it fucking matters. Because Jake's not saying anything anti-Semitic. Oh, dictionary.com picks 6-7 is the 2025 word of the year. Oh, yeah. Here we go. Here we freaking go. Anyway, look. This is the where's the jank on Piers? Let's do this.
Are no longer at the gate.
He cooked Randy Fine too, I guess. I mean, he went crazy.
What does that have to do with anything regarding his policies and how he will run New York City? So that should be called out from the get. It's wrong. Nobody should do it. Simultaneously, yes, a lot of the things you said are alarming to me. I do wish, like, dude, just come out and condemn Hamas. It's not that hard. It's very common sense, in my opinion. What's alarming to me about Mamdani are his policies. And if we're going to talk about that, I feel like I can pontificate on it. But with regard to him being Muslim, I go back to, again, who cares? And people should stop calling that out. It's wrong.
But I guess it's relevant if he is saying that Islamophobia is endemic in the United States. I mean, do you believe that it is endemic in the United States? A hatred of people for their Muslim faith?
I don't think it's endemic in the United States, but it does exist. Racism exists. Sexism exists. I don't think it's endemic. And I think that kind of fear-mongering, rage-baiting is literally tearing us apart, which is why I want to see it stop when it comes to his religion as well. So, listen, he said a lot of things that I don't like. This is America. He's allowed to say those things. I go back to what I wish people would attack him on specifically are his policies, because that's where I believe he has exceptional vulnerability. Like, if you don't like the things...
Yeah, that's right. What you should do instead is constantly talk about how, no, better things are not possible, and everyone is a stupid child for thinking that you could get fast and free buses. How dare you? That is definitely going to be a successful method. No, the reality of the matter is, if you actually present a decent, easily definable 5-bullet point left populist policy program, it's virtually impossible to fucking destroy that. And that's precisely the reason why everyone is trying to hit the whole Zohran Mamdani is a Muslim Mohammedan threat who will do 9/11s over and over again if elected. That's the only reason why they're doing that, because they don't have anything else, because it is a self-sustaining campaign. Otherwise, you only look like an annoying person who says better things are not possible if you are constantly complaining that the working poor deserve less.
That he's saying about Gaza or Hamas or the Jews, don't double down by saying those things about him being Muslim. That's my opinion.
He's never said anything about the Jews. We should just be clear about the fact that he's never said anything about the Jews.
That's true. He has not.
It's just a phrase that gets imposed on him because people can't find anything to condemn Yeah, but that's not saying anything about the Jews. Whatever his views are on Hamas, that's a completely different conversation. We should just use words carefully and to be like, if we're going to have a constructive discourse, it's important not to put words in other people's mouths. So anytime you hear Mamdani and you hear the phrase, the Jews followed by it, that's typically a smear because Mamdani has never expressed any views that are anti-Semitic. If his political views about Israel and Palestine are problematic, let's debate the merits of those without suggesting that he's saying something about the Jews when he never did.
Oh, okay. What
I think
about
that's
this
fair
one,
enough,
though?
Omar.
He has a rap
But
song.
okay.
I was going to say he has a rap song
Go on,
where he
Jenny.
celebrates the Holy Land Five, who have gone to jail for sending millions of dollars to Hamas. How do you think that would make a Jewish person
Bro,
feel?
what is this? Like, why does everybody who defend Israel sound the same? There's always this like incredibly whiny tone that people who like, oh, why won't you let me say you are a Mohammedan? It's always like that. It always feels the same way. Like the Israeli SNL, it transcends national boundaries. It's so fucking crazy. Like it's like, I'm not talking about the accents, right? I'm talking about like this performative outrage that everyone who defends Israel has to engage in. And you'll see it like fucking Katie Miller says, it takes the exact same tone of voice.
Probably not great.
Not great, Jillian.
I've never heard of that song.
Israel slaughters. Hold on.
Okay, I mean,
Israel
it
slaughters
exists.
our children over and over and over again, and all we do is and Piers, this is really important. It's not that the American people are Islamophobic. It's that American media, mainstream media, and almost all the Israeli supporters are the most bigoted, racist people in the country.
True.
They despise Muslims. All they do is smear Muslims 24/7 while pretending that they're concerned about bigotry, but only when it affects their beloved Israel. So they're like, oh my God, I'm so concerned about anti-Semitism. Oh, you said something slightly true, actually very true about Israel, but it hurt my feelings. You're an anti-Semite, fire him, cancel him, etc. This is all thuggery. There's a bunch of
He's cooking. He's cooking. It's so awesome. He's cooking. Uncle Chunk. It's so crazy because they have different opinions on a bunch of issues that I disagree with, like at the Young Turks. But both him and Anna have so consistently duked it out in media in the most uncompromising manner when it comes to defending Palestinians. But even if they will also concede at times about like the resistance front and they lean into that kind of narrative a little bit too much to my liking, they always are just like, no!
Israeli forces inside America. They've taken over our Congress. They've taken over mainstream media. And not only do they try to smear, cancel, fire, and arrest anyone who criticizes Israel.
True.
But on top of that, they now demand that you be racist and bigoted against Muslims. And it's so
Hey, if you want to be
hilarious.
specific with your work,
Because Mamdani, hold on, let me finish. So let me finish. So now they go, okay, even though Mamdani has never said anything anti-Semitic, nothing against Jews, and even though the majority of Jews, according to polling, are supporting Mamdani, 67% of younger Jewish Americans in New York, that's under 45, are supporting Mamdani, we're going to lie anyway, and we're going to say, you know what, he's a dirty Muslim, and you should hate him for supporting Muslims. And that's what almost all of the Israeli supporters are doing, almost all of mainstream media, and that sick, disgusting Andrew Cuomo, who's as bigoted as it gets.
Woo! Smoked them. Oh, and then Piers is like, what an optimal time to come in here and hawk some pills.
All right,
now
Katie.
I'm done. Go ahead.
Why is it that every time someone wants to criticize Mamdani, it immediately comes back to the Jews and the anti-Israel movement instead of actually talking about his viewpoints, which is that he wants to make
Jews.
Yeah, there it is. There it is. It's like it's like I'm. This is like a gaslighting, like defending Palestinians means that you are going to encounter Zionists out in the wild, okay? And talking to Israel defenders on any issue is always like arguing with a schizophrenic girlfriend that has bipolar borderline personality disorder, where like not only, no disrespect to the BPD girlies, okay? I love you all. But it just kind of feels like is gaslight or boyfriend, for the record, BPD boyfriend. not just girlfriend. I didn't want to come across as sexist here, but like it just straight up feels like you are dealing with someone who just does not want to engage with reality, who will fucking gaslight you into oblivion. On the one hand, they will literally be like, Zoran is Mohammedan, is gonna do 9/11 over and over and over again. Okay. And then you go, he's never fucking said anything of the sort. Like, what are you talking about? And then they'll say, Zoran is going to kill all the Jews, or Zoran is going to be terrifying to the Jews. And you're like, but he's never said anything anti-Semitic. And then they turn around and go, excuse me, why are you making everything about Israel? And it's like, well, I don't know, because you keep fucking talking about it. You keep talking about it nonstop. What do you mean? I don't want to talk about it. I want to talk about fast and free buses. Shut up. You keep bringing the fucking convo back to this. And then you try to gaslight me mid-convo. You haven't even finished talking about how Zoran is going to kill all the Jews in New York or some shit. A ridiculous fucking smear tied to absolutely nothing. And I can't even get a fucking word in edgewise and counter to that without you going, excuse me, why are we only talking about the Jews and the Muslims here? It's like, well, you are the one who's bringing it up. What the fuck? Andrew Cuomo basically made this strategy his campaign strategy. Okay? Andrew Cuomo made this his formative campaign strategy. He literally was like, I'm going to spam how much I dick ride Israel into oblivion. I am going to show people how much Zoran is anti-Israel, even though he don't want to talk about that shit at all. And then when he realized, oh, fuck, people actually don't fuck with Israel at all. Oh, no, what a failure. I just lost the primaries. He now turns around and goes, why is Zoran always talking about Israel and Gaza? It's like, I don't know, bitch, because you keep bringing it up.
You just said it. You always do that. We say Israel, you say Jews. We say Israel is a government. Please don't make it about Jewish Americans. And you come back and go, you have to make it about Jewish Americans. What's wrong with you? What's wrong with you?
What's wrong with
Jewish
you?
state, yes or no?
Yeah. First of all, okay, so Saudi Arabia is a Muslim state, and you can criticize it all day long, all day long. There's no special protection
because
for
what you're doing is you're decoding language
that
to
calls
mock
themselves
American
a Jewish state or a
and to
Muslim
say that
state.
we should not be here and we should not be in existence, and that you would be happy for other people like Mandani to use
No, I want Israel to be safe.
Nothing of the sort.
Nonsense. You're totally lying. It's very normal for a Miller to be completely and utterly lying. That's not true. We want Israel to be a safe haven for Jews.
For those of you who don't know what he's talking about, he's talking about Stephen Miller. This is Katie Miller, Stephen Miller's wife. But as soon as he says totally normal for a Miller to be lying, she goes alt mode, okay? It's so obvious what he's talking about there. He's talking about you and your husband both are fucking liars. But she turns around, and I didn't even know. Is Miller a Jewish last name, by the way? Is it? It's not, right? I don't think so. Because it's not. Okay. Anyway, he goes, totally normal for a totally classic, like for a Miller to be lying. And she literally turns around. No, it's an English last name. Yeah, it's English. It's I assume Stephen Miller, who is Jewish, and Judaism is matrilineal. I assume Stephen Miller's dad is not Jewish or something, right? I don't know. Or somewhere along the family line, there was a Christian. There was a Christian man that changed the last name of the dynasty, because I think it's mostly like a predominantly like a WASP English last name. But regardless, it's very obvious what Cenk is saying here, which is, you know, you and your husband are both liars, which is true. Stephen Miller is a fucking liar, and so is Katie Miller. But she turns around and goes, wow, anti-Semitism.
67 borders, but you guys say, no, more Palestinian land. Take Gaza, take the West Bank, take southern Lebanon. Your greed knows no bounds. And by the way, you and your husband are supposed to be working for America, not for Israel. I think you're betraying this country.
All right, Cenk, let Katie...
Piers,
right,
if I could just jump in here on a quick note.
Yeah, Omar, I'll come to you, but let Katie finish her point, then I'll come to you. Katie.
No, Piers, quite frankly, I'm really sick and tired of this racist, bigoted rhetoric that comes from people like you.
Racist, bigoted rhetoric. racist, bigoted rhetoric to the wife of one of the most powerful fascists on the planet. Okay? How dare you? How dare you engage in such racist, bigoted rhetoric talking about the immigration czar and the immigration czar's wife, who somehow also is a part of the fucking admin for some weird reason.
Against my husband, against my family, and my children. I am raising Jewish children in this country.
Who brought your
in which
children into this? What a weirdo.
Piers, I'm going to be done with this if you're going to allow racist and bigoted attacks against one of your commentators just for the sake that he will not
hang on.
speaking.
Casey, to be clear, Casey, to be clear,
he inserted a line that says the Miller's lie. Is that not coded language? Or therefore we are Jewish?
So woke. I love this, bro. It's so stupid. It's so maybe it's because these guys haven't had a lot of time in the woke Olympics that they just like try to haphazardly slam it into every conversation. It is hilarious to see like Nazi woke scolds, right? But she's like she has not spent enough time in the woke minds like we did. So she doesn't know when and where to like actually push on this. So she's like, wow, you are engaging what all of the lesbian English lit majors call a microaggression. Like, what are you saying? Because like, even though it seems like if you listen to this administration, the only type of idpol that is always allowed, and the only type of idpol that we should care about is anti-Semitism. It doesn't even work in this situation because like he didn't even say anything anti-Semitic. Like, if her last name was like Scheinbaum or something, and and Jake turned around and was like, oh, classic Scheinbaums, then you could at least say that. But like, it's very obvious that one, your last name is very Anglo-Saxon, and two, he clearly was talking about you and your husband. It just doesn't work. No one gives a shit. Yeah, Stephen Miller's uncle also thinks he's a disgrace. Is he an anti-Semite too?
Come on, Pierce. Where are you?
What?
Where are you standing?
God, you're so
Katie,
pathetic.
if I can speak.
Everything's your
if I can speak,
anti-Semite. Fire him, cancel him, cancel him, America. Oh my God, Israel's feelings have been hurt. Why don't you work for this country?
All right, can we try and get
this country instead of Israel?
Can we try? All right, can we play? All right, let's stop the ad hominem attacks. Let's try and get this back to a more civilized debate, which is actually about the likely incoming mayor of New York.
Beast mode.
Katie, I was giving you the chance to respond.
Beast mode, beast mode, beast mode, beast mode, beast mode, beast mode. Uncle Jenk, beast mode.
If you want me to do it for you, I'm happy to do that. But normally in a panel discussion, if someone makes... I agree, and you shouldn't be interrupted. So... Katie, let me just ask you, separate. Let's not get into ad hominem stuff. It's honestly, I think the viewers are sick of it. Let me just ask you, Katie, what is your fundamental opposition to Mamdani? Because my view of Mamdani is he's very charismatic. He's a skillful politician. He has reined back on some of the more inflammatory things. He undeniably said the stuff he said about the NYPD would be for some people disqualifying, frankly, in a city like New York. But he's managed to come through that by reining back on.
It's so funny because Pierce is like, listen, I hear you, I see you, I agree with you, but you have to make a better case. It's so funny. I mean, he cares more about content than anything else. Like he would have Hamas fighters on if he could. Okay. He does not give a shit. Of course, if he were to have like a resistance fighter, the first thing would be like, all right, well, Abu Ubaidah, do you condemn Hamas? But like he would do it. He just cares about maxing out on the content. He's a content demon, but he has his own personal politics as well. And yes, he's moved on the Israel stuff to a certain degree. It doesn't really matter much to me. I know that he is. I know what his actual opinions are. Right, like it's pretty clear. He will always follow along with the majority position. And he was an incredible nuisance to deal with for a very long time, even though he did give a lot of space to pro-Palestinian speakers, myself included. My point is, I don't think Piers Morgan likes Zohran Mamdani, right? I don't think he is a fan of Zohran Mamdani. He wants content to take place, and he also wants people to make a convincing case that Zohran Mamdani sucks. But the problem is, these people are not capable of doing that because they get insane.
some of that stuff. And he is, as Cenk Uygur rightly points out, he has a remarkable popularity with young Jewish New Yorkers. I mean, it is remarkable that for someone who people have branded anti-Semitic, a lot of Jewish New Yorkers simply don't agree. They want to vote for him. So he is what he is. I also think, as Gillian pointed out, that probably a more obvious stick to beat him with politically.
Why'd you stop going on Piers Morgan? I just don't think it's like super productive for me. I get too heated. That's it. Cenk does a very good job of just like screaming into the fucking void. Whereas I feel like for me, I just get annoyed by it, even though I have seen, I mean, I've definitely seen a lot of benefit for it. Like my Piers Morgan moments are all-time greats in the pro-Palestinian media moments, for sure. Like there are, and I'm glad that I did it as early as I did, because if you look at like my TikTok, for example, there's one in one of my highlights on TikTok. Where is it? Hold on. Like this one, right?
Is Israel.
This one is straight up from like a week after October 7, right? This is a week after October 7. I'm on Piers Morgan and I'm defending the Palestinian resistance and the Palestinian people in this argument. And I'm glad that this is out there for historic record, right? Because every single thing that I talked about in these conversations is now a part of the broader consensus opinion. Having said that, however, I just think it's not the most productive way to get the word out, you know?
Not allowed to defend itself from the worst terror attack since 9/11. If their mission now is to get rid of Hamas, then what they are doing is consistent with that, isn't it?
No, you said Israel has a right to defend itself. Absolutely zero people think that this is a ridiculous statement. However, how Israel is defending itself is collective punishment. Collective punishment in the form of depriving 2.2 million people of electricity, of water, of food, 51 people dying in the West Bank where, you know, there is no Hamas in the West Bank, killing 3,480 Palestinians so far in Gaza, 1,000 plus children, 22 hospitals being bombed. These are horrifying crimes that you would openly say are horrifying and unjustifiable when Russia does it, but when Israel does it, Israel has a right to defend itself. This is identical to the same talking points that I've heard from every Israeli administration official. It's the same thing that I've heard from everyone else in the media. You might have been against the Iraq war, but you're using that for evil, in my opinion, at this point, if you are not sitting here and condemning those war crimes, those acts of violence, those acts of collective punishment.
That was, again, I think a week after October 7, or maybe 2 weeks after October 7, okay? It was shortly after October 7. And let me tell you, ain't nobody wanted to hear that, okay? And nobody wanted to hear that from a dude named Hasan, especially. It wasn't actually 10/21. It was, I think, a day prior or like 2 days prior. I don't know. This shit is such an echo chamber. Yeah, it is. But guess what? It's right. It's correct, okay? And ironically enough, I'm actually describing the fact that it wasn't such an echo chamber back then, because I was steadfast in my opinion and I defended my position, and many people didn't want to fucking hear it. Many people did not want to hear it. They were like, nah, fuck you. They left only to come back later. But yeah, a third of my audience was like, nah, this guy's a fucking terrorist. What the hell? Yeah. The 10-7 leavers and the 10-7 returners. So I'm glad that I did it at the time because I was invested in getting the word out. But the reason why I stopped doing it was because I felt like it was unproductive, and I would rather just like continue doing my advocacy without having it turn into a fucking clown show. That's the reason why I stopped going on Piers Morgan. It's just not for me. But every now and then I'll still go back and watch these videos because I think they do a phenomenal job. Cenk does a great job. He is the perfect person to go on these types of shows and yell at everybody. And I think there's great content that comes out of it. And there's great humiliation that comes out of it for all of these oppositional figures, right? But it's just, you know, I don't enjoy rolling in the mud that much.
Are his views, which are pretty socialist. And what is fascinating about this politically...
there was one other aspect of this Katie Miller clip that I want to show. Cenk jiggling the keys in front of Alan Lichtman is an all-timer. Pulling his keys out of his pocket to be like, Yeah. What happened to your keys, Alan? What happened to your 13 keys? It's one of the best moments. All-time banger. Alan is on the verge of tears, and Cenk is just going beast mode, really rubbing it in, really rubbing in his ginormous failure. In any case, what do you call it? Katie Miller responds back with like some threats about potentially deporting Cenk, which is expected. Okay, let's take a look.
Hold on. So
you better
what
check your
happened in the
citizenship
Holocaust
application
and
and hope everything was legally
all the
and correct.
pogroms were disgusting.
Just like Ilhan
That
Omar
doesn't
coming
mean
in.
that Israel.
Oh my God. Miller then threatens Cenk Uygur's citizenship because he destroyed her in a debate. How pathetic and disturbed. Cenk said, I hope I don't get deported for winning a debate. If Princess Snowflake is going to enter the arena, she has to understand there's no crying to mommy. If she has to ask her husband to deport everyone she loses a debate to, we're going to start running out of people. Oh my God. Take on Steven instead. Let's see how you do. Would love to. If he stops hiding behind his wife, it'd be my pleasure to take him on. Steven, debate, anytime, any place. These people are rapacious scumbags, okay? Unimaginable monsters. It is alarming that they feel comfort. They feel so comfortable playing fast and loose with the law and behaving in this way. They're fucking annoying, intolerant, entitled crybullies. I can't stand them. I can't fucking stand them. Part of the reason why I think they will lose in the end is because of this reason, where they are not even trying to entertain making a positive argument. Did you see this guy who lost the debate to you is crying to the Senate about how scary you are?
Type of left-wing ideology.
What is this? Hasan gets mentioned in the Senate Judiciary Subcommittee hearing by right-wing podcasters. That's awesome. I didn't even see this. Michael Knowles, once again, I like that the Republicans have decided after sequencing out some of the most horrifying violence in their commentary, they have the audacity to turn around and be like, yeah, these guys that we actually debate against, sometimes they win too hard. I haven't even thought about this fucking loser in years. And he's over here being like, he's scary. Please, mods, please arrest him. Please. Holy hell, you can't go one day without being mentioned by the federal government now. It's just, oh God, it is so goddamn annoying. More drama slop has dropped about Kaige. What do you mean? Who gives a fuck, dude? Listen, you have to understand something. I got government ops, okay? I can't be dealing with whatever fucking supposedly apolitical content creator had to say about me on a daily fucking basis, okay? And it's so funny that all of these people that are supposedly liberals, that present themselves as liberals, present themselves as defenders of democracy, small d democracy, and the Democratic Party, are so quick to align with some of the most nefarious right-wing forces. Something to consider. Just saying. Okay? Something to fucking consider. It's just strange that all these people who are like, I hate Donald Trump, I hate JD Vance, but you know who I hate more? Fucking Hasan Piker. And I actually will find myself in allegiance with JD Vance and also Michael Knowles as long as they are giving it to my least favorite person. Interesting. Hasan's career is the true monkey paw wish. No, it's just the same exact dynamic that you've seen throughout patterns of historic fascist movement development that you are literally watching get relitigated in real time in even the smallest fucking corners of the internet in the dumbest way possible, where you have liberals who are unserious about opposing this administration, actively leaning into this administration at a time when they are in the fucking crosshairs themselves without even realizing that they themselves are in the crosshairs, only because the fascists are opposing their true enemy, it seems, socialists. I have less smoke for liberals than liberals do for me, because I understand that liberalism is a broader movement. Liberalism is a mass movement. I want to bring liberals onto our side. I want liberals to fight against fascism. I want liberals to fight against the Trump administration, oppose the horrifying things that they're doing. And that's precisely the reason why when the Democratic Party does things that I agree with, I give them credit for it. Even if they're doing a horrible job of defending it on principle, I still stand by them. like this government shutdown and the way that they have successfully been able to show the American public that the reason why the shutdown is happening is because Republicans are refusing to fund ACA subsidies. Okay? And in the process, they are dangling the starvation of 40 million Americans in an effort not to offer those subsidies where people's premiums are going to triple. Okay? It's fucking crazy. If I can let bygones be bygones because I don't give a shit about irrelevant drama or the back and forth, because I recognize that there's a far more consequential thing happening here with respect to what the goddamn with respect to what the goddamn government is doing to the American people as a whole, including even MAGA voters, okay, then you should be able to do that too. So I always say, one, judge me by my enemies, and I always tell you, two, pay close attention to what people focus on, what your favorite content creators focus on. Maybe you find yourself watching some of these other content creators, and they spend a good deal of time attacking someone like myself every step of the way. In this day and age, right now, in this very moment, when we are in the throes of fascism, if they are spending most of their time aligning with the administration against a person that they've declared the true enemy of their movement, someone like myself, then they're unserious. In the most charitable interpretation, they're unserious. And in the least charitable interpretation, they don't care about the growing fascist movement in this country. You're not worried these libs won't throw you to the wolves because it feels more likely every day? No, I'm not. Because I think that there are, especially in the broader liberal movement, whether it be the Podjohns or whether it be people like Philip DeFranco or whether it be all of these people that are voters of the Democratic Party, they actually do take this seriously. Unlike the fucking content creators that want to hyper focus on drama and actively try to advance their own personal distaste, advance their own personal agendas. That's it. So no, I don't think so. I think the Wine Mom Coalition, the Boomers, they are far more serious about the ways in which this administration has moved, okay? And they are far more invested in opposing this fascist government than the random liberal, like self-described liberal content creator who is hyper-focused and hyper-invested in like slop. That's it. There's a reason why I don't talk about them and instead talk about whatever the fuck's going on in the world, because I think that is far more consequential. My job is to communicate all of the awful things that this administration is doing. My job is not to just like always be invested in fucking dealing with drama.
The belief that ideas don't really matter.
Even if that drama sometimes turns into statements that are a matter of official congressional record.
And that we're really just warring groups that must clobber each other over the head, which is why you're seeing the increased violence there. I think you saw this not only in the horrific assassination of Charlie, but in the reactions that came afterward. As the scene was unfolding, a Democrat analyst, Matthew Dowd, on MSNBC, the left-wing cable outlet.
Yeah, he didn't say nothing wrong, by the way. He was correct about Charlie Kirk, and I cannot believe that they fucking punished him for it. What is this? Oh, I saw this TikTok, yeah.
Blamed Charlie Kirk. He said, quote, "Hateful thoughts lead to hateful words, which then lead to hateful actions." The New York Times reacted by publishing the assassination-related musings of Hassan Piker, a prominent left-wing streamer.
Yeah, except I was about to fucking debate Charlie, and he can't find anything that I've said about Charlie that's even remotely violent. You want to hear something even more ironic? Michael Knowles, just like all these other fucking Republican charlatans, actually immediately tried to take over Charlie's position in Dartmouth. Did you know that? Yeah, I'll tell you. He was like, "Oh, I'll debate him in Charlie's place." Yeah. Sharks. Fucking sharks. It was supposed to be Ben Shapiro, and then Ben Shapiro said no. And then Michael Knowles was the replacement, and Megyn Kelly. Yeah, bunch of vultures. And then he has the audacity to bring my name up in the aftermath of the Charlie Kirk assassination. Interesting. Yeah, I said no to the Michael Knowles thing because I was like, he's fucking no motion. I don't give a shit about duking it out with Michael Knowles. I'll do it for Ben Shapiro. Ben Shapiro said no. And then Michael Knowles was like, I'll take his place. I said no. I was like, I don't want to fucking debate the third fourth most relevant fucking Daily Wire guy. Ben Shapiro himself is not even relevant. The only reason why I would have done the Ben Shapiro thing is at least because of all the previous years of Ben Shapiro's work that at least would make that moment more important. In any case, yeah, all of my ops fell off, which is why I have new ops now. I have government ops. But yeah, whatever. Who gives a shit? All right, dictionary.com picks 6-7 as 2025's word of the year. Look at that. The Riley Gaines of Daily Wire. It's true.
For the parent of a child of a certain age, the new dictionary.com word of the year will probably sound familiar. It's the slang phrase 6-7.
Yeah, I was supposed to be debating Ben Shapiro. He said no. Oh, this is the other thing I wanted to show you guys. It's actually a pretty decent take. Let's look.
Misogynist and racist.
The rad lib domino effect bandwagoning circular firing squad that I've witnessed in the past month or so surrounding this man has honestly been terrifying. It's really been scary to witness, to see how quickly the so-called left will turn on its own mouthpieces, to see how easy it is to create a leper over here. You can do it like that. Like that. It takes virtually nothing for an accusation to become guilt, or in this case for a coordinated smear campaign by the right wing, because they know exactly what buttons to push in our lefty little pea brains to get us to operationalize and weaponize identity politics against each other. And I'm not saying this because I think Hasan Piker is the greatest person on earth, or he didn't do and say things that deserve criticism, or that you have to listen to him. You don't have to fucking listen to him. I'm just saying this because this is indicative of where we are. If we keep doing this, we keep creating lepers like this, then there will never be any power, any movement, any leverage, anything over here. We will just continue to spiral in our purity and our self-flagellation and our priestliness and our cannibalization into absolute obscurity and irrelevance while fascism takes over the rest of the world. That is where we are. That is.
It's true. It's a self-defeating cycle. And the right wing know exactly how to manipulate liberals and leftists of different varieties into action to play a formative role in destroying whoever the fuck they have that are like the most visible elements within their advocacy movement. Some people, I think, do it because they're self-interested. We've seen a lot of those people. A lot of those people have been routinely disparaged because they've made a fool of themselves over and over again throughout the years. If you've been in here long enough, you know, you got the, what is it, like Suki's mom or whatever. There's like so many different examples of like people that used to say, I have betrayed the revolutionary cause. I'm not a real leftist. I'm sheepdogging people in the Democratic Party, only for them to turn around and become out and about right-wing MAGA supporters. Many such examples exist. One of the greatest ones is obviously Jimmy Dore, right? So there are people like that. There are people like that that have existed in this space for a very long time. I've never actually changed my perspective on any of this shit, but it is really interesting. And I have seen this so many fucking times over where like people are so easily duped, not just like the content creators or the advocates themselves. There are so many people who very quickly will just go, oh, this guy is bad because of this reason or that reason. And instead of actually doing their own research, instead of like, you know, coming to this conclusion on their own by like tackling the subject matter, looking into any number of different videos that I have on any number of different subjects that I'm being called out for having bigoted opinions over, people just immediately go, nah, he's bad. It's over. This guy's awful. We need to find someone else. And then they'll turn around and be like, why don't we have any fucking cool leftists out there? I don't know, because we are whack. We're just broadly a whack movement. Okay. There is this like weird gatekeeping culture on the left, which I find to be strange because like our goal is to fucking educate the masses. Like this is a mass movement. You need to have mass mobilization. So like there's the weird gatekeeping aspect of the left where they're like, oh no, we're reaching a lot larger of a movement. We got to make sure that we actually fucking cut this in half, please. What is going on? And then there's also people that like people that have this improper understanding or don't want to. You don't watch them, bro, and you are doing gatekeeping now. Wait, you don't watch who? Jimmy is good, though? You don't watch him? Wait, what? Jimmy Dore? Brother, I know Jimmy Dore personally. What the fuck are you talking about? I have rarely ever brought up Jimmy Dore. What are you talking about? This is one of the few instances where I've actually brought him up. Baited. Okay, you got me. Whining about purity tests is a waste of time. There is truth to this. There is truth to whining about purity tests. It's like the leftist version of constantly fucking decrying cancel culture that right-wing comics do, right? It's always like, oh my God, wokeness ruined comedy. Oh my God, cancel culture ruined comedy. It's kind of like a leftist version of that as well. But just like there is some truth to the chirpers on that front, there is some truth in this instance as well. It's good to sometimes to do a little bit of housekeeping, okay? It's important. It's important to do a little bit of housekeeping. It's not, this community is one of the few places on the internet where, this community is one of the few places on the internet, and you should know this, you've been in here and you've been a subscriber for 7 months at this point, where we don't do that. Like we are more open-minded, or at least I try to make sure that we are more open-minded to people who are on their own personal journey, right? Housekeeping, there are just people that disagree with you, man. Oh my God. Oh my God. This is one of the most annoying aspects of just being a content creator on the internet, where the thing that everybody fucking hates about Twitter back in the day was, you say you hate, you say you like pancakes, and someone comes out and says, wow, you must hate waffles. And you turn around and say, no, I didn't say that. There's a whole ass different sentence. Why are you yelling at me over this? And yet, being a content creator on this fucking medium, where I'm constantly doing this back and forth with the chatters, is me having to deal with that all the time. You literally are just coming in and reframing what I'm trying to explain to people in the most cynical way possible. Why do you do this? It doesn't make any sense. Is it the only way that you can feel fucking alive? I don't understand. Okay? I'm sorry, but it takes like an hour out of each day. Okay, well, yeah, it's important. It's important to fucking reinforce this, okay? Because I want people to understand. I want people to understand that this is not a place where you can get away with doing that shit. It is literally community building. It's a formative part of community building. It's a formative part of how I want to build this community, okay? And one of the things that I see as someone who comes from this fucking background is that we come across as not approachable to the normies. We just do. We just come across as like so punitive to the normies. We don't understand that many people's perspectives are still shaped by their own social conditions, on their own material conditions. We don't have any fucking interest in identifying that as a major reason for why bigotry manifests in society. And if you recognize that that is why bigotry manifests in society, you have to be a little bit more, a little less defensive when you meet it, okay? And if I can do it with unlimited amounts of Islamophobia that I fucking eat on a daily basis, you should also try to do that to the best of your ability. And if you can't do it, and I'm very understanding of that, because no one should have to constantly justify their humanity over and over again, then it's understandable that you can just like dial it back a little bit, okay? Maybe take some time off, right? That's it.
And the site...
Isn't that just right-wing framing? What do you mean? No, it's not. It's a reflection of reality. If culture is born out of the material realities that we exist in, okay, then social learning, like leftists always say, America is a white supremacist nation. And it's true, right? White supremacy is in our fundamentals. White supremacy is a formative first principle for American societal development, whether it be the absolute destruction and the genocide of the indigenous populations, the permanent expansion and land acquisitions over indigenous territory, or whether it be the continuation and defense of chattel slavery, the enslavement of African folk, okay? This is a part of American history. And a lot of these historic wrongs have rarely ever been fully addressed. As a matter of fact, even to this day, when I say something like that, many right-wingers will turn around and say, how dare you say this? America is actually the land of dreams. Okay? I choose to look at the positives. You choose to look at the negatives, or whatever the fuck. But one thing that leftists, I feel like, don't actually factor into this consideration is how broader societal patterns reflect that historical failure, that historical violence. If you say America is a white supremacist nation, you have to also understand that many people are going to have some of those tendencies, okay? some of those tendencies are going to be nascent in the collective consciousness of the masses. And if you want to change those people's opinions, you can either turn around and immediately yell at them and say, you're a racist, you're a racist, you're a racist, you did a microaggression against me. Or you can try to soften your approach. And I totally understand that not everyone wants to take on this emotional labor, as I always factor this in. I say, look, if you're a black person and you constantly have to fucking deal with this shit on your day-to-day existence, then it's probably going to suck if you find yourself in the throes of having to do it here, a relatively safer space. Okay? And you will turn around and say, that's easy if you're not targeted. That's why I'm factoring people who are targeted. Okay? And also, I have a point of marginalization that has been a fairly important part of the political conversation over the last 2 years, don't you think? You know, I know it too. I experience it as well. And I have to fucking eat it all the goddamn time. Do you think I enjoy having to talk to people who call me a terrorist every goddamn day? Do you think I enjoy the fact that there is heavy scrutiny over the things I'm saying? But that would never work in the same vein if I was a white Jewish American of Ashkenazi descent. The same exact things that I'm saying right now. If I was a white Jewish American of Ashkenazi descent, no one fucking give a shit. The same exact things I'm saying right now. If I was a white Christian American and not even of Jewish descent, nobody would give a shit. Okay? That's just the reality. But when you're Muslim, there is an additional oomph to the way that people fucking cover this stuff. And as someone who recognizes that, I choose to fucking eat it every goddamn day. So yes, I do understand the point of marginalization and the dehumanization, okay? It is what it is. In order to make a broader point, in order to get people to understand your position, in order to get people on your side, sometimes you have to. Are you still simping for the mass murderer? Who's the mass murderer I'm simping for? Benjamin Netanyahu? Is that what you're fucking talking about? What the hell? What, is this the new meta? I don't even know what the fuck you mean. I want to know. I want to understand what the fuck this person's talking about. In any case, let's move on. Trump says he's reached a deal with China's Xi. Here's what to know.
From President Trump at his meeting in China, he says he reached a temporary truce in his trade war. That after meeting with China's Xi Jinping last evening. But before the meeting, the president also made an announcement about nuclear weapons, an announcement that could be seen as a provocation. Ed O'Keefe is at the White House covering it all for us. Ed, good morning. A lot of questions here.
There sure are, Tony. The president's on his way back here, but that meeting with Xi Jinping was the grand finale and main event of the president's week-long trip to Asia. The leaders of the two largest economies talked for over an hour and 40 minutes. The president says the U.S. can sign a trade deal with China, quote, very soon after they settled some key issues.
Trump went to China before you. This is true. But hopefully his advocacy for the Chinese century of prosperity is going to allow me to have a more comfortable trip in the glorious nation of the People's Republic of China. Okay? That makes me happy. He did this in Korea, but in his heart, he was in China. This news channel called you a Muslim extremist. Look at the timestamp, 1246.
Really on the intersection of Muslim extremism, including one podcaster known as Hassan Piker, which Sliwa and Cuomo have tried to make an issue of. He said, quote unquote, America deserved 9/11.
Like, can you imagine having to hear this from probably a right-winger? Like, I'm a Muslim extremist, dude. You have to be a fucking psychopath. They say this shit about Ilhan Omar, too. Myself, Zohran Mamdani, Ilhan Omar are some of the most progressive, visible politicians or political advocates in the country, whether it be uncompromising values and defense for trans people or advancing an agenda that revolves around uplifting the material conditions of all American workers, okay? Defending Medicare for all, defending free college. And yet these fucking people who are to my right socially have the audacity to turn around and fucking say that I'm a Muslim extremist. This is Islamophobia. That's what it is, okay? That's what it is. It's just racism. It's just rank racism. There's no other way to fucking go about it, right? This is the exact same position on every slop tuber op as well, something to consider. Exactly. That's what I'm saying. A lot of fucking slop tubers do this shit too, where they go, oh, this guy is a fucking Muslim extremist. The fuck do you mean, brother? I've seen the way you talk about other marginalized identities. The fuck are you talking about? I'm the Muslim extremist. You're the fucking extremist. It's crazy. Anyway, I don't want to fucking talk about this any longer because goddamn, it just gets so fucking annoying to have to relitigate this shit over and over again. We're moving on. We're talking about American century of humiliation versus Chinese century of prosperity. Okay?
And we're going to have a very successful meeting, I have no doubt.
In their first face-to-face meeting since 2019, President Trump and Chinese President Xi Jinping greeted each other warmly as they met for much-anticipated trade talks.
It's a great honor to be with a friend of mine.
After imposing retaliatory tariffs for the last 6 months, Trump now says they have a deal.
We'll talk about Prince Andrew as well.
Pretty soon.
We have a deal. Now, every year we'll renegotiate the deal, but I think the deal will go on for a long time.
Well,
yeah, U.S.-China trade deal, baby. I love this, okay? I love this. Trump is a fake demon, okay? 100%. But it's really funny because this is the most Trumpian move. This is so perfectly Trump. Fuck something up and then put the pieces back together haphazardly. The art of the deal, the art of the steal, okay? He fucked it up. Then he postured. He postured for months like he was a real demon, okay? Only to turn around and be like, I was just kidding. I'm a fake demon, okay? I'm a fake demon. Please, let's fix this. Please, let's fix this. And now his dumb fuck followers will turn around and unironically act as though he actually fucking solved something. Yeah, he solved something he broke. How is this good? How is this a good thing? It doesn't make any sense to me that there are so many Americans that literally watch this shit unfold and think, oh, he's so brilliant. He goes into a room and he starts shitting on the walls. You say, what the fuck are you doing? You're shitting on the walls and you're smearing your dookie on the walls. He then stops smearing dookie on the walls and then expects you to thank him. It's like, okay, but before you entered the room, there were no dookie on the walls. You put the dookie on the fucking wall. Clean the dookie. It blows my mind. It blows my fucking mind, dude. He goes, hey, listen, I could have kept smearing more shit on the walls, but I stopped. I fixed it. I fixed it. No, you broke it, and then you didn't fix shit. It's still worse than before you came in.
Nothing is official yet. Trump says the U.S. will reduce tariffs on Chinese goods by 10% as China works to reduce the flow of illegal fentanyl.
This is the best one. He's like, yeah, we did this for fentanyl. That was a fake reason anyway. And now the fake reason is what? Going to be solved? Okay, got it.
And Trump says China will resume buying American soybeans and ease its limits on the export of rare earth minerals needed to make batteries and other key technology.
There's no roadblock at all on rare earth. That will hopefully disappear from our vocabulary for a little while.
According to Chinese state media, Xi agreed to reach a consensus on important economic and trade issues. The president says he plans to go to China in April as the two leaders continue to mend a volatile relationship.
On the scale of from 0 to 10, with 10 being the best, I would say the meeting was a 12. Okay, I think it was a 12. I think very importantly, just the whole relationship is very, very important.
Very interesting, Ed. But before you go, on the nuclear question, just before the meeting, Trump said he was directing the Pentagon to resume testing nuclear weapons. What more can you tell us on that?
Yeah, the president said in a social media post that he wants to resume those tests on a, quote, equal basis with Russia and China. It would be a major shift since the U.S. hasn't carried out such tests since the early 1990s. The president offered no details about the timing of the specific tests by other countries he was referring to. Also on this trip, the president said his administration is going to share technology that will allow South Korea to build a nuclear-powered submarine over here in the U.S. in Philadelphia. The South Koreans want to do so to defend the waters around the Korean peninsula. So it's a big military win for the Koreans and a potential economic boost for the United States. Tony?
All right, Ed, thank you very much.
It's the latest twist in the US-China trading relationship, but it's worth taking stock of just how we got here. This is what Donald Trump's been up to since coming into power the second time round. You can see that within months of coming into office, he was ramping up tariffs on China, first with that 10% broad-based tariff to punish them for their role in the fentanyl trade. That was then increased to 20%. And by spring, you can see things had reached boiling point, a tit-for-tat trade war. This was in the midst of Liberation Day. You might remember when Trump announced tariffs on countries across the world. China hit back. The US tariff was hitting about 145%, both countries effectively deciding to stop trading with each other. Tempers calmed Behind the scenes, both sides have been trying to figure out a long-lasting deal, but then at the beginning of the month, well, things flared up again. China announced export controls on rare earth elements that are critical for modern-day manufacturing. Trump threatened them with an additional 100% tariff. Well, we've heard today that again, things have calmed down, talks have gone well, and Trump actually announced that he would reduce that 20% fentanyl tariff to 10%. So that's where we're at now. But as you can see, the state of things, the average tariffs are still higher than they were at the beginning of the year. And we can see how the new baseline has shifted in this next chart as well, how the new normal has shifted. In his first presidency, Trump was very much focused on targeted tariffs on things like electricals, solar panels, and steel. These are kind of the amount of goods that are under the purview of tariffs. Biden didn't really change things too much, but nor did he row back. And then second time round, where you can see Trump has ratcheted things up. Now everything is subject to a tariff. We're at 100%. When we talk about tariffs, as we know, this isn't all about tariffs. It's also about export controls. And here, rare earth elements is something, as I mentioned, China is really weaponizing. The US, for their part, can control computer chips and the export of computer chips to China, particularly NVIDIA's AI chips.
Yeah. By the way, there was one quote that I read of Xi Jinping giving up TikTok and using that as like a leverage point in the deal. And he literally said, I didn't care much for TikTok. It felt like digital opiates for me, which is funny because that's what I've said about TikTok in terms of like how it entered the American marketplace. He straight up, he was like, I don't really care much for TikTok. It always struck me as digital opiates, which is, it's true. And not only is it true, but what's interesting about it is that like they don't have it in China. That's what I've always pointed to with respect to TikTok, where I was like, they quite literally see TikTok. Here it is. If they thought TikTok was a useful tool, they would have the same exact thing in China. But Douyin is far, far more controlled. Okay. And I think you will see more and more people come to terms with the walled garden approach or the Chinese firewall, the great digital firewall as a necessary thing. The worse our AI-induced hallucinating masses get due to unlimited amounts of internet. But yeah, here he said it right here. The concession was TikTok. The quiet calculation, balancing pressure with appeasement, now forms the bedrock of China's strategy. In the tense lead up to trade talks in Madrid this September, Xi knew he needed to offer a concession to get what he truly wanted. Summits with Trump to hash out issues one-on-one. The concession was TikTok. For Trump, forcing the sale of the high-profile app was a populist victory framed around national security. For Xi, however, the app was a low-cost bargaining chip. He had privately dismissed it as spiritual opium, according to the people close to Beijing, and viewed it as an easy sacrifice to secure the continued dialogue China needed. As a result, Xi set the stage for a series of summits with Trump. This happened already. After the meeting next week in South Korea, Beijing hopes to arrange a Trump visit to China early next year, and finally a Xi trip to the U.S. in late 2026. I'm confused. Are you defending the firewall? What's your take on it? I unironically think that the Chinese firewall that was developed was presented as a way to keep the Chinese masses from... they like the way that it was presented in the West was like, oh, this is a bad thing. And it's understandable. We have a much more social libertarian perspective when it comes to free flowing information and things of that nature here in the West. And I agree with that in principle. But for many, many years, it was talked about as though like the firewall was created to silence and oppress the Chinese masses. And it turns out it was actually to keep us out, because we are poisonous. I mean, look to every other country where they wear fucking MAGA hats when they are doing protests, right-wing protests. Look to every other country that gets their notes from our fascists. Even countries with historic fascist movements have dropped their own historic fascist movements for the American Burger Reich style fascism. Clearly, we are fucking brain poison. Can't we find a middle ground that isn't censorship while not having an Elon Grokpedia? If it's one or the other. I think the other might be better. Listen. I'm in America. I love free speech and I will defend it. Okay. But I don't think there is a middle ground. I don't think there is a middle ground is my point. The firewall was set in place before MAGA though, wasn't it? Yes. Absolutely. Absolutely. It was. I think initially it was so that there wasn't a lot of intervention. But nowadays, as people's attitudes change about American brain poison manifesting all around the world, people are coming to that reality that potentially this initial attempt at making sure that American brain poison couldn't enter the Chinese digital airwaves could have possibly been a good idea. I don't know. I'm so black-pilled. I read this long article about the literacy rates plummeting in the United States of America and how, like, throughout history, it was a Baffler magazine article. It was really good. And it fucking black-pilled me. It's so hard. Talking about the oratory tradition initially, and then like the invention of the printing press, and how like people's way of thinking changed as a consequence of how we disseminated information in the past, before the printing press, or before writing in general, before literacy in general was a thing. We just kind of passed information along, and we thought differently about the world. And we are now going back to that. Yeah, here it is. The addictive nature of smartphones is a very serious problem contributing to the decline of literacy, but the phones exist in a social context and not the other way around. And this goes through this long, this long and convoluted, not convoluted, but like it's a pretty solid history of literacy, and how initially the elites were reluctant to allow the masses to learn how to read, and how after they were allowed to read, how the not the financial elite, but the academic elite still was like, oh, these masses are stupid. They just want to read fucking fiction and blah, 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 like irrelevant shit. All the way down to the invention of the radio and what that did to literacy rates, the invention of the television, what that did to literacy rates, and then the invention of the internet and what that did to literacy rates, and then the invention of short form content on the internet and what that has done to literacy rates, which is why you have like 70% of Americans that can read at like a fucking competent 6th grade level only, whereas the literacy rates in China is at like 94%. And it even brings up the fact that America unironically tried to advance and improve literacy rates in the United States of America because they were seeing the USSR create a much more competent labor force, a much smarter labor force. And that's the reason why they actually greatly pushed it here in the United States of America, to try to get the Americans to learn how to fucking read and write at a competent level. But now in the age of AI, with short form video, it's fucking over. This is why I always stress the importance of whoever listens to me. This is why I always tell them, don't fuck with AI. You will literally have a tremendous upper hand against the rest of your generation if you actually still continue to try and wire your brain the old-fashioned way. You will not fall into the trap of cognitive offloading, and you will be able to create critical thinking skills that will be infinitely more valuable in the future when all of those tasks are delegated to a fucking machine. I'm not saying be a Luddite. I'm not saying don't fuck with AI at all, but it's very important. And not only that, but the piece also brings this up, and this is something I talked about before as well. There is a class dynamic here. Wealthy children go to schools and camps where they are not allowed to have their phones, so they can have a normal development. Whereas the children of the poor, the dispossessed masses, they go to public school where there's no such consideration or care. So they literally fucking slam their brains with unimaginable toxicity on a daily basis and probably warp their fucking collective consciousness. Yeah. Rich people look to the future and recognize the dangers and try to make sure that their next of kin, the next generation, is not as warped by this. Okay? Is not as warped by this at all. Whereas the children of the poor will get fucked. China is not a utopia, but its citizens have a brighter future than ours, and they will be able to read about it thanks to a socio-political system that still sees literacy as necessary and retains primacy over private capital. That's one of the takeaways from the article. I mean, it's in the article, sorry. And it's actually a brilliant take. And it sucks because I get it. I get wanting to. Dude, if you ask me if I've seen Predictive History one more time, I'm going to fucking put you on a spaceship, okay? Yes, I have. Please stop spamming this guy. Oh my God. I have. He has some interesting takes and then some fucking kooky ass ones. Okay, calm down. Jesus Christ. Y'all just find one crank on the internet with like a decent fucking take on one issue and then just like keep spamming it over and over again. Please stop. We're talking about something different and perhaps more consequential. Okay? TikTok about AI and education echoing exactly what you're saying. The kids now who are using AI without guardrails are frying their ability to learn. Yes. I'm not saying anything about Professor Jiang. He seems chill. Okay? I just not time and place. Okay? He also does have some crank ass takes, to be fair. Right-wingers have been making fake AI videos of supposed black women demanding taxpayers keep paying their food stamps. I know. And the chuds are eating it up. I know. I saw this. The future is so dire, folks. We're going to be talking about this in a little bit when we get to the SNAP benefits getting cut. Just shut the fuck up about AI. No, I will not. TV will make us dumb. It's a scourge to society. Fuck normal development. School is jail. Emancipate our children. Dude, I'm Mr. Broad Tent, okay? I'm Mr. Popular Front. But goddamn, some of you fucking crusty ass anarchists, like for no reason whatsoever, give credence to what the USSR did with these kinds of behaviors. Okay, it's fucking crazy. Anarchist who's also pro AI is awesome. I need you to understand. Technological developments is great. I'm a fan, okay? This even includes AI. But, and this is a very important but, there are important cognitive developments that need to take place, okay? You just need to do that. You need to fucking do that, okay? You need to work your brain. It's a muscle. People forget it. Children's labor was crucial to the survival of the whole household. So much so that socialist newspaper Égalité denounced compulsory schooling, declaring that the practice would wrest from the working family a resource it cannot spare: child labor. Okay? Anyway, it's a really great piece. I read it. It was very black-pilling. And yeah. In reality, they are far away from AGI, the actual goal of AI. Unless it is achieved within the next year, expect the fallout to be massive. Look at the straws they are grabbing at, selling AI bots that aren't actually AI, but actually Indian-like Amazon stores. Oh.
It's here, the first humanoid robot housekeeper.
Thank you, Neo.
For $20,000, you can pre-order 1X's Neo robot now, with delivery in 2026.
I think you missed a tiny spot over here.
Just one little catch. There may be a human behind the curtain, pulling the robot strings.
Oh my God.
If I throw up, will the robot throw up?
A company representative may need to peer into your house via Neo's camera eyes to get things done.
To many people, this is crazy.
You have to be okay with this for the product to be useful.
But is Neo a useful product?
We're twinning now, Neo.
Home robots have had two big challenges: creating a safe and capable body and a smart brain. 1X is taking on both of those, which is why Neo looks so different from a more industrial factory robot.
Neo, it's 70 degrees here in California. Why are you wearing a sweater?
Good question. Bernd, why am I wearing a sweater?
It's a combination of safety and just also generally aesthetics. You can think of it kind of like a skin, except if it was an actual skin, that would probably be pretty creepy.
It would be creepy, but I actually wasn't all that creeped out by Neo.
Inside Neo, it really starts with some very, very powerful motors that we have developed here at 1X. These motors are so strong and light that instead of using the classical gears that you see in robots, we can actually pull on tendons loosely inspired by biology and muscles. This allows Neo to move around not just quietly and smoothly, but also be very, very lightweight and be very low energy in motion, just like people.
That lightweight design is intended for our safety, in case the 66-pound robot falls. Although Neo is capable of lifting up to 150 pounds, it's not as superhuman as you'd think.
Crush it. It's a walnut.
There's this concept that we think that robots are like superhuman in like pressure and like.
Bro, this is literally like a significantly disabled slave. Who the fuck is like, this is goated, I need this in my house? Like, that's what this is. It blows my fucking mind. You gotta be a real ass freak for this, dude.
Strength. And some robots are, because they're heavily geared, but that means you're not sensitive, right?
And is also not even AI, is literally controlled by a dude in a low-cost labor site somewhere far, far away on the other side of the fucking planet.
Delicate. Neo doesn't work like this at all. It works more like us. So the finger strength of Neo is about the same as a human.
It's so crazy because like people will go, oh, well, what about the disabled? Like disabled people need something like this. No, they don't. They need at-home care. The fuck are you talking about? They need a real human being to do these jobs much better than this person. And the government should at least either subsidize that or pay for it with a decent wage. What the fuck are we doing?
That body lets Neo try to do a lot of things humans do. Emphasis on try.
Can I get a water?
If only the real world didn't have doors. All in, it took Neo a little over a minute to fetch a water from the fridge 10 feet away.
Thank you, Neo.
Next challenge.
Shut up, moron. Okay. You called it a person? HasanAbi caught in the web of lies?
Load 3 items in the dishwasher.
You got this, Neo. You got it.
And that took 5 minutes. The Neo I saw isn't the one shipping in 2026. The new model will be safer and have better hand dexterity. The one I saw still needed to take breaks to charge and cool down. The challenge isn't just Neo's body, it's also its brain. The body has to perform tasks safely, but the brain needs to know how to do them on its own, without human help. But right now, everything I saw Neo do was guided by a skilled pilot.
Teleoperation is essentially when there is a human in the loop.
And who is the voice I'm hearing right now of Neo?
Hi, I am a remote operator in a different room in the building.
And what's your name?
Turing.
What's your real name?
My real name is Turing.
Like that's your name on your birth certificate?
Yes, it is, believe it or not.
Alan Turing was, of course, the famous computer science and artificial intelligence pioneer. But this Turing, with a VR headset and controllers, was the one actually operating Neo.
I just got here. What the hell is happening? Fresh hells beyond, fresh new hell beyond human comprehension.
Until he handed me the controllers.
I actually might throw up. I think my hand is, I have no idea where I'm facing. This is me doing the Macarena.
Yeah. Ooh. Yeah, we're fine.
And Neo had to go to urgent care.
See you, Neo.
Why does Neo need to be operated like this in the first place? Because brain, aka an AI neural network, needs to learn from more real-world experience. The videos of the robot doing things via teleoperation become the training data to make the AI model smarter. That's why 1X is putting Neo in the homes of early adopters.
I think it's quite important for me to just say that in 2026, if you buy this product, it is because you're okay with that social contract. If we don't have your data, we can't make the product better. I'm a big fan of what I call like big brother, big sister principle, right? Big sister helps you.
This is literally a grift, okay? For the record, this is just a grift. They are leaning in to people wanting a futurist utopia, wanting a taste of that. Because like the cost of this entire process is not even cheaper than hiring someone to do the work at a much better pace, right? So it's just a grift at this stage. And the reason why they get to maintain this grift is because they can always say, and this is the old Silicon Valley trick, this is a tech company. We're actually trying to be the next unicorn. You have to invest in us and you have to let us do all of this unethical shit because our job is to bring about AGI. Our job is to learn the patterns that this human-operated robot is going to engage in your homes so that eventually an actual AI can do it. In reality, they're not actually advancing tech in any meaningful fashion, and instead, they're just leaning on people's ambitions. They're leaning on people's hopes and dreams that this will happen. Yeah, it's basically the Juicero conundrum over and over again.
Big Brother is just there to kind of monitor you. And we are very much the big sister. Depending on how much you want to trade, we can be more useful. And you decide where on that scale you want to be.
Do you right now know what things Neo in 2026 will do autonomously versus what it will do teleoperated?
So when you get your Neo in 2026, it will do most of the things in your home autonomously. The quality of that work will vary and will improve drastically quite fast as we get data.
To be clear, on my visit, I didn't see NIO do anything autonomously. The company did share this video of NIO autonomously opening the door.
You know, there's this new trending concept now called AI slop, right?
I do know.
It's a very powerful concept of, let's call it...
Dude, I'm gonna be honest, so many fucking tech reporters just eat the slop so hard. Like, even in really solid, otherwise reliable legacy publishers and shit. I mean, this is the fucking Wall Street Journal. This is literally the Wall Street Journal. You got a Wall Street Journal tech reporter who's just sitting there being like, oh my God, how amazing. It's like, you're kind of doing an advertisement here. You're not actually, you're advertising a faulty product rather than at least having like the necessary skepticism or critical thinking that you must demonstrate in this moment so you can actually not do what a YouTuber would do. But the role reversal here is the fucking YouTuber is doing a better job addressing the shortcomings of this process than the fucking Wall Street Journal tech reporter is. How is this possible? Like, I don't understand it. I don't understand how we got to a point where the Wall Street Journal tech reporter is like, oh, this is such a fantastic development. And the tech YouTube reviewer is like, this sucks.
The gap between what it's actually capable of today and what they're promising as they take your money today. Like, I think when people watch a video like this, they expect that this robot has some sort of built-in artificial intelligence that allows it to recognize objects and navigate around on its own and learn your house and be productive for those hours while you're gone. And that, I think, would be a reasonable thing to get out of watching that video because that's what it's designed to show. That's what you're supposed to feel. That's the dream. But that's not actually what's happening. So Joanna Stern, the legend, she did a video with this NIO robot also this week where the company showed her all of the things that it could do. And turns out 100% of the things that they showed her were remotely controlled by a human in another room wearing a VR headset with controllers. That's not exaggerating. 100% of the stuff they showed her. The carrying things around, the loading up the dishwasher. I mean, look at this thing. Yeah, all of this is teleoperated. And this was a demo set up by this 1X company. So this is like best case scenario stuff. And I see a lot of people defending this robot online like, oh, no, there's probably other things that it can do autonomously. They just didn't show her yet. Really? You don't think they would show her the best stuff that this could do autonomously to keep selling the dream? If you watch that keynote video back, to their credit, you'll notice that they actually are very careful to label exactly when the robot is doing something autonomously and not teleoperated. And in that whole nearly 10-minute video, there's exactly 2 scenes that have this label. There's the get the door command.
Get the door, please.
Where the robot walks over to the door because someone's coming up. It grabs the handle, waits for the guest, and then sort of pulls the door open and fumbles backwards a little bit, kind of like a toddler to let them inside. And then there's the put away the dishes command.
Have you heard about Builder.ai is a fake software writing AI that was actually done by 700 people in India doing all the coding? Microsoft backed it, and it was a huge embarrassing flaw. I mean, it's not surprising to me at all.
Where the robot toddles over to the person, recognizes the harmless, not glass, empty cup in its hand, grabs it, and then walks away with it. Cool. No, seriously, that's actually pretty impressive. Even if I could already today unlock the door with my Google Home and a smart lock with just my voice, there is something at least a little bit futuristic about a humanoid robot going to do that. That's part of the dream. It's doing it autonomously. But then that also means that
I think one of the worst parts about this conversation is like you can't have a serious, sincere, critical convo about this stuff without people constantly saying, oh, you don't dare to dream. You just hate technology. Okay? I don't hate technology. I love technology. I use it all the time. My job wouldn't exist without technological developments. I am very understanding of technological improvements. But having said that, obviously this is fucking short-term snake oil. Is this actually advancing the project of AGI? No, it's not. It's just simply a short-term focus grift. They are just rug pulling. It's one rug pull after another. These sorts of life-changing, comprehensive initiatives, whether you want to admit it or not, can only come from long sustained research and development projects that dump a boatload, if not billions of dollars over the course of decades to fucking pull off. Okay? That's why the internet was invented by DARPA, not Al Gore in the way that people think, but DARPA. It's a DARPA project. It was the publicly funded government. So you want Elon to build it? Is Elon the government? Is that what you think I'm saying here? You'd be surprised a lot of these people do believe what they're selling. I think they've deluded themselves. Guys, stop saying yes. Elon is the exact opposite of what I'm talking about. Corso says, so I work in the fintech space, and a lot of the AI products I've tested fail to meet expectations. I think it's because of the social contract issue this guy mentions earlier. No one wants their data being used to train models for obvious reasons, but the models can't improve without it. There is 1,000% a bubble, and the US GDP only grew 0.1% last quarter. If you remove activity related to data center construction, it's not talked about enough. Well, it is talked about a lot here. At least back in the day, during the Cold War, we would try to meet our adversary in areas of improvement. The USSR beat the United States to space, okay? Many people don't even think about this. Many people don't want to comprehend it. Many people don't know it. The USSR put the first animal in space. The USSR put the first human in space. Yuri Gagarin shouts out, okay? And then America was like, oh, fuck, we have to beat the USSR. So that's how you got the Apollo mission. That's how you got people landing on the fucking moon, okay? Yeah, shouts out to Laika, shouts out to Yuri Gagarin. First woman in space was also the USSR as well because they're fucking woke. Anyway, and through that scientific achievement, we got a bunch of technology that we take for granted every day, including microwaves and flame retardant gear that firefighters use and shit like that. Okay, a bunch of stuff. But the point is that was only done because, and Velcro, yes. That was only done because we wanted to compete with the USSR, our foreign adversary. Nowadays, I think capitalism has been so erosive in the field of research and development and so hyper-focused on short-term benefits in our global financialized capitalist economy that even if we want to compete against China, who is carrying that torch right now, carrying the torch of the USSR right now in this very day and age, I don't think we are even capable of competing with them, even if we tried. So many of the institutions and so much of our infrastructure has been eroded over time that we don't even have the capacity. We don't even have the state capacity to be able to compete with a country like China at this point. It's crazy.
Everything else happening in this video and everything else we've ever seen this Neo robot do, we can safely assume is remote controlled. So the gap between what this product can actually do today and what it can maybe hopefully do someday in the ideal future it is massive. They're massively far apart. And so that's really my main issue. There seems to be a bit of a lost art in waiting for a tech product to be actually finished.
What's really funny about this also, and this is true, the beta testing. Human beings are the beta testers of all the stuff, including stuff that I cannot even imagine. Like FSD, fully self-driving vehicles. You pay for the privilege to be a beta tester, and you fucking literally put your life on the line. And I know that for artificial intelligence or AGI to ever work, there is so much training that is necessary on real data. But the very fact that people are paying for it and the very fact that it is insanely dangerous for the average person who did not sign up to be a pedestrian, a test dummy, against another person's paid beta test is crazy. That's what we do nowadays. We don't even try to train this stuff in a controlled environment at all. We just straight up are like, nope, this is the easiest solution here. Early access video games, early access FSD.
For announcing and unveiling it. Like, do you remember when tech companies would unveil a brand new tech product that they've been working on and then do a demo? And then the next slide was like, this thing is going on sale tomorrow or next week or something like that. And that hype would carry right into the buying cycle. You remember that? That was sick. But now in this age of all of these AI products, it's like there's this thing where you end up selling the dream before you sell the actual product. And that is dangerous. Like the promise of AI is so huge and so massive and magnificent and awesome, but is also so clearly not done yet that you end up with stuff like the Humane Pin, or even the Rabbit R1, for example, or heck, even Apple Intelligence, where you have these big promises, but the capabilities are still over here, while the promise is all the way over here. And I'm trying to figure out why they do that. And I think really there's two main reasons. And believe it or not, I think Tesla self-driving is a really perfect parallel example for a lot of this stuff. See, basically, in order for this robot to be everything people want it to be, they need to develop a super smart AI system that looks through the robot's sensors and is able to learn its environment and recognize everything it's looking at and teach itself to navigate that environment and perform tasks. It has to learn what a laundry room is and what the laundry looks like and how to fold each type of clothing. And it needs to learn what cups and forks and glasses are and how to pick them up. And it has to be adaptable to all these different sizes and shapes and materials and things of all these household objects. So that when the user asks for it to do something, just like, hey, Neo, vacuum the living room when I'm gone, or something like that, then Neo can go, okay, I know where the living
Hasan, AGI is here. Hasan, please trust me, it's here. Please give me some more money. Hasan, please, it's almost here. Just like a little more money and a little more tax breaks and a little more blood boys. I don't even like sex. I hate gay sex. Hasan, AGI is almost here, Hasan. Almost! In the next year, we're going to beat China by magically fucking developing AGI. I promise, bro. And it's so crazy because, like, it's kind of like people who just say, oh, capitalism will eventually create the perfect circumstances for R&D to develop that we can overcome the inevitable climate change born catastrophe, right? Oh, we'll just figure out a way to deal with all the carbon emissions one day in the future. And it's like, okay, well, that's not going to magically happen. You have to fund the research to do that, okay? And it's all systems go in the opposite direction for the time being. So just simply assuming that we will be able to fix this stuff in the future is crazy, especially when this requires virtually everyone. A problem that impacts virtually everyone, literally everyone, requires a comprehensive solution, and the highest likelihood of ever achieving that solution or ever finding that solution means everyone has to be working towards that goal. Assuming intelligence when everyone is dumb is the fallacy of big number population. Wait, what? Begging you to fix their paw? What do you mean? Chinese open source LLMs are already closing in performance of the top of the line closed source models. They consume vastly less resources to train and run compared to the American ones.
Room is. I know where the vacuum is. I know how to use the vacuum, where the handle's at, like how much battery life I have, how much I need to vacuum the whole living room. I know not to knock over lamps or certain objects in there. And even the laundry folding thing, like just that requires a ton of training data, or at least some way to understand all these different shapes of shirts and jackets and hoods and vests and all sorts of things, and hooks and hangers, and what gets folded, what gets dry cleaned, all these different things. And the list just goes on and on. And like, what if one of the tasks is going and getting the right medication for an elderly person and bringing it to them? That it has to get that right. Like, it needs to identify the correct medication at the right time and the right intervals and bringing it to them. Like that is one of a ton of household objects that it has to specifically get really good at. Now, in the self-driving car world, no matter what you think of them, Tesla's definitely a leader here, and they've had a pretty clever approach to trying to work on this problem. Because their problem is their robots on wheels need to learn all of these possible variations and ways to navigate situations that could happen on the road and how to get around them. Traffic cones, construction zones, weird lane markings, etc., etc. So, with their millions of cars already on the road, they have slowly, very slowly, let people turn on this beta self-driving feature in small stages in their cars, while instructing people to keep their hands on the wheel, of course, so that they can slowly start to gather information from people willing to beta test. And so those cars will encounter and navigate all sorts of situations for the first time, and then the second time, and then the fifth time, and then the 100th time. And all this data can go back into the system to help all these cars learn and get better. And now at this point, this is like their primary advantage, is they have millions and millions of miles of training data from people essentially beta testing for Tesla. It's a robotics challenge. It's an AI challenge. But yeah, they're essentially using early...
Is he speeding in a school zone again? Okay, to be fair, if he was in that situation, that wouldn't be his fault. That would be the failure of the FSD.
Adopters to beta test to make the systems better for the eventual masses. And now this home AI robot challenge is essentially the same thing, but in people's homes, which is potentially way more variables. Like cars have to stick to what's on the road and mostly are operating in a 2D plane. Well, there's obviously different people's houses are crazy different shapes, and there's all sorts of objects in different shapes and types of them, and a million different variables just with household objects. And maybe you could argue that the stakes of self-driving cars are a little higher because of all the safety risks, and if it messes up, someone could die. Maybe that doesn't happen as often with the home AI robot, but then again, if it gets someone's medication wrong, it's still pretty important. So I think the point here is you don't get to make this awesome, perfect home robot without all of this information. And so they need the training data, and so they go right back to early adopters. So people who press that order now button first and who actually, I guess, get one of these when they start to ship them, will get a robot that can probably do a few simple things autonomously, like opening doors, but there will be many things it can't do. And for that, if you scroll down on their website, you can see
this should be even in a universe where this is the training necessary for actual autonomous robots to work. You should be paying these people. Okay, you shouldn't be paying for it. You should be getting paid to allow this to take place in your home. I don't understand this fucking mindset where people are like, nah, it's actually great. I will pay for the privilege of being a beta tester. What the fuck? Video game companies used to pay quality assurance folks. This is more than quality assurance. This is training. You're training the robot. I can't believe it. It's just capitalism all the way down, man. Oh, there's a sucker out there who will pay for the privilege. Anyway, I'm done. I'm done watching this. I can't. It's just so stupid. Ay, ay, ay. The man says, as a gamer, half of which come out in less than a beta state these days. No, I know. Back in my day, that wasn't the case, chatter. That's my point. Back in the day, releasing an alpha test was insane. There was no early access alpha test. There was no early access beta test. What's next? Paying for the privilege of coding the game? Is that what we're going to do next? Fuck it. Let's just unfold. Let's just unleash a bunch of UGC to the masses. Oh, you get to participate. If you give us $5,000, you get to code the game yourself. I guess technically that's what Roblox is, right? Is it more racist to buy it in white or black? Do they? No, they don't have a black one, do they? That's I didn't even think about that. That is crazy. They do? Oh my Lord. Okay, I want to move away from this. I want to move away from this future, and we're there regardless, okay? I think a part of the problem is that I just don't have any confidence whatsoever that we have any semblance of regulatory agencies that will actually do the right thing to protect the fucking masses. That's the other problem. Because you'd be like, Hasan, they do this in China too, and you pog when it's China doing it. And it's I still have some confidence in the competence, the bare minimum competence of the Chinese government. And even then I'm very, very worried. We do the exact opposite. It almost feels like we believe our own lies. Okay? It feels as though we believe the lies we have told ourselves about deregulation and capitalism fostering innovation. I think a lot of people genuinely believe that, where they think, oh no, this will actually unfold a tremendous amount of technological improvements. You don't get it. I used to think that people were saying that because they're cynical and they just want to expand profit margins. Maybe these people do believe their own shit. At least the former industrialists, I think, the titans of industry, were much more aware of what they were doing. They were more evil, I guess, in that regard. Nowadays, we're just stupid. We're evil and stupid.
Ahead of President Trump's arrival here in Asia, you'd be forgiven for thinking that America and China were on a diplomatic collision course. But for all this year's tit-for-tat on tariffs and trade, the truth is that the world's economies are so intertwined that even President Xi of China travels on an American-built jumbo jet. Behind the scenes, diplomats from both sides laid the framework for a deal at the weekend, though the body language between these leaders was largely stiff and formal.
But he's a very tough negotiator. That's not good.
At this, their first face-to-face meeting in 6 years, probably for domestic consumption back home. China's rise to superpower giving it parity, and Mr. Trump no doubt relishing his latest big power powwow on the global stage. But President Xi was never going to agree to stop buying oil from his main diplomatic ally, Russia. Mr. Trump said it wasn't really discussed.
President Xi is a great leader of a great country, and I think we're going to have a fantastic relationship.
Xi with the brutal hairline, Mog? Okay, dude.
For a long period of time, and it's an honor to have you with us.
While China's...
You predicted the outcome of the Trump-China trade deal? Page not available. Do you think China will back down without gaining serious concessions out of this? From America? I don't think they'll get a lot of concessions from America. I think China will actually concede in an effort to maintain global trade stability. That's what my suspicion is. They'll offer something to Donald Trump to make it seem like he's a big boy who actually did this, who dominated little old China. That's my suspicion. And the only reason why they will do that is because they benefit from global trade working so the way... wrong, Well, wait, no, they did. That's exactly what happened. What are you talking about? Wrong. That's exactly what happened. Aesthetically, they literally gave Donald Trump a couple fucking gimmies that they don't give a shit about, whether it be TikTok or repurchasing, like signing back on to purchase soybeans and whatnot. And that's it. Wrong. Going back to 8 months ago isn't conceding. No, that's guys. You're failing to comprehend what I'm saying. It currently does. She won't bend the knee to the paper tiger. No, it's not a real bending of the knee, dummy. I never said that. I'm saying China will make slight concessions, like so that Trump can just, stroke his ego and present a W, like, oh, we dominated China. But before that happens, and it hasn't happened yet, obviously, this period of unprecedented global trade instability and market volatility is happening because China, I think, wants to use the temper tantrum being thrown by the fucking idiot in charge as a way to remind their global trade partners who the adults in the room actually are. If you think China will make slight concessions, doesn't that mean that you think Trump holds more cards over them? No. Donald Trump is saying, I have a nuke. I am going to nuke myself and the entire global marketplace. Of course, China doesn't want the entire global trade design to be nuked overnight. They stand to benefit from the way trade is conducted on the international stage. America basically is looking at the situation in front of them. They've recognized that China is lapping us. They recognize that China is far more developed. They have a lot of power. And if you look at it like a board game, America basically recognizes that China is winning the board game. So they're saying, I'm going to literally flip the fucking table. As a negotiation tactic, they're saying, I'm going to fucking flip the table if you don't meet my insane demands. But there are other players on the board game as well. And they're noticing that America is fucking saying they want to flip the table, which will create unprecedented chaos. Nobody gotta respect chat misunderstanding you the same way now as they did when this was recorded, Lamau. I mean, this is my life, dude. Every damn day, I'm fucking pushing the boulder over the goddamn hill, only for the boulder to fall back to the bottom every day. But he wants that. So now China is looking at the other players on the table and saying, you see, this guy's a fucking asshole. He wants to blow up this goddamn game. I still want to play the game. Maybe I'll win the game in the end, but I still want to play the game. Do you want to continue playing the game, or do you want this person to fucking flip the table and no one wins? You are admitting that Trump holds the cards? If China wanted to flip the table, they could too. If Trump held all the cards as the global hegemon, then China would have conceded overnight. Why has that not happened yet? Like, actually, fully conceded. Nobody wants nukes to be launched, okay? Obviously. So you have to play, you have to play this delicate tightrope when the guy controlling the global reserve currency is trying to fucking nuke it into oblivion for no reason, for no discernible reason. This is why you pay me the big bucks. You were wrong there, Lamau. Wait, what? Everything that I said was correct. I even was careful to say maybe the European trade partners. Oh, you're talking about the nuke, like actual nukes that Trump announced he's testing. Yeah, that's come on. Don't be silly. This was a common Chinese take the moment Trump won the election. This Greek Arab copied it and pretends it came from foresight. It's so funny because TPUSA hates that I am Chinese in my heart and in my soul and can conduct this analysis that many Western analysts are completely incapable of conducting. And he hates it. He hates that just as the fox assumes the tiger's ferocity, so do you assume the words of wise men. I can see through your act. You see that? You see that? TPUSA, back at it again, totally coping with the fact that I am Chinese. I am in my heart and in my soul Chinese. And that is precisely the reason why I can conduct this kind of analysis that turns out to be true. You said China was going to give in. I'm not sure how that's correct in this case. What do you mean? There's still concessions there, 10% tariffs, things of that nature, but they're modest in comparison to what Donald Trump was seemingly demanding. And there have been no decoupling from China. It's exactly as I said it was going to work. I told you China is going to give modest concessions and TikTok and things like that they don't really give a shit about in the grand scheme of things to make Donald Trump feel like he got a major victory here when he actually didn't. And that is precisely what took place. Do you think 423, baby? Perhaps unsurprisingly, I haven't seen many media outlets report accurately on the deal reached between Trump and Xi today, most forgetting to mention crucial aspects of it, and almost all failing to contextualize the 47% tariff figure quoted by Trump. Let me try to detail as accurately as I can, drawing from sources from both sides. On the Chinese side, I mostly use China Ministry of Commerce statement issued today at 3 p.m. Beijing time, so roughly 1 hour and a half after the deal was concluded. And on the U.S. side, I use statements by Trump himself and others present in the meeting. The key terms: the U.S. will remove the so-called 50% rule that it implemented in September for 1 year in exchange for China, in exchange of which China will suspend the rare earths exports controls for 1 year. The removal of the 50% rule is absolutely key, yet almost no media reported on it, only mentioning that China had agreed to suspend its rare earth exports controls for 1 year. Worth mentioning, this is another thing that I said. I don't think that China was actually going to use the nuclear option of refusing to offer America rare earth minerals. If you recall, I told you that they were simply posturing to show the amount of leverage that they do actually have, but they wouldn't actually hit the maximalist position here because that would end up threatening the long-standing trade relations that they have with all of their other partners, as they are currently the monopoly. Okay, they are the monopoly. They have a monopoly on the manufacturing and the refinement and the procurement, pretty much, of these rare earth metals. As a reminder, the 50% rule was the main reason why China retaliated with the rare earths export controls. It was a huge escalation by the U.S. as it effectively increased the number of Chinese companies on the entity list by 14 times, from 1,400 companies to 20,000, meaning 14 times more Chinese companies cut off from the Western financial system, forbidden to use USD, etc. It was also the key trigger for the Nexperia debacle that's currently occurring in Europe. Remember, America's main power is that it's the global reserve currency. China's main power is that it's the global manufacturing hub. Oh my God, chat, why are we acting like Hassan is Doctor Strange? He just gave his opinion. Goddamn, just grow up. Yeah. Your take was China will pretend to be awed by Trump to make him feel good. China instead made the world realize who won. No, I'm saying that for people who are more competent, and I'm sure there's like those who actually dominate American capital as well, who are paying close attention to the back and forth between China and Donald Trump. This doesn't look good for Donald Trump at all, especially because of how long it went, okay? How long it went and the instability that was born out of the lengthy back and forth process that started because Donald Trump wanted to fuck the bag up, okay? Having said that, it was always going to end with China coming back to the table and being like, okay, sure, let's get back to business as fucking usual. It does not matter. MAGA is going to eat it. It doesn't matter. MAGA is stupid as fuck. Who cares? It was also the key trigger for the Nexperia debacle that currently is occurring in Europe. The 50% rule would have put Nexperia on the entity list, and the U.S. told the Dutch that the only way Nexperia could escape U.S. sanctions was to get rid of the Chinese ownership in the company. Hence, the Dutch's move to seize the company away from its Chinese ownership almost simultaneously with the introduction of the 50% rule. Unclear what will happen in this case now that the 50% rule has been dropped, but logic would dictate that the company would be given back to its rightful owners. Although admittedly, expecting European legislators to act based upon logic is a tall order. Number two, the U.S. will drop its overall tariffs on China to 47%, meaning that China now benefits 16% tariffs as a part of the Liberation Day tariff policy. Of course, Trump would mention the overall number to make it sound like he didn't cave on his Liberation Day tariffs, But when one looks into the details, China actually negotiated him down to approximately 16% on his Liberation Day tariffs, down from the initial 34% and way down from the 125% peak. And they got the so-called fentanyl tariff cut by half on top of that. How so? Like, the fentanyl stuff is the stupidest one, right? Like, that was a bullshit reason for why Donald Trump said he was going to do this tariffs regime, so that he could justify it, at least within the existing confines of the American legal limitations, right? He wanted to say there's a war on fentanyl, there's a war on drug trafficking, is a war on drugs, and China is participating in this. All of these other countries are participating in this, and that's the reason why we have to fucking slap them with these tariffs, right? So for China, they just go, okay, yeah, we'll work on it. It's no different than a fucking IOU. An IOU that, like, Korea offers the American government, saying like, oh, yes, Mr. President, we will totally give you $17 quintillion to develop super factories on U.S. soil. Totally. In any case, how so? First of all, before Trump 2.0 even got inaugurated, tariffs on Chinese goods were already standing at a weighted average of 20.7%. Soon after taking office in February and March, so before Liberation Day, Trump added 20% on top of that in the form of his so-called fentanyl tariff. So before Liberation Day, the overall tariffs on China was already at 40.7%. Oh, by the way, this is, yes, I do call stress testing xenophobia, which I think will be a more common thing that people say, because they're trying to see how much the European vassal states, how much the European vassal states will remain committed to America, even if America keeps bullying them and dominating them and ritualistically humiliating them, because they're just terrified of the unknown Chinese form of international dominance. Okay? Eventually, I suspect, and there is some initiatives in this regard, the closer you are in proximity to China, the more interested you are in doing a BRICS-style leveraged relationship. And the further out you are, the more European you are, the closer you are to Europe as a vassal state of empire, as a vassal state of the American empire, the less interested you are in doing a BRICS-style leveraged relationship with China in order to get an upper hand in your negotiations with America. Okay? This doesn't mean you fully find yourself in the throes of Chinese control or become a vassal state to China. I'm just simply saying, you know, behaving in a way that is consistent with, like, India, for example, right? Self-interested, carving out some semblance of sovereignty in your negotiations by saying, okay, well, we have another major partner here that we are actually working with. But yes, so U.S. forced Netherlands to seize Nexperia over Chinese ownership, then immediately suspended the rule in the China deal. Dutch got played. They did the dirty work, and now they hold the bag, while the U.S. normalized relations. How many more times will this happen until European partners go, okay, well, one side presents stability, the other side, and prosperity, the other side presents danger and instability. In any case, let's get back to this. Then on Liberation Day, Trump added a 34% reciprocal tariff on top of that, so 74.7% overall tariffs, which he again escalated to 125% by April 10th after China retaliated. This brought the peak to 145% just from Liberation Day, blah, blah, blah. Overall rate is now going down to 47. Given the fact that the deal includes a 50% reduction on fentanyl tariff from 20% down to 10, means that China has now negotiated the Liberation Day down from 125% to about 16%, since 20.7 plus 10% fentanyl plus 60% Liberation Day is approximately equal to 47% overall. This means that when it comes to Liberation Day tariffs, China will stand roughly on par with the EU, who are at 15%. Or South Korea, who will also likely be around 15%. The U.S. will suspend its hostile actions on China's ships and shipbuilding industry, in exchange of which China will also suspend its retaliatory measures. Other parts of the deal, TikTok, China mentioned they agreed to properly resolve the TikTok issue, which is probably diplomatic speak to say that it is not resolved yet. Soybeans, China mentioned that both sides reached consensus on expanding agricultural product trade, while Trump mentioned that China will buy tremendous amounts of soybeans, which all in all probably means that China agreed to resume buying U.S. soybeans, which they had stopped as a retaliatory measure, as leverage in the trade war. Fentanyl, both sides agree on anti-drug cooperation regarding fentanyl, which is language that is pretty boilerplate in U.S.-China discussions, so probably nothing new here. Handling of individual enterprise cases, which is pretty opaque language that suggests both sides discuss how to handle specific companies' issues. NVIDIA, Huawei, Nexperia, and that they reach consensus on this. Future summitry. Trump commits to visiting China in April 2026 with mutual support pledged for China's 2026 APEC holding and America's G20 summit. This signals both sides expect the relationships to stabilize enough for Xi and Trump to meet several times in person in 2026. U.S. or China in charge will not affect my life. The world financial system runs on IOUs. U.S. or China in charge. I mean, you're not totally wrong. I get what you're saying. All in all, I would say that the key feature of this deal is the reciprocity and almost religious balance in every aspect. Each concession matched by the other, each suspension mirrored. It shows we're not dealing with peer competitors who can effectively keep each other in check. Okay? You can see how immensely things have changed if you contrast this deal with Trump's so-called Phase 1 agreement from his first term, with its unilateral Chinese commitments to buy American products and enact structural reforms to rebalance trade, with the U.S. warning it would vigilantly monitor Chinese compliance. All from an era when the U.S. could still dictate terms. None of that unequal framework survives here. For this thing. None of that unequal framework survives here. Instead of Washington trying to reform China based on its interests, all it can do is learn to coexist with it. If it's still early days, though. For instance, the deal doesn't mention fundamental issues such as Taiwan. This is clearly not a grand strategic reset, but rather both powers trying to figure out the rules of engagement of our new multipolar reality. The funniest part about this was, and I can't stress this enough, none of this needed to happen. Okay? Like, none of this needed that. If Donald Trump was just like, yeah, of course, China's a massive trade partner, we're just going to continue doing business as usual with them. None of this had to have happened at all. No tariffs, no nothing. And I don't think Trump was able to successfully decouple the rest of the world from China, nor did it successfully decouple America from China, because you can't do that if your single responsibility to the public is that they still get a steady flow of treats at a fucking reasonable cost. Because if the treats go away due to the fact that you're no longer utilizing the cheap goods manufacturer of the world, you're fucked. What is there that remains for the average American? What is there that the average American could look forward to? Hello, piece of shit. Hello, chatter. I hope you're having a wonderful day. Crayons? Xi Jinping mentioned in his introductory statement at the meeting that the U.S.-China relationship was a giant ship going through winds, waves, and challenges that needed to be steadily sailed forward by both leaders. That's pretty much what this meeting was. The winds and waves are still there, but at least both sides seem to acknowledge that they're now on the same ship. Man, you got to stop responding back to those trolls. I think it's a fun way to respond to them when they come in with hatred. If I just respond with not that, you know?
Leader sounded much more cautious, talking about what he later called basic consensus.
Given our different national conditions, we do not always see eye to eye with each other, and it is normal for the two leading economies of the world to have frictions now and then.
Donald Trump announced afterwards that he would cut overall tariffs on China to 47%. And that China had agreed to a year's postponement on controlling its rare earth exports. The aggressive rhetoric of the recent past set aside, with the US president now due to visit China next April.
I thought it was an amazing meeting. He's a great leader of a very powerful, very strong country, China. And what can I say? It was an outstanding group of decisions, I think, that was made. A lot of decisions were made, too. There wasn't too much left out there.
Both sides have now backed away from a global trade war, with pragmatism winning the day. Though we still don't know whether Chinese-owned TikTok will be allowed to operate in America, or whether China will...
Yeah, Bros Humbled is right, dude. Very different energy. Is a clear oh shit, China got hands moment.
One day invade.
Actually, I don't even know if that's the case because he's too fucking self-involved and too stupid to recognize it. I'm gonna be honest.
Taiwan, though tensions have certainly been reduced for now. I'm now joined by Han Lin, who is the China director for the Asia Group consultancy, and he's now in Shanghai. Han, thank you for joining us. I wanted to ask you first whether this meeting, this summit, whether it is the breakthrough that President Trump says it is. I mean, he's talking about it in terms of it being a 12 out of 10 success of a meeting.
Please. Well, we love that optimism, and certainly looking at the announcements, Trump has mentioned it's a great meeting. Now, interestingly, on the China side, their response has been more tempered, more general, but they haven't made any major contradictions either. So in many ways, this meeting represents more of a tactical pause than a strategic breakthrough. But given the history and trend of U.S.-China relations, maybe that's the best we can expect.
Do you think this caution from President Xi is for domestic consumption, that he wants to appear tough with the Americans? Or are the Chinese basically unsure of President Trump? They don't really believe that there is peace in our time with such a unpredictable president.
So the way China looks at it is that they're familiar with the Trump playbook, given that their experience during the first Trump administration. So in the second round, during this current time period, they feel like they have a deeper toolkit to respond and retaliate if necessary.
Bro, it's like, dude, how can you trust? Who can trust not just America, but especially Donald Trump? Like, how? Yeah, I mean, if you in this day and age, if you trust Donald Trump, you're a bit of a fool. Ally and enemy alike. It's kind of dumb to do that, no?
And they've learned the lesson, which is if Trump hits, they should hit back easily and with strength, and ideally keep it proportional. But certainly one thing that they have kept in mind is that, at least for this purpose of this meeting, they want to try to maintain some level of de-escalation, because if they can keep U.S.-China relations fairly calm, it allows them to concentrate more on a lot of domestic development and reforms, specifically in their upcoming 15th five-year plan.
And with Mr. Trump due to visit China next April, which has now been announced, that sort of binds him in, doesn't it? I mean, it means that they both have to lower the aggressive rhetoric for that meeting to take place, which suggests you might have a period of stability. But there again, President Trump might change his mind.
Absolutely. We really can't predict any occasional flare-ups that do.
Did you see Trump in Japan saying China's better? Wait, what? No, that's crazy.
Happen. But it is an important point that on the calendar, they're looking to target
dog killer. Dog killer is wild. I thought it was dog abuser. Now it's tuned up. Now it's tuned up to dog killer. Cool.
A Trump-Xi meeting in the early part of next year.
Chatter thinks I'm the Secretary of the Department of Homeland Security, Kirsty Noem.
And also at the latter part of the year when President Xi comes to the U.S. for the G20. So the fact that you've got some timeline and milestones put in place of when other summits should happen, it allows and acts as a disciplining process, ideally to keep some of the more hawkish elements on both sides relatively at bay, because nobody wants to really spoil the summits.
And who has more leverage here? Is it the Chinese side because they control the exports of these crucial rare earths, which are used in so much technology these days? Or is it the American side, which of course takes a lot of Chinese exports?
The U.S. has considerable leverage in their control of foundational technologies, the large consumer market, the control of the U.S. dollar, and so forth. But China has its own sources of resilience, its own large market, its manufacturing control base, and so forth. But at least in the short term, although the U.S. looks like they have a bit of an upper hand and able to dictate the pace and intensity of discussions, China is playing a different game. They're focused on a longer time horizon, and there's a suggestion that, at least within this agreement, they were able to achieve reasonable objectives with very little concessions.
It does make you wonder what all that tension, which has dominated most of this year, what it was all for, really, if we've not gone back to the status quo ante, but, we've returned to a much sort of calmer situation than there was before.
Despite a lot of the tensions, it seems like pragmatism now reigns. And this is important given the calendar of both presidents. So for President Trump, he needs to be focused on next year's midterms. And so it's in his interest that there is a more stable U.S.-China relationship. And for China,
literally the exact same wording you used. Yes, because I am Chinese, brother. I need you to understand. Look, I'm not like a fucking brilliant guy by any metric, okay? I'm just applying fucking common sense. But the only thing that makes my analysis different than many other Western analysts is the fact that I basically look at the Chinese system and then don't immediately assume that it's bad and wrong and nefarious and destined to fucking fail. That's it. I don't have the pro-capitalist horse blinders on. Whereas, unfortunately, for many of our academics that went through college education, got their master's, got their graduate degrees, they can't comprehend this. They literally cannot see the world outside of Western liberal capitalist democracy. They just can't. They can't do it. It's not just xenophobia, chatters. You have to understand. It is the fact that they just genuinely look at what China is doing and they don't think about it as like a government that is trying to achieve the goals that they set out to achieve. And instead, a sequence of failures that somehow, I guess, never get addressed when they actually prove to be fucking real. That is a major issue in the analysis. That is the reason why it takes 10 years for foreign policy magazine writers to finally come to the terms of like, maybe China's not doing a debt trap. And maybe there's lessons to learn here for the IMF and the World Bank, because we are not able to outcompete the Chinese loans that don't have the same rigorous austerity measure conditions that we implement in the in our trade partners in the global South. Like, that's it. That's the reason that and also the fact that no one ever gets fucking punished for getting things wrong in the direction of the American State Department. That's it. It makes your approach and your analysis wrong consistently. Do you understand? If you never actually offer any accountability or any punishments whatsoever to people that are consistently getting shit wrong, then you're just going to have a bunch of article writers who are wrong all the time. But as long as they're wrong in the direction that America wants you to be, and you don't ever have to think about how you deluded people because you yourself were deluded, then it doesn't matter. You can just continue to fail upwards. That's the name of the game. Meanwhile, if you are thinking outside the box, and if you actually contest some of these narratives that are coming out of the State Department, and you get something even, a fraction off base, you will be endlessly smeared. Okay, endlessly. This has happened to Noam Chomsky. This has happened to myself. This has happened to anyone and everyone that is in any way, shape, or form contesting the pro-American narratives, whether it be around global trade or whether it be around American imperialism or whether it be around, our foreign adversaries, like, or whatever the fuck they're engaging in.
Standpoints, President Xi has a lot of unfinished business in looking to strengthen China's economy and to insulate it from more future U.S. pressure and to really strengthen technology self-resiliency. So there's a lot on his plate. So both sides are at the right time with the right incentives to try to keep things fairly controlled.
And to keep things fairly controlled, no real discussion as far as we know about China's intentions towards Taiwan, whether it might.
It is pretty crazy, though, to look at like the Chinese 5-year plans over and over again. Every single half a decade, China sets up 5-year plans and then they accomplish them or accomplish a decent chunk of the 5-year plans. And then you still look at that and you go, nah, this time is different. This time they're going to fail. Like, what makes you think? They just give the game away ahead of time. They're like, this is what we're focused on. This is what we're going to do. This is what we're going to implement. And then they do it. And in the aftermath of the 5 years or, 15 years, 20 years, you just go, oh, they just kind of lucked into it, actually. Like, what do you mean? They said they were going to do it and they did it. At a certain point, if you are consistently wrong, if the guy who's supposed to be educating you is consistently wrong, you have to literally turn around and be like, all right, big dog, why hasn't China collapsed yet? You said that every week for the past 20 fucking years. Why hasn't it collapsed? What the hell's going on? Do they have the heavens mandate? What is happening here? Why are they fucking not collapsing? You said they were going to collapse. At a certain point, you have to literally be like, maybe this guy is wrong. Maybe what he's telling me is untrue. But people would rather be deluded as long as it confirms their pre-existing biases and it doesn't upset or offend their sensibilities. They would much rather be deluded over and over again. There is such an unimaginable market for that kind of fucking slop. Okay? It's crazy. Extraordinary to see The Economist, a magazine that's been predicting China's collapse for 30 years and was calling peak China a few months ago, now says that China is now on top and changing the world. Yes, and they got there precisely because they ignored everything recommended by The Economist. This is another one of my, like, ageless takes, okay? This is another one of this is another moment of pure and utter vindication. Okay, is timeless. This is another one of these pure vindication moments. Every single legacy publisher that is constantly feeding in to the China's going to collapse any day now has to fucking bend the knee and turn around and be like, well, we can't deny it any longer. And it's even worse than you think, by the way. The Chinese development is far beyond what we comprehend here in the United States of America. And the reason why I say that is because we still rely on GDP. But in terms of their GDP, in terms of like their living conditions, or at least for like the average person and how much their average the average worker's material conditions have improved, okay? It's not even a fucking question. It's not even a fucking question. Obviously, GDP is going to be lower in a country where shit's just cheaper, for example. Hello, are you mad? No, I am not. Anyway, the average farmers in China went from farming the land to owning apartments in big cities in 20 years. China does have an issue with birth rate, but that should be an easy fix for them, though, if they start taking measures right now. Yeah, look at this. Unreliable, The Economist. Everything under control. China, the yuan, and the markets. The great fall of China. China's slowdown. The trouble with Xi's new economic model. China's COVID failure. Can pandas fly? The struggle to reform China's economy. Peak China. Winning the trade war. Boom. And it's like, you will see. You will see. You will see eventually people reckon with reality, okay? After years and years of China's going to collapse any day now. China's going to collapse any day now. They're collapsing. They're on the verge of collapsing. They collapsed yesterday. You just don't know it. People are going to start going, okay, they have a bunch of nice shit. We don't. What the fuck's going on? You told me it was collapsing every day. A big push, I think, took place when IShowSpeed went there. I'm not even kidding. For the hopeless Gen Z and Gen Alpha, the masses that don't even dare to dream of a better future at this point, when they saw what was actually going on in China, they were like, what the fuck? Why should I fucking hate these people? Why should I hate this country? It kind of feels like they're doing a pretty good job. I think that was a huge moment. It was a huge moment where there was like unrestricted direct access to what the hell was going on in China. Maybe another moment is the Red Note situation. You know, when they were able to communicate with the Chinese population directly. So is this why this article they published yesterday? Around 2 billion birds were killed within 2 years of China's 4 pests campaign during Mao's Great Leap Forward. One working paper suggests that the policy inadvertently killed millions of people too. Okay, dude, this is like relitigating the oldest of L's. Okay, this is true. This is literally true. This is not wrong, but it's crazy that they are desperate. Okay? This is desperation. This is unimaginable desperation if you're just hitting that line. Yeah, they're digging deep in the catalog to unearth real shit, okay? To real L's. Quick, dust off the tomes. Let's talk about the Cultural Revolution and its impact on education. Real quick. Quick, hit some fucking lines. Oh, man, that's awesome. That's like canceling someone over a 2012 tweet. That's pretty funny. All right. Let's see what Donald Trump was doing. This is probably one of the more consequential things he said in Japan.
And honestly, if you had another, like Kamala, I don't know where the hell she came from, but if you had Kamala.
He's in Tokyo saying this shit, by the way.
Right. Against Biden, I went up by 29 points. All of a sudden, they take him out.
By who the fuck? Bro, Why would the business leaders of Tokyo give a shit about this?
It's like a fighter. He's losing the fight. They replace him in the middle of the fight. They gave me a new one. They gave me Kamala. I went from Joe to Kamala. But if she got in, I don't think there'd be nobody in this room. You wouldn't be doing anything. You'd be elsewhere doing things, and wouldn't be the same. But you have a great partner now in the United States, getting you started, and you will have everything done very, very quickly, record time, as fast as I think much faster than maybe any other country other than China. Because
telling a room full, I mean, I guess the Japanese businessmen know that better than anybody else, but like telling a room full of Japanese nationals that the only country that's hotter and faster than America is China is a crazy. That is like, that's a political gaffe, man.
China, you have a good system also. You have a system where President Xi can approve it immediately. So that's even faster. He doesn't have to wait 2 weeks. I have to wait 2 weeks. But you do.
Oh my God. Oh my God. That is crazy. That's worse than him literally touching the back of the emperor, okay? That's like pissing on the emperor. No, actually, this is worse because, you know, Japanese people, I'm sure, hold respect to varying degrees towards the emperor, but I mean, I feel like he's more of like a sideline figure in this day and age, whereas Japanese hatred towards the Chinese is endless. That's right. You guys, you know, you don't have such a good system like the Chinese do. They are much better. Look at how they have recovered and rebuilt. Since World War II, you guys did a lot of bad stuff. Lots of bad stuff. But it turns out, once I'm done with you, they'll come back and conquer you like you tried with Manchuria. First Taiwan, then Japan. Wait for it.
Go quickly there, but we have a lot of advantages, as you know, since the election. And honestly, if you had another...
That's crazy. Telling the Japanese that the Chinese are better is you just collectively spat on every Japanese person's face. Awesome. I am told that the TikTok and the potential finalization of the ByteDance deal with the U.S. were not discussed during the Trump-Xi meeting. POTUS had initially said he would seek Xi's authorization for a deal negotiated by the Chinese-backed company and the Trump admin to move forward. I'm going to keep it a $150. TikTok algos are already dusted and busted. Whether Xi sells it or not, they have done irreparable damage, I think, to the algo. They're already hitting like the dumbest shit. Ever since that deal was quote unquote not finalized, but at least like implemented, I promise you, my algorithm has been crying, okay? It has been dog shit. Can't wait when he goes to China in April. Maybe he'll get inspired. Let's hope. Oh my God. Yeah, totally. Yeah, definitely. He's going to come back and be like, we need high-speed rail. We need central planning. I'm using the Defense Production Act, and I'm taking over all territories to build the most robust high-speed rail you've ever seen. Can you believe it? Time to nationalize all our industry. Long gone. My TikTok algorithms go off his book. Yeah. You're wrong. I just got this TikTok of someone doing slam poetry at the Zoran Town Hall. Oh, the clips from the Zoran Town Hall are pretty funny. This is the one, right?
Andrew Cuomo's victory in the primary.
Oh, no, not this one. There's one that had all of it. I liked it. Let me see if I can find it. That was a really funny TikTok that I also enjoyed. Let me see if I can find it. Where is it?
In your time as mayor, are you planning on providing bisexual girlfriends to everyone in New York City?
Yeah, affordability is cool and whatever, but I feel like he's ignoring real problems facing New Yorkers.
Well, these city-run grocery stores have the kind of kombucha that I like. I voted for Cuomo in the primary, but then my parents cut me off, so now I think poor people deserve rights sometimes.
I got a poem. Zoran, go on, dream on of a better future. I had a dream like Malcolm. No, Martin.
I'm sure everybody appreciated that. Yeah, I have no idea what that was.
So, you're giving everyone a free bus, right?
I'm making every bus free. So you won't have your own bus. But you can ride any bus.
So I don't really follow politics, but I've seen the thirst comments for this guy on Instagram, and we kind of look alike. So when life gives you cardamom, make chai.
Grand Rising Brother King Kwame. Will you pass legislation where we can call all our elders aunties and uncles?
We don't actually have to pass legislation because that's the world we already live in.
The revolution must be fed.
Hey guys, when I get in there, I think I'm gonna ask a serious question.
Oh, they're not about to mess up my bag. 2 more of these press conferences and I'll be the political guy on Call Her Daddy.
With 1 week left to the election, how do we use our power?
So what I would ask everyone to do is to go to ZahranForNYC.com/GOTV.
Zoran, young man, dream on.
In your time.
It's pretty good. Yeah, Christian to be the only one who actually did ask a real question. Is this chat? Did you see this one? What is this?
What's up? How's it going?
Peter Rosenberg, proud Jewish New Yorker here supporting this man's arm. I'm Donnie for mayor. If you don't like the man's policy, no problem. But I pray everyone can listen to this man and understand that not even a part of him is anti-Semitic and that the days of being anti-Israel government equals anti-Semitism are over. That is a lie being used to strategically divide. Do not fall for it. This is a good man.
Hello again. What's up?
How's it going, man?
I wanted to ask because I remember seeing you in an interview talking about going to bar mitzvahs growing up. I want to ask, what is the influence that Jewish life has had on you?
You know, growing up in this city, I moved here when I was 7 years old, and one of the joys was learning about Jewish identity, Jewish culture, religion, and through so many of my friends and through their families. And I remember being invited over for Hanukkah. I remember watching Crazy Nights. I remember going to bar and bat mitzvahs and coming home and asking my dad why we didn't do any of that in Islam. I still haven't gotten a good answer. And I think what was so beautiful about it was that I understood all of these examples as a part of what it meant to be a New Yorker, as a part of what it meant to love the city. Growing up on 118th and Riverside, you know.
Have you ever been to a mitzvah? Yeah, I've been to a bat mitzvah back in the day. Yeah, I've been to a mitzvah.
There were just so many times where I would be interacting with Jewish culture and not even know that I was. I just thought it was the city around me, and that's what it is. And that's so much of also what animates my desire to serve this city, is having loved and lived in this city since I was 7.
And do you enjoy Michael Rappaport's influence on you?
Next question.
Yeah.
Stupid question, but are there Jewish people in Turkey? Yes. Not like a super significant amount, but yes, there are Turkish Jews, because the Ottoman Empire was a safe haven for Jews. A lot of the Turkish Jews, though, voluntarily migrated when Israel was being invented. But yeah, are they called jerkies? No. He's lying? Wait, what? He lying about what? This fucking guy never misses a chance to glaze the Ottomans? Okay, here we go. More Ottoman. Here we go. Ottoman Empire again. Here we go. More with Ottoman propaganda. Yo, an accurate reflection of historical events that took place is not Ottoman propaganda. You're the one who thinks it's Ottoman propaganda because all of the fucking Euroids were too busy literally trying to kill every single Jewish person they possibly can fucking find anytime the goddamn Black Plague was happening, where they would be like, oh, it must be the Jews again. Okay? I'm sorry. It's not Ottoman propaganda. It's just the truth. Anytime shit went south, they were like, oh, it must be the Jews. We got to kill them all. And then guess what? You know what they did? They came to fucking the Ottoman Empire. Europe was doing Hearts of Iron 4 IRL. Chatters, use your fucking brain. It's like collective amnesia. No, it's the fucking smartest way to offload the collective guilt of centuries of pogroms and the fucking Holocaust directly back to Muslims somehow, who is the new op. And it works in Israel's favor, so everybody acts like that's the case. Oh, this is a 3,000-year conflict. It's like, bitch, the fuck do you mean? Jews and Muslims coexisted under the banner of the Ottoman Empire and in numerous places in the MENA region far better than Christians and everybody else, okay? There has always been one fucking spoiler in the party out of the Abrahamic religions. They were just like, oh yeah, the Holocaust was really bad. Okay, time to blame the Muslims. Anyway.
Invade. President Trump even saying that China buying Russian oil, in spite of its invasion of Ukraine, not even discussed.
So it was clear that the ambitions of the discussion were actually much more modest, and they tended to focus on just trade while avoiding topics such as technology supply chains, such as security tensions, Taiwan, Russia oil embargo, and so forth. And I think that was purposely done so that these sensitive topics don't derail the discussion at hand.
And TikTok.
Did they genocide the Armenians, though? Yes. Yes, they did.
Operating in America. The Americans have said they don't want it to remain Chinese-owned if it's going to operate in America. We don't know whether that's been resolved either, do we?
We don't know if it's been resolved, but we do get a sense that the momentum is to try to resolve this deal.
And for President Xi, I suppose, just appearing alongside President Trump in the way that he did, you know, there is now a kind of parity between these men. You know, this is the top table these days, and they hadn't met for 6 years. So, you know, it's a big deal.
The fact that President Xi and President Trump are on screen looking as equal, that in itself for President Xi is very strong for him politically in China right now. Because one of the key pressures that even he has had is that there has been a lot of direction for him to act strong, to not show that China can be bullied by the US. And so China's policy to really push back, in fact, to even hit back hard, quick, and with strength, really justifies where President Xi is today to be able to show, in fact, he's been a very strong leader.
They undermine democracies in our hemisphere.
I'm very sorry to interrupt, but there's a point of order from Cuba.
Sure. Madam President, yes.
Yes, we have to give the floor to the point of order and the representative of Cuba.
Artículo 71 y 60.
In 61 and 68 of the rules, the permanent representative of the United States is not only lying, substantively deviating from the subject, but is also grossly and expressing against his president, against the dignity of the Assembly and the member states. He is doing so in an uncivilized, crude, and gross way that is not acceptable in this democratic forum. Mr. Waltz, this is the United Nations General Assembly. It is not a signal chat, nor is it the House of Representatives.
Oh! He says, smoke him. God damn. God damn. Was it Waltz removed? Yeah, that's why he's doing this shit at the UN now. Yeah, getting fucked on. Oh, Jesus.
Well, we are in the final.
All right, New York mayor's race latest. Mamdani Cuomo pick up endorsements as new polls released.
Stretch of the heated New York City mayoral race, and the latest poll shows it might not be much of a contest.
Well, could it be?
Yep, new polls came out today, ladies and gentlemen. All of the freakouts were maybe short-lived. Latest poll from Pix 11 News, Emerson Poll to Hill shows Zohran Mamdani with a 25-point lead over Andrew Cuomo in the race for New York mayor. Zohran Mamdani at 50%, Andrew Cuomo at 25%, Curtis Levi at 21%. The polls also show that over the age of 50 are breaking. Voters over the age of 50 are breaking for Zohran Mamdani over Andrew Cuomo. This is a key demographic that Cuomo has zeroed in on. A lot of you successfully were able to get your parents and your grandparents, maybe, to vote for Zohran Mamdani. And that makes me very happy. It seems. But once again, this is not time. This is not time to feel comfortable. You have to act as though he is 5 points behind, not 25 points ahead or 20 points ahead. Okay? Remember that. Game's not over yet. The poll had Cuomo ahead, had me in a mood, and I live in CA. No, Cuomo wasn't ahead at any poll, but Cuomo had seemingly cut the lead from 20 to 10. Chris Paul style. Chris Paul makes key three to cut the lead down to 42. You know, that was what was going on. And the betting markets were going crazy over it. Okay. Huge three by Chris Paul. They're eliminating the secular Jews and Christians from the data. This is how they got Mamdani's numbers down with the Jewish voters. You ask their religious faith, not how they identify culturally. If it's with the latter, he wins. If it's the former, he loses badly because they're all more right wing. Wait, what? Christians and Jews make up 67% of New York's population. Muslims make up 4%. Total other is 32. We're supposed to believe a poll saying Mamdani's losing with that 67% and still has a strong lead over Cuomo. Yeah, the Quinnipiac poll was so fried. This Quinnipiac poll was like the inverse of what we've seen from past campaign performance in the primary. It made no damn sense. It made no damn sense. And I told you this when we saw this. I was like, this doesn't make any sense at all. This is quite literally the opposite of what the primary voter patterns look like. And not only did the primary voter patterns look bad or look exactly the inverse of this, that it just doesn't make sense when looking at direct polls, like affinity polls that pertain to what New York voters of different faiths care about. Okay? It was bullshit. And I guess they tried to massage the numbers here. They're eliminating secular Jews and Christians in the data. This is how they got Mamdani's numbers down with Jewish voters. Yeah, I forget it was something like that. I wanted to point out how absurd the poll was. They're using the polls that eliminate liberals and seculars, basically, most likely because the two polls showing Mamdani leading with Jewish voters were embarrassing, so it became exclusively religious, not cultural. Anyway, let's get back to this.
Robert Moses, what's going on?
Yeah, Kurt and Rosanna, very encouraging news for Zohran Mamdani this morning. There are two new polls just out this morning that show he may be running away with this race. Let's start with an Emerson College Picks 11 The Hill poll of likely voters. It shows Mamdani up 50% to 25% over former Governor Andrew Cuomo, a 25 percentage point spread. Republican Curtis Sliwa gets 21%, 4% remain undecided. A second poll also out today, a Marist poll, shows Mamdani getting 48%, Cuomo 32%, Sliwa 16%, just 3% remain undecided. These polls today follow a Quinnipiac survey yesterday that shows Mamdani up by 10 percentage points. So we have between a 10 and 25 percentage point spread here between these three polls. The United Bodegas of America yesterday endorsed Mamdani despite expressing concerns over the summer that his plan to open city-run grocery stores could put bodegas out of business. Mamdani says not to worry, there is room for both sorts of establishments in the city.
Some of the highest points of revenue in a bodega have to do with cigarette sales, lottery sales. These are not the things that a city is interested in making it easier for New Yorkers to purchase. What we are speaking about are groceries at a very small scale that will be done alongside supporting these bodegas.
And because of the United Bodegas of America's endorsement, the co-founder, Fernando Mateo, announced his resignation from the organization. Mateo, a Republican, said the president of the association violated the group's nonprofit status by endorsing a political candidate. Meantime, Cuomo was on Staten Island, a Republican stronghold, to criticize Mamdani for posting this picture of him making an obscene gesture.
Bro, this guy! Yo! This fucking guy! He loves his fucking cutouts, dude. Damn, banger after banger. Oh my lord. Banger after banger from the Cuomo team. What will they do next? Oh! We know the last time he busted out the IRL printouts, it was your boy. It feels like he just gave up on that. Dude, go back to it. You were killing it, Cuomo. Talk about how Zohran Mamdani hung out one time with HasanAbi, who also is known as HasanAbi. What happened? What happened, bro? Zorro Babdabi. We need to stop Zorro Babdabo. We must stop him. God damn. What are we looking at? This is a old tweet of Zohran Kwame Mamdani flipping the bird during COVID at the I was gonna say Christopher Columbus statue, Columbo. And he's saying like, this is Italiaphobia. This is Italiaphobia. Zorad Babadoobie. Why don't you go back to your TikTok musics instead of doing politics? You're done. You're done with your Fredophobia. Yeah, Italiaphobia is no laughing matter.
In front of a statue of Christopher Columbus back in 2020. Cuomo says it's offensive to Italian Americans. The former governor.
How is this real? How is this real? I can't believe that this is the fucking campaign's last ditch effort, bro. That is crazy. Oh my God. Oh my God. It's so fucking stupid. In this house, Christopher Columbus is a hero. That's what he said. That's what he said. That's what he said. Oh my Lord, bro. What the fuck?
Picked up some endorsements of his own, namely, former Mayor Mike Bloomberg is backing Cuomo, just as he did in the primary. Democratic Congressman Tom Suozzi of Long Island also endorsed the former governor. So, too, did Hudson Valley Congressman Mike Lawler, who's a Republican, who called Cuomo, quote, the lesser of two evils. And speaking of Republicans...
Can you think of, like, and I mean this sincerely, can you think of a single New Yorker that would be like even in fucking Staten Island, where they'd be like, which one is a better campaign message? Fast and free buses, universal child care, rent freeze for rent control departments, or like, the versus we must protect Christopher Columbus and his integrity. Like, this is so unimaginably stupid. Who the fuck would vote for that?
Cuomo again called on the Republican nominee, Sliwa, to drop out.
I don't believe he's a viable candidate, but I believe he serves as a spoiler and can make a difference that way. I think a vote for Curtis Sliwa is a vote for Zoran Mamdani.
First, I'm not dropping out. Number two, if a Mack truck hit me and I was turned into a speed bump out here, I'm still on the ballot.
Voting, more than 372,000 New Yorkers have cast their ballots. At this time 4 years ago, by comparison, more than 72,000 had. So turnout is still running at more than 5 times the rate we saw back in 2021. I guess the question, though, is the influx product of Mamdani enthusiasm, or are these Mamdani protest votes? We'll find out next week. Kurt, back to you.
In just 5 days,
We are at a New York institution with a New York institution. Let's go. You know what I mean? My guy. Thank you. So listen.
The mayor robbed Zoran in high school.
Let's get into it right off rip, man, because we both, you know what I'm saying, New York City kids.
Wait, is this where we went? Is this the same restaurant that we went to with Mero? No, right? Is it?
Grew up on Upper West Side.
Yes, sir. Morningside Heights.
Yes, sir.
Oh, no, it's not. It's not.
Yeah. When I was doing my research, I was like, oh, snap. I was like, yo, my man Zoran went to Bronx Science.
Yes.
I went to DeWitt Clan. I was like, you already know where I'm going with this. I was like, listen, for y'all that don't know New York City history.
When your ex takes his new squeeze to the same place, listen, we're in a throuple, okay? Let's be real. We're all locked in. We're all locked in together. This dude is so cool. Greatest stream you had in a while. Yeah, I love, dude, he's the man. He is the fucking man.
Bronx Science is on this side.
Yep.
DeWitt Clinton is on this side.
Yep.
DeWitt Clinton is the magnet school for robbing Bronx Science kids. You know what I'm saying? At finger point.
Yo,
give me that Steve
Basketball JV team definitely got mugged. Definitely got mugged. I wasn't on it.
Yo, listen, but as a mayor, you know what I mean? Like, you have input into that type of stuff. Because I used to, even as a kid, I was like, why did they put Gen Pop next to the school that you got to test into? And then put Tracy Towers right across the street from that. So, talk about a little bit about that Bronx Science experience, man. Talk to these kids about Bronx high schools, man.
Yeah, I mean, look, it was an experience, like you said. Look, like many Bronx Science kid, I tried for Stuyvesant, didn't get in. Shout out.
I was about to say, I was like, yo, you know, Upper West Side.
But we say at Bronx Science, at least we get personalities, so we ended up there. It was good, man. I mean, I used to take the 1 train to the BX10, 231st.
Hasan, New York ass Mero, whatever the fuck is going on with Bracelet of Fire Stream, it was amazing. Yeah, it was. Mero's the best was fun before I found you in 2019.
I'd take the 10, I'd be shouting back door to open it up.
Man, back door, man.
And then, but it opened my eyes.
Please do a threesome stream with Mero Mamdani when he wins. Yeah, I mean, after the election is a very different media environment than leading up to the election, let's just say, especially since your boy's been in the fucking crosshairs pretty heavily. Okay, but we'll see. He'll probably be busy being the mayor, but we'll see.
To New York City. Like I lived in
Let's
Morningside
just get
Heights.
over the
My
fucking
world
finish
at that
line
time
first, though.
was not too far from where I was.
Right.
But then when I went to Bronx Science, most of my close friends by the time I graduated were living in Queens and in Brooklyn. Like the outer parts, right? We're talking about like if you're in Glen Oaks or if you're in Bath Beach.
You're
like,
in Middle Village.
You know? It's not simple.
I'm taking a train to a bus
Exactly.
to a shuttle.
Exactly. But I think this is what it has been for so many kids growing up in this city, is you get a glimpse of the world that you love and a sense that life could be so much better than this.
100%.
You know?
It's funny because, talking about that, that growing up, that upbringing, people would look at me and look at you and be like, yeah, these guys might have not got along back in the days. You know what I'm saying? But I am here to tell you that is an egregious mischaracterization of your boy. And it was all right. You know what I'm saying? We probably would have been chilling.
100%.
Having, you know what I'm saying, cheeseburger combos.
You know what it
You know
is?
what I mean? From Kennedy Fried Chicken, which is halal.
Shout out KFC.
Shout out to KFC, the real KFC. You know what I'm saying? But again, upbringing, a very important part of that is parents. We both are children of immigrants.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying? Which probably explains my next question.
Hit it.
Before you ran for state assemblyman in Queens,
yes,
you managed Ross Barker's state senate campaign in 2018.
Look at you, man.
You know what I'm saying? I got my...
You know what I mean? I got the footnotes.
Yeah, baby. You know what I'm saying? This is journalism. With a capital J. Okay? So you were doing that. That takes a lot of, energy, bro.
Yeah.
Was that your parents being like, yo, listen, we ain't come here for nothing, bro. Like, you better get your ass down there, get to work.
Did you think Zoran would be where he is when you interviewed him? I think he's on the record saying, not really. No, I did not. I didn't think he'd have, I wanted him to be in this moment, obviously, but I did not think that he'd be able to cut away so aggressively from the rest of the crowded field in the primaries in the way that he did. I was very, very worried that there was still going to be a massive race for the general. And I don't think with this level of animosity directed at him, if he wasn't the Democrat that overcame the primary competition, I don't know if he would have been able to win.
You know what I mean? Was that entree into politics?
I'm telling him you doubted. Brother, I don't think he and his team thought that they'd be here either. What are you talking about? Anyone that tells you that they were 100% confident is probably lying. People knew what he represented. People knew that he would be fantastic. But, I mean, it seems impossible until it's done. It still feels crazy. It feels fucking insane. Look at the chemistry bros. He already forgot about you. Yeah, bro. Well, so delusional people don't exist to you? I mean, they do. I hate saying this, but he's an Obama-level communicator. He's destined for greatness. I hope he stands on business. I agree. He said he told his wife he had a 3% chance of winning. Yeah, I don't think he believed it either. If Zoran wins, Flagrant Boys will flex their clout again. Yeah, I don't think anyone is going to fucking buy that. Let's be real. I think the real ones know who was there, okay? And that is Stalwart. Or what was it? Is it Stalwart? The Odd Lots. That's the OG. Okay? The OG was actually Odd Lots, like straight up. It was Majority Report, Odd Lots. It was my broadcast as well, obviously, and Chapo. Yeah. And Kareem too, for sure.
On purpose? Were you just trying to beef up your college resume?
It actually all began a few years earlier. So, Das Racist, he's...
yeah.
Right?
So speaking of Bronx Science, I thought my Bronx Science graduates.
So, I used to be a big Das Racist fan. And I remember opening up the Village Voice in 2015. There was an article about Heems endorsing his childhood friend, Ali.
Stabby Baby was the most OG. He was talking about voting for Zoran on Cumtown. Wait, what?
Wait. You have Greek people running in Astoria?
Well, I voted against the Greek lady. I voted against...
Wow.
There's a lady
Benedict
named
Arnold.
Aravella Simotas.
Yeah.
And I was like, hit the fucking bricks, bitch. I got my boy Zohan or whatever the fuck his name is.
You got that
Zoran,
guy?
yeah.
Is he chill?
Yeah, he's good.
Yo! Stabby Baby back in fucking 2020, goddamn. And even back then, vote for Zoran if you're in Astoria. No politician seeking the coveted podcaster endorsements offer me a bribe. So I've had to rely solely on the issues in his platform rocks. He's for housing for all, healthcare for all, defunding the NYPD. So much more good shit. Go vote. Yeah, no, I got to sit down to the real kingmaker, baby. That doesn't count. It's a different race. It's an assemblyman. Okay? That's different. That's different. That's different. We're talking to the mayoral run. Okay? We're talking to the mayoral run. But you know what? Fucking I'll take it. I'll take it. The Greek once again proves he is wiser than the nasty Turk. Okay?
He nudged me, who was running for city council.
The Greek
so
has the foresight. The Greek has the foresight over the Turk. We'll give this one to the Greeks. Fuck it, whatever.
I gotta help out. So I took the F train to 169th Street, and I would get out and knock on doors for Ali. And he ran, and shout out to my man, he did lose, but that was my entry into local politics.
It's pretty funny though, because like that's how you know this dude has motion. That motherfuckers have been like, oh, dude, I watched him in the Gravel days. It's like, bitch, you didn't know who the fuck he was. I watched his Gravel Institute video in 2020 as well. I didn't know who the fuck he was. I wasn't as like invested in the New York Assembly member races in general. A lot of you are trying to fucking be like, oh, I was there. It's like, come on, dude, calm down. It makes sense for Stavros because he's like tapped in, but you know his mayoral run is an entirely different thing.
And so from there, I got more involved with a club called the Muslim Democratic Club of New York, and I ended up working on a city council race in Bay Ridge for a Palestinian Lutheran minister. It makes like a Republican's head explode.
Right.
What do you mean he's a Palestinian Lutheran minister? I was like,
in Bay Ridge?
Here we are.
What are you talking?
Come on.
It's all right. Nah,
Come
bro.
on.
Listen, bro. What are we talking about
Catch
here?
up to the present, baby.
Come
This is
on,
where
what
we
are
are.
we doing?
So I worked on that campaign. It changed my life. That was a campaign I used to do like an hour and a half round trip on the train to get down from Morningside Heights to Bay Ridge. I would sleep. Yeah, I mean, that's how much I believed in it. Because here was a guy who understood that dignity was something that was non-negotiable. Everybody deserves it. We can't keep letting New Yorkers get priced out. And that it's consistent to believe that and want the same things for everybody everywhere.
Yeah.
And after I worked on that, then I became Ross Barkan's campaign manager. And actually, my parents, I would say, they've just been supportive throughout my life. Whenever I wanted to take a big...
Your New Yorker mini interview dropped? Oh, God, it was kind of cringe. I'm not going to lie.
This is Labubu sized. Perfect for the performative male.
I got to
swing that I can take it with confidence.
Right.
And the one thing, though, when I ran for state assembly, my mom was like, you don't have to have a master's to do that? I was like, no. A bachelor's is sufficient.
Listen.
Actually, there's no requirement.
Why do y'all do that? Why do y'all do that? My mom was like, yo, listen, I got a big TV deal, you know what I'm saying? I got a little bit of a bag, it's all right. And then my mom immediately called me and was just like, look, she didn't call me. Let's be real. She did what immigrant mothers do. She left me a 5-minute WhatsApp voice note.
Hit it.
You know what I'm saying? I had to put it on 2x speed, and she was like, why did you get a degree? Wouldn't you get a pay bump if you got a degree? I was like, Mom, that is not how show business works. It is not a meritocracy. You know what I'm saying? The studio system is cooked. So was that what made you like, you know, rub the political coke in your gums? Like and be like, yo, we going,
It's
we
exactly
doing this.
how I describe it, actually. It's so funny that you would say that. Whenever I'm at a forum, I'm like, so this is what it happens.
I got the itch, man.
Anybody got any here? No. That's not what I say. That's not how we describe this.
That's just a Mero thing. You know what I'm saying?
It's a you thing. This is water.
There's nothing there.
Please.
This is a completely halal set.
This has been sponsored by Andrew Cuomo. He's like hanging out here. Ask him the cocaine question.
Yeah. He'll be like, well, listen, a little toot here and there. All right? Doesn't matter. It makes my nipples relax. Okay?
I'm just here. I'm not engaging.
I'll do all the engagement on that part.
I'm just kidding.
For low-qual mozzarella.
Media engagement.
A victory light.
But let me just ask you, if I can, about something else which is coming into us in the last few minutes. This is about immigration to the United States, one of Donald Trump's favorite campaign themes, of course, in the election. He has set the refugee admission ceiling at 7,500 for next year, for the fiscal year 2026. That is the lowest cap on record. That's according to a White House document that's been published. No doubt the administration will be trumpeting that.
They certainly will, but it is a very, very controversial move. In the document which was published on the website of the Federal Register, they said explicitly that of those 7,500 refugees, the vast majority would be white South Africans. Over the last few months, we've seen repeatedly, including in an Oval Office kind of encounter.
Oh, hell yeah, dude. Straight up fucking this country over, dude. It's awesome. American century of humiliation, baby. American century of humiliation. We brought it on ourselves. What can you fucking do? Incredible. Incredible.
Counter with South African President Cyril Ramaphosa. The Trump administration repeat claims, which they provided no evidence that white South Africans are facing genocide in their country. Already, refugee advocates who have seen this move coming for quite some time have said that this is very unfair to other persecuted minorities around the world. Even former U.S. allies in Afghanistan and in the Middle East, they're essentially not allowed to come as refugees, and the Trump administration has opened the door very specifically to this one group of refugees from South Africa.
Okay, Bernd Boosman, our senior reporter in Washington. Thank you very much indeed.
Hello. All right. JD Vance got fucking cooked. JD Vance got absolutely cooked at the Turning Point USA conference thing that he did last night by a bunch of right-wingers too, nonetheless. Very cool stuff. Why is the president taking on the role of a podcaster? I do not know. It's just podcaster world. I was talking to someone else about this, but I can't help but notice that like sometimes I think like I forget who I was talking to, but I was talking to someone about this where we were conversing about how stupid it is that JD Vance knows who I am or like knows the intricacies of drama that I get involved in. And this person brought up the fact that, yeah, well, for these guys, being a podcaster is the best possible job you can have. And it's kind of true. All the podcasters that work in the admin hate their lives now. Dan Bongino is on the fucking verge of suicide because he dropped his cushy job hawking dick pills and cryptocurrency to go actually do an honest day of work as a deputy director of the FBI. Podcasting is seemingly the ultimate job for these guys.
Mr. Vice President, thank you so much for giving this opportunity to talk here today. I did not agree with many of the things that you said right ahead of this, but I don't think that's my point to discuss here. What I want to ask is, you are married to a woman who is not Christian. In her Wikipedia, I mean, I just looked that up. I wanted to know what her faith was. I didn't know this before. But she still calls herself Hindu. You are raising three kids in cultural, racial, religious household. How are you maintaining or how are you teaching your kids not to keep your religion ahead of their mother's religion? Or how are you teaching them that your kind, they're that kind who got here just few years or few decades ago is different or is better than your mom's kind who got here just a generation before? How are you balancing that? And when you talk about too many immigrants here, when did you guys decide that number? Why did you sell us a dream? You made us spend our youth.
What do you mean? What the fuck is this question? She's popping off, dude. My queen. Chatters give no grace to someone whose second language is English. Calm down and listen to her words. She's saying you got an Indian wife who's not Christian, and you're out here kicking big game about Christian nationalism and how immigrants are bad. Like, how do you educate your children on that? It doesn't make any sense.
Our wealth in this country and gave us a dream. You don't owe us anything. We have worked hard for it. Then how can you as a vice president stand there and say that we have too many of them now and we are going to take them out to people who are here rightfully so by paying the money that you guys asked us? You gave us the path and now how can you stop it and tell us we don't belong here anymore? And one more thing, I'm sorry, one more thing. Sure. Do you have to
There's
be...
a lot there. I don't know if I'm going to remember all this, but I will try.
I'm sorry. I had to say all of this, and please take it with due... I mean, I'm saying all of this with due respect.
Go ahead, please.
I have no intention of causing a scene here or anything, but...
We're not close to causing a scene, don't worry.
We talked about Christianity, all of this. I'm not even Christian, and I'm here standing to show support. Why are we making Christianity one of the major things that you have to have in common to be one of you guys, to show that I love America just as much as you do? Why is that still a question? Why do I have to be a Christian?
Okay, so there was a lot there, and I'm going to try to respond to as much of it as I can. So on the question of immigration, so first of all, I can believe that we should have lower immigration levels, but if the United States passed a law and made a promise to somebody, the United States, of course, has to honor that promise. Nobody's talking about that. I'm talking about people who came in violation of the laws of the United States of America, and I'm talking about in the future reducing the number of people. Sorry, what?
Can I continue on that? Because when you just said you are not stopping with the people who came here legally, right? But you are pushing out policies that hurt us. And these policies are not even solving the problems. These policies are just creating chaos.
No, ma'am. Okay, so again, I'm gonna finish answering the question, and then if I've answered all 9 of your questions in less than 15 minutes, then we can keep on going. We got to have a little fun, right? So here's the thing. I can believe that the United States should lower its levels of immigration in the future, while also respecting that there are people who have come here through lawful immigration pathways that have contributed to the country. But just because one person or 10 people or 100 people came in legally and contributed to the United States of America, does that mean that we're thereby committed to let in 1 million or 10 million or 100 million people a year in the future? No, that's not right. We cannot have, I'll go and finish, we cannot have an immigration policy where what was good for the country 50 or 60 years ago binds the country inevitably for the future. There's too many people who want to come to the United States of America, and my job as vice president is not to look out for the interests of the whole world. It's to look out for the people of the United States.
Dog, your wife is Indian, owned. That's it. Do you feel like your wife is here taking advantage of American prosperity, or do you feel like your wife has contributed to American prosperity? That's the question. For white people who are coping about their position in society, that's the problem. Racist people think Indians, Muslims, whatever, brown people, black people, they come into this country and they take advantage of it. That's not the case. That's not the case at all. And it's so, I would say it's a deep shame that he won't even factor that into his conversation here and use his own personal experience with a loved one to say, like, immigrants make this country great, because he can't say it, right? But that is the reality. He's so shameless.
Now, you asked a personal question about our interfaith household, and yes, my wife did not grow up Christian. I think it's fair to say that she grew up in a Hindu family, but not in a particularly religious family in either direction. In fact, when I met my wife, we were both, I would consider myself an agnostic or an atheist, and that's what I think she would have considered herself as well. You know, everybody has to come to their own arrangement here. The way that we've come to our arrangement is she's my best friend. We talk to each other about this stuff. So we decided to raise our kids Christian. Our 2 oldest kids who go to school, they go to a Christian school. Our 8-year-old did his first communion about a year ago. That's the way that we have come to our arrangement. But thank you. My 8-year-old was also very proud of his first communion. Thank you, guys. I'll tell him that Old Miss wishes him the best. But I think everybody has to have...
It's so fake. When Hundo P, his kids are going to be fucking atheists, dude. What a silly, stupid fucking game we play. Still in this day and age. Everything that this man does is calculated. He is the biggest brown noser of all time. He will literally farm out his children to advance a talking point. A cynical little weasel. If JDVANCE was my dad, I too would renounce God. Well, it seems like if JDVANCE was your son, you too also would renounce God and trade him for some perk 30s. Classic.
This own conversation when you're in a marriage. I mean, it's true for friends of mine who are in Protestant and Catholic marriages, friends of mine who are in, atheist and Christian marriages. You just got to talk to the only advice I can give is you just got to talk to the person that God has put you with, and you've got to make those decisions as a family unit. For us, it works out. Now, most Sundays, Usha will come with me to church. As I've told her, and I've said publicly, and I'll say now in front of 10,000 of my closest friends, do I hope eventually that she is somehow moved by the same thing that I was moved in by church? Yeah, I honestly do wish that, because I believe in the Christian gospel, and I hope eventually my wife comes to see it the same way. But if she doesn't, then God says everybody has free will, and so that doesn't cause a problem for me. That's something you work out with your friends, with your family, with the person that you love. Again, one of the most important Christian principles is that you respect free will. Usha's closer to the priests who baptized me than maybe I am. They talk about this stuff. My attitude is you figure this stuff out as a family and you trust in God to have a plan and you try to follow it as best as you can. And that's what I try to do. I want to make a...
It's so fake. Remember, he's a fucking Yale graduate, pussy-ass libtard. I guess there is some kind of divine punishment at play here because, like, you're trying to farm respect from an audience that literally thinks you married someone less than human. So good luck on that front. Who think your children are lesser than they are because they're half Indian. You have to really eat a lot of self-respect in that regard. It's probably even harder than doing this whole routine about Christianity and how you found God. You know what I mean?
Final point. So I don't want to cut you off. I want to be respectful to all the people behind you in line, but I want to make this point about immigration, okay? If you ask the question, what is the exact right number of immigrants for the United States to let in, it is just very specific on the context. If you go back to the 1920s, the United States passed an Immigration Reform Act that effectively cut down immigration to close to zero for 40 years in this country. And what happened over those 40 years? The many, many people who had come from many different foreign countries and different foreign cultures, they assimilated into American culture. And there was an expectation that they would assimilate into American culture. I think we have two problems in our immigration system today. And my guess is you're probably a slightly more leftist political persuasion, liberal political persuasion, maybe not. But here's the thing. I remember back in my establishment GOP days when I was still very early getting involved in Republican politics,
That's literally like, what, 2 years ago? You mean 2 years ago? When Peter Thiel paid for you to run for Ohio Senate? He makes it seem like he'd been doing this for like 20 years. I think a lot of people forget that this man was a woke libtard on MSNBC in like 2018. I believe it was 2020, right? Was it the 2020 race where he won his seat? The only Peter Thiel candidate that actually won. Oh, no, it's not even 2022. Not even 2020. Oh, my God. 2022, baby. So, yeah, it is literally 3 years ago. I was right. How incredible. Like, his wife married Usha, my queen, married a guy who wrote a famous book that liberals love to consume about how the white working class are fucking stupid hicks with so much hatred in their hearts that they voted for Donald Trump because they're a bunch of racist, irredeemable, monstrous hicks. And then she had to sit there and watch him go on every fucking neo-Nazi podcast for the next like 4 years, only to become the vice president of Donald Trump. Because remember, these are people that are Yale graduated. JDVANCE called Donald Trump Hitler. They know better. Imagine getting married to a man and having children with a man only to have him turn into a fucking groiper on camera. That's gotta be pathetic. Like, hey, remember when we were at Yale and we were both woke? What the fuck happened? And he'll obviously present that as like serious character development. That's one of the... Dude, here is another instance where it doesn't take much to grift to the right. Here's a guy who literally called Donald Trump Adolf Hitler, alongside RFK Jr., by the way, who also called him Adolf Hitler. And both have... Here's a guy who spent his entire career getting liberals to give him money, only to turn around and be like, I love Donald Trump, that's it. And everybody is like, oh, that's perfect. He loves Donald Trump, he said it, that's it. There is no version of this on the opposing side. Like, there's no world where you have, I mean, I guess you have the rhinos or the never Trump Republicans and stuff, but like, broadly speaking, I don't think liberals are so easy to trust, and leftists certainly are not easy to trust. The person who then turns around and says like, oh yeah, I know I spent my entire life's work is being a conservative, a shitty conservative, and working for the Trump administration and all this stuff, only to now fucking turn around and be like, yeah, I'm actually good. And before you say they brought back motherfucking Cheney, man. Yeah, And it failed. I don't think liberals are as, I mean, with George W. Bush, maybe. But I don't think liberals are as open-minded to this kind of stuff as the Republicans are, is what I'm saying. And the left certainly is not. The left is not.
Remember a conservative think tank person who told me that one of the reasons why immigration was really good is that if you had enough diversity in a country, people would mistrust each other and they wouldn't join labor unions. Okay? So when I see a lot of left-wing people who theoretically support organized labor saying we need to flood the country with a limitless number of immigrants, they're unwilling to set any limitations on it. My response to that is you are destroying the very social trust on which American freedom and prosperity was built. And that is really important to me. So the honest answer to your question, what is the exact number of immigrants America should accept in the future? Right now, the answer is far less than we've been accepting. We have got to become a common community again, and you can't do that when you have such high numbers of immigration, which is one of the reasons why we have the immigration policy we do. Thank you. Next.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm a Christian man, and I'm just confused why that there's this notion that we might have owe Israel something, or that they're our greatest ally, or that we have to support this multi-hundred-billion-dollar foreign aid package to Israel to cover this, to quote Charlie Kirk, ethnic cleansing in Gaza. I'm just confused why this idea has come around, considering the fact that not only does their religion not agree with ours, but also openly supports the prosecution of ours.
Yeah, so
that's a groiper. Oh, here we go. We got the groipers. They're groiping up. They're groiping all up and down. Groipers didn't get their notes from King Groiper that you can't go that hard on Jews anymore because you want to be a part of the Republican infrastructure. We will be there for the next great Groiper war. Also, it's just incorrect. The notion that like the Jewish religion is actually in favor of prosecution of Christians, all this stuff. It's all unimaginably nonsensical garbage. It is a persecution fetish advanced over and over and over again. It's just dumb as fuck.
Let's say a few things about this. First of all, when the President of the United States says America first, that means that he pursues the interests of Americans first. That is our entire foreign policy. And that doesn't mean that you're not.
Israel spit on Christians? Could he mean this? Yeah, that's Israel, dude. That's Israeli settlers in the fucking West Bank. The fuck that got to do with... Brother, if you live in a multicultural society, if you live in like New York or you live in fucking Los Angeles or some shit, like that's not... If you think that that's what the average American Jew is doing or thinking, you are the most delusional person on the planet. Please. You're comparing a literal ethno-religious supremacist nation and some of the most fundamentalist weirdos within the ethno-supremacist religious ethno-religious supremacist religious nation to fucking what Jews do broadly, or even beyond that, what Judaism actually wants. That's the funniest thing is like these guys, they can't even just be like, yo, Israel sucks, which is like the normal position. It's an understandable position to have. Israel does fucking suck. They have to be like, Israel sucks, but honestly, it's because of Judaism. It's because of the Jews. Israel sucks because it's comprised of Jews. And I read the Talmud, and the Jews are always saying we have to drink the blood of Christian children. Like all this shit. It's just so fucking dumb. Be normal.
Not going to have alliances, that you're not going to work with other countries from time to time. And that is what the president believes, is that Israel, sometimes they have similar interests to the United States and we're going to work with them. In that case, sometimes they don't have similar interests to the United States.
When? Can you give me a moment under either Trump administration where Israel and American interests actually collided and America took action against Israel? At most, you made the Israeli fighter jets turn around after you had personally bombed Iran. That's it. You let Israel bomb Qatar 50 miles off your fucking U.S. Central Command base in Doha. That literally did happen. So it kind of feels like, especially No, not USS Liberty, Chad. I'm talking about Donald Trump 1 and Donald Trump 2. Donald Trump is a bigger Israel dick rider than every other fucking American president, with maybe one exception in Joe Biden. Okay? Like, Joe Biden is a real ass ultra Zionist. Okay? But as far as like who, in terms of policy, has rode Israel's dick the hardest, it's not even a question. Both of these fucking administrations, Donald Trump has dick rode Israel so hard it turned into dust. That's what Israel dick turned into, dust. That's how hard Trump rode it. He quite literally set the stage for October 7 to happen by completely writing out the Palestinians from the conversation and trying to move forward with normalizing relations between Israel and all the Gulf states. It is fucking ridiculous. The question veers into anti-Semitic territory at the end, and Vance's own answer involves some pro-Israel propaganda, but I can't imagine any of this exchange happening a decade ago. Yeah. Politely disagree. This has been a paleocon thing for decades. Hate sending money to Israel. Don't like that it's filled with Jews. Also see it as a model for a white American ethno-state. It's Pat Buchanan's beat. Sure, but paleocons were marginalized for decades. You never see a VP fielding or answering questions like this. Yeah. I think there's also an argument for Obama being more of a dick rider than both Biden and Trump because of how much they endlessly railed against him, calling him an anti-Semite and Jew hater, yet he literally gave him billions on his way out. No. The reason why they gave him shit is because Barack Obama was pro-Israel as every other president was, but he was very much at odds with Israel's interests when it mattered, and that's the reason why they fucking endlessly yelled at him and called him a Jew hater. The JCPOA was a moment where America was like, hold on, we're the superpower. We're going to deal with Iran ourselves. It's one of the only decent successes of his foreign policy accomplishments. Yeah, Barack Hussein Obama. So that definitely was a major shift, not prioritizing Israel's every interest. And it's not like he was, super invested in like the Palestinian plight or anything. He could have done a lot more in that regard. He didn't. But he was like, we're America. We're going to control our own Middle Eastern affairs. And Israel did not like that at all. And then Donald Trump won. And lo and behold, Donald Trump gave Israel the keys to the fucking castle. They basically have dominated American Middle Eastern policy since then.
And this example, the most recent Gaza peace plan that all of us have been working on very hard for the past few weeks, the President of the United States could only get that peace deal done by actually being willing to apply leverage to the state of Israel. So when people say that Israel is somehow manipulating or controlling the President of the United States, they're not controlling this President of the United States, which is one of the reasons.
Yeah, right. Donald Trump has Miriam Adelson's old-ass fingers shoved so far up his asshole that she basically opens and closes his fucking mouth. The idea that this president is far, far more aggressive in terms of dealing with Israel is such a ridiculous statement. Miriam Adelson is resting her fucking old-ass hands inside of Donald Trump's nussy, his neck pussy, when she doesn't feel like making Trump talk. Get the fuck out of here, dude. The major difference between Trump and Joe Biden is that even though they're both experiencing different stages of dementia, Donald Trump at least has some self-interest and he wants to do real estate developer deals. So the Gulf nations can sometimes cause him to moderate on his position. But that's it.
Reasons why would be able to have some of the success that we've had in the Middle East. Now you ask about, sort of Jews disagreeing with Christians on certain religious ideas. Yeah, absolutely. It's one of the realities is that Jews do not believe that Jesus Christ is the Messiah. Obviously, Christians do believe that. There are some significant theological disagreements between Christians and Jews. My attitude is, let's have those conversations. Let's have those disagreements when we have them. But if there are shared areas of interest, we ought to be willing to do that too. For example, one thing I really, really care about is the preservation of the Church of the Holy Sepulchre in Jerusalem. Christians believe...
Yeah. Famously, Israel has been far better. Famously, Israel's been far better at protecting religious sites that belong to the Christians as opposed to the thousands of years of Muslim rule, okay? Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here, dude.
That is the site where Jesus Christ was crucified, and also that his tomb is right there as well. My attitude is, if we can work with our friends in Israel to make sure that Christians have safe access to that site, that's an obvious area of common interest. I'm fine with that. What I'm not okay with is any country coming before the interests of American citizens, and it is important for all of us, assuming we're American citizens, to put the interest of our own country first. That's what we're going to.
At last night's Turning Point event, a student was applauded for asking about Israel manipulating the U.S., and the Jewish religion openly supports the prosecution of ours. Vance's response: Trump is strong, and he likes that Israel protects an important church. Vance didn't dispute the assertion that Israel may have manipulated the U.S., other than with Trump, what the questioner calls ethnic cleansing in Gaza, nor the claim that Jews are prosecuting Christians. He didn't stop the crowd from applauding all those statements. Oh, no. Edward, oh, no. Edward Isaac Dover. Oh, no. That's crazy. You mean to tell me it wasn't the left that was actually doing unlimited anti-Semitism? You mean to tell me that it was always and will continue to be the field of interest primarily dominated by the right? No. It's just so crazy because, like, this has always been the case, and it will forever continue to be the case. And yet, for some fucking strange reason, I know what the reason is, so many of the Israel dick riders for the last 2 years spent every waking moment talking about the anti-Semitism of the left, because they thought that they could get a lot of mileage out of, because they can't do there's anti-Semitism on the right because no one on the right gives a shit. And the right is pro-Israel. But now that the right is no longer as pro-Israel as they used to be, and there is unlimited anti-Semitism coming from the right, and not just like anti-Israel sentiment. I'm talking like, Jews killed Jesus, Judaism requires the consistent domination of Christianity, all this like nonsensical bullshit. Now that's running amok on the right. And there were so many conservative Jews who, for some weird fucking reason, from David Horowitz to Ben Shapiro to Dennis Prager, that unironically thought that they could just continue doing anti-woke culture shit and continue doing unlimited far-right propaganda and not inevitably get to a point where the far-right base of support would inevitably go, wait a minute, why the fuck don't we do this for Jews too? We hate everybody. Why not just Jews as well? That was always in the backdrop. Always in the fucking backdrop, where there were people waiting in the fucking shadows being like, yeah, one day we can tie this all back to Jews openly as we do privately and quietly for the time being. So good job on absolutely gutting the institutional relevance and the institutional taboo of the term anti-Semitism by diluting it and weaponizing it primarily against leftists who were anti-Zionist but not anti-Semitic. Good job. What the fuck did you think was going to happen? Also, why did you ever think that you could do great replacement theory fear-mongering as a Jew? Where do you think that theory ends up with? Like, that's the other crazy thing. Like, David Horowitz and Ben Shapiro, all these conservative Jews ran around doing great replacement fear-mongering. Who's doing the great replacement in the eyes of the right? They're not going to think it's global capital. They're going to say it's the international Jewry. That's what they used to say, and they're back to it. What the fuck did you think was going to happen? It's just so stupid. Yeah. Also, here is this. Kevin Roberts, Texas, the president of the Heritage Foundation and Heritage Action, has announced that the organization is standing by Tucker Carlson in the aftermath of Tucker's interview with neo-Nazi Nick Fuentes. This isn't Kevin bending his knee to Trump. This is something new. In his statement, Kevin condemns what he calls a venomous coalition that is sowing division by attacking Tucker. That venomous coalition includes MAGA Republicans as well as Jewish conservative commentators, activists, and donors. Kevin also frames Nick Fuentes' rhetoric as worthy of debate rather than something to be condemned outright. A shift like this would have been unthinkable for Heritage just 3 years ago. The Heritage Foundation is the vehicle that moves reactionary sentiment in this country. Make no mistake. No, this is not a let them fight moment. This is a consolidation moment. They are saying, instead of trying to stop the anti-Semitic forces, we are going to normalize them. Instead of trying to stop anti-Semitism, like open anti-Semitism. We're not even speculating at this point. This is not like, oh, are you anti-Israel? You must be anti-Semite. Like, we're talking straight up Holocaust denial. Okay, the one fucking thing that people post World War II had immediate disgust for, right? And was able to be held up as the one thing that you can't really get away with saying and doing for like 75 fucking years. And Israel bricked it in two. Remember, the Heritage Foundation also wrote Project Esther, which makes this a lot funnier because Project Esther is like opening up the floodgates under Project 2025. They wrote Project Esther, which is their project to basically destroy the First Amendment by opening the door by tackling anti-Semitism. I fear if you see this, you will never let it down, but I can't keep this from you. In short, the Turk is a gentleman and freedom exists only in Turkey. Karl Marx. Yeah, look at this.
Coming days. But today I want to be clear about one thing. Christians can critique the state of Israel without being anti-Semitic.
Notice how he says Christians can critique the state of Israel without being anti-Semitic? Something to consider. Christians can criticize the state of Israel without coming across as anti-Semitic. Muslims, on the other hand, well, you know how those muzzies are. You feel me?
Semitic. And of course, anti-Semitism should be condemned. My loyalty as a Christian and as an American is to Christ first and to America always. When it serves the interests of the United States to cooperate with Israel and other allies, we should do so with partnerships on security, intelligence, and technology. But when it doesn't, conservatives should feel no obligation to reflexively support any foreign government, no matter how loud the pressure.
That's crazy. I still think it's lip service, but I cannot believe that one of the most important figures in right-wing politics, perhaps around the globe, because he's one of the most important figures in right-wing politics in America, and therefore America being the leader of all of the Western nations, means that like the Heritage Foundation is now taking a position where, one, Christians can shit on Jews and Israel, and that America shouldn't abide by this pro-Israel sentiment. Now, do I think that is going to hold? Or do I think it's a lip service to bring the Groypers on board with the movement? I think it's the latter rather than the former. Okay? Make no mistake. I don't think that this Republican allegiance with Israel is shakeable like this. But I still think it's lip service. But that can all change. Who's this guy? Oh, just the president of the Heritage Foundation. Just the guy. The president of the Heritage Foundation. The guys that wrote Project 2025. The guys that have been responsible for every fucking key Republican issue that they have advanced, or every Republican cause that they've advanced for 5 decades almost.
Partnerships on security, intelligence, and technology. But when it doesn't, conservatives should feel no obligation to reflexively support any foreign government, no matter how loud the pressure becomes from the globalist class or from their mouthpieces in Washington. The Heritage Foundation didn't become the intellectual
Yeah, this is a really good take as well. Since Kirk's assassination suspect ended up being a cipher instead of a Groyper, Fuentes was given the opportunity to engage in a normalization tour. All he has to do is play up his charm, and the shock tactics he used to gain notoriety are forgiven. A very Trumpian rise. Yeah. All he has to do is go back on like his isolationist perspective, which was fucking bullshit to begin with, and maybe dial the anti-Semitism to like a more reasonable degree. Charm? No, it's true. He is charming his way. Guys. It's like when people used to get mad at me when I said Trump is charismatic. Trump is objectively charismatic to the people that tune into that frequency. Yes, Nick Fuentes is a solid orator, and unlike a lot on the right, he has the capacity to fucking crack jokes. He can be funny. That's the reason why there's so many dumb fuck leftists who will sometimes post Nick Fuentes tweets and shit and be like, oh, I have to hand it to him. He's really funny. A lot of Gen Z leftists unironically post Nick Fuentes shit. Well, first they post it ironically, and I fear sometimes unironically. Many such cases, many examples of this. They do not understand that this is a very dangerous. There's a very dangerous, treacherous waters that they're swimming in. Anyway, point is, people don't see him as a pathetic, racist loser who is constantly trying to make up for his own personal moral failures and his own personal failures in his real life with this grand mythologized version of the Aryan race or white people. They don't see him as the, gay Mexican who is now the leader of the white nationalist neo-Nazi movement in this country, who picks his nose on camera until it bleeds and goes on dates with cat boys and all this other shit. In any case, he will, in an effort to normalize himself and win favor with the institutional right, he will retool his commentary, and we shall see. I'm willing to bet he even dropped the anti-Semitism. He's always been the guy who shits on Trump from the right. Gay Hispanic, I say gay Mexican because he said he's Mexican to a cop. When a cop came to his house and was like, yo, what the fuck? They say, are you a white supremacist? They say you're a white supremacist. I saw the body camera footage. He's like, oh, I'm not a white supremacist, officer. I'm Mexican. My last name is Fuentes. It's on video. Yeah. All he needs to do is say, yeah, Jews are a parasitic force, but honestly, they've done profound things for the arts and culture in America. That much is undeniable. Muslims, on the other hand, are the true scourge that is going to dominate and destroy the Western nation. And then all of the fucking pro-Israel people that were pissed off about him, that want him to get debanked and shit, will then turn around and be like, this is our guy. Never mind.
Backbone of the conservative movement by canceling our own people or policing the consciences of Christians. And we won't start doing that now. We don't take direction from comments on X, though we are grateful for the robust free speech debate. We also don't take direction from members or donors, though we are inherently grateful for their support, and we're adding more every day. This is the robust debate we invite with our colleagues, our movement friends, our members, and the American public. We will always defend truth. We will always defend America, and we will always defend our friends against the slander of bad actors who serve someone else's agenda. That includes Tucker Carlson, who remains, and as I have said before, always will be a close friend of the Heritage Foundation. The venomous coalition attacking him are sowing division. Their attempt to cancel him will fail. Most importantly, the American people expect us to be focused.
Why can't, Unit 8200 and Mossad focus on these guys, dude? Just go fuck with these guys, man. These guys actually have institutional power, okay? Go deal with them. They fucking obviously are moving in that direction. Come on, man. The fuck? Every goddamn Knesset grant-funded Israeli espionage agency that masquerades as a Jewish advocacy organization has been so far lodged up my fucking asshole for the past 2 goddamn years. Suck my dick. Look at this shit. Look, there you go. Why don't the cops go after the cops? No, the difference is this. Listen to me. If you are a big donor to either party who is Jewish and care about Israel, but you're an American Jew and your family lives here, and you do actually, to a certain degree, worry about anti-Semitism, okay? Who do you think is a bigger threat? The guy who isn't an anti-Semite but is anti-Israel, or the guy who, for the time being, is seemingly pro-Israel but definitely anti-Semitic? This is what I'm trying to explain. Yeah, if you care more about Israel than you do about living on U.S. soil as a Jew, then yeah, you're going to say, I'm the fucking villain here. I'm the much greater threat. But if you actually want to keep living on U.S. soil freely as a Jewish person, and at some point you're going to have to worry about anti-Semitism. And it's not the fucking anti-Zionists that are doing the anti-Semitism. It is, however, anti-Semites that are taking advantage of the momentum behind anti-Zionism and anti-Israel sentiment. I know Israel doesn't give a shit all that much about anti-Semitism, which again is also short-sighted, because obviously if everyone moves away from, oh, fuck Israel, to actually it is the Jews, why do they have so much control over America? Then do you think that it's going to remain the same way? Do you think that don't you think it's going to be much harder? It's certainly going to be much harder for America to continue its relationship with Israel There is no winning. Obama tried to do a nuclear deal with Iran, and Israel responded by attacking him and largely rejecting the Democratic Party, believing that aligning solely with Republicans was good enough because at least they never criticized the occupation or apartheid. Yet, as many people warned at the time, the Jewish state aligning itself with a coalition that included white nationalists might not be a stable long-term strategy. But Israel preferred trying that to ending the occupation, so here we are. I guess it's just like, we'll see. Only time will tell. I mean, if these guys are genuinely anti-Semitic instead of like utilizing the populist wave of anti-Semitism to their advantage, but they're still very much pro-Israel. Only time will show. My opinion on this is I suspect that whichever way it comes, anti-Zionism seemingly is an inevitability. It can either come in a not anti-Semitic fashion as a progressive movement, or in the more likely scenario, it will come as an anti-Semitic movement by the right. Because, like, what do you think happens? What do you think happens after all of this normalization of anti-Semitic sentiment, Holocaust denial, and the like? What do you think? Where do you think that goes? When more and more people are just like, yeah, fuck Jews, actually. What do you think is going to happen? They're going to be like, okay, why the fuck are we giving Israel so much money? Why would that be more likely? Because it's infinitely easier to fucking lean into bigotry and teach an American that Israel is bad because Jews than it is to teach an American that Israel is bad because of anti-imperialism and describe to them that like America itself is also involved in Israel's affairs pretty dramatically. Do you not understand? Also, the far right can get away with doing whatever the fuck they want. It's obvious. Americans are far easier to manipulate on the boundaries of bigotry than they are to be educated on the boundaries of materialist analysis. That's it.
Focusing on our political adversaries on the left, not attacking our friends on the right. I disagree with, and even abhor, things that Nick Fuentes says. But canceling him is not the answer either. When we disagree with a person's thoughts and opinions, we challenge those ideas in debate.
This is a watershed moment for conservative Jews and the American pro-Israel movement in general, where it's like, do you stay steadfast in your unlimited allegiance to the Republicans because of their seemingly unconditional loyalty and support to the ethno-state of Israel, even if they just straight up are defending Holocaust-denying Nazis? Fucking awesome. What a crazy time to be alive. He said, don't cancel the Nazi, the Holocaust-denying Nazi. Come on now.
And we have seen success in this approach as we continue to dismantle the vile ideas of the left. As my friend Vice President Vance said last night, what I am not okay with is any country coming before the interest of American citizens, and it is important for all of us, assuming we are American citizens, to put the interest of our own country first. That's where our allegiance lies, and that's where it will stay.
Woo! Sheesh. This is a historical moment, and every Jew should watch this. The Heritage Foundation is the intellectual cornerstone of the Republican Party, and here it embraces Fuentes as a legitimate part of the right-wing discourse. The pretense of Nazism being unacceptable on the right, it never was, is gone. This comes after Vance did not dispute claims that Judaism was based on discrimination against Christians. Yes, the American vice president premier think tank of the right legitimized open anti-Semitism within 24 hours. How did this happen? Many on the right gave a pass to anti-Semitism as long as the GOP supported Israel. Even as it became more open, that was the sentiment among the right-wing Israel supporters. Now they are finding that the naked anti-Semitism is worse, and support for Israel is eroded too. The Faustian bargain has ended predictably. The mainstream of conservatism has embraced open anti-Semitism. There will be no turning back. I've long held the opinion that I have revealed to you time and time again that the only reason why anti-Semitism was seemingly the only form of bigotry that had institutional weight was because it could be cynically weaponized against critics of Israel, which is America's ally, right? Most significant ally, as a matter of fact. And over the years, I think, both from an anti-imperialist analysis, but also for the unlimited reign that pro-Israel advocacy networks had, they created a fairly sophisticated influence peddling operation and were able to run through institutions of higher learning, run through all of these advocacy organizations, constantly silencing any sort of fucking opposition whatsoever. But the main purpose that served, this institution that served, was on the one hand to create, obviously, a lot of people in positions of power that held that held strong loyalty to the state of Israel, for sure. That's why you see so many like Catholics and Christians. It's not like a Jewish thing, right? That's why you see so many Catholics and Christians and people in positions of power that are like, Israel, of course, is our most important ally. Like, there's a lot of social learning there. There's a lot of conditioning there that took place. And now that's seemingly changing. Part of that is because Israel's value is being recalculated in the Western world. And also, anti-Semitism is getting to a point where it's virtually impossible for these... It's anti-Semitism is no longer seen as like this institutional taboo, okay? Because like, as far as permissible bigotry versus not permissible bigotry goes, saying anything that was even marginally associated or could be associated with Jews or Judaism was a ticket to be fucking canceled, a ticket to be fired. And there were a lot of Israeli Knesset funded networks that literally dox people and did this for years and years and years. But most people were not very aware of it, not very familiar with it, unless you were already in the pro-Palestinian advocacy network, right? Now that people are openly calling into question whether or not this level of unlimited loyalty, seemingly, in the eyes of the broader American public, is actually good for America at all. Now the whole anti-Semitism as an institutional or cultural taboo is going away. It's outliving its usefulness. I just want to know what Ben Shapiro thinks. Just a year ago, Heritage helped crack down on pro-Palestinian protests for Israel's sake. Now they defend Tucker, who recently interviewed Nick Fuentes, and reject any special relationship with Israel. Makes reference to the globalist class. More bad news for the lobby. A bit naive, I think. They're setting the groundwork for realigning Israel first to be more insidious and subtle. To be easier to sell as America first. You said you wanted America first. Getting a base in southern Syria on Mount Hebron is super America first. This is it, pal. I also think this could be the case. I've seen some Trump people try to do that, but I don't think that's what this is. I think Heritage is trying to keep its coalition together despite this fracture, but not specifically in a pro-Israel way. Republicans, unlike the Democrats, have historically been, especially in post-Reagan world, much more responsive to their base. Okay, they have to be, and they will invent new ways for their base to be agitated if there isn't one with the culture war shit. And of course, because of that, they've gone further and further to the right. I think it's very unstable and very stupid to assume that the appetite of the base wasn't going to inevitably tackle the sacred cow that is anti-Semitism, the untouchable form of bigotry, identity politics that is anti-Semitism, often cynically weaponized against critics of Israel. That's it. I've warned about this quite a bit. I said it for the past 2 years, and people would say, "Oh, you're being Jewish exceptionalist." No, it's like I don't think any bigotry is good. Okay, it wasn't me being Jewish exceptionalist or anything like that. It was just me saying like, this is untenable. This is unsustainable, and the dam will inevitably break. And it won't break in the direction of dedicated, committed anti-Zionism that is anti-fascist in origin, but it will actually be a fascist style of anti-Israel sentiment that is born out of anti-Semitism. This is a Christian nation, after all. Good luck to all involved, I say. In a way, though, I don't think those are contradictory. Pro-Palestine protests were from the left, so cracking down on them is good. The anti-Israel sentiment of Tucker and Fuentes is just isolationism and anti-Semitism, nothing to do with Muslims' humanity, so that's more tolerable. I think this is a funny carve-out that they did for Marjorie Taylor Greene. Remember when they were trying to federalize the IHRA definition of anti-Semitism, which would render all anti-Zionist sentiment to be illegal? A direct... There's a clip of how they would wish for your commentary after all the anti-Semites take over. Yeah, I've said it a million times. Yeah, there will come a day, just like this was in my Oxford speech as well, where I warned that as an American Muslim, I cannot believe that those who defend Israel, Jews specifically who defend Israel, are basically running around the Western world right now, oblivious to the reality to people who are uninitiated. They look like a Muslim guy defending ISIS. And in some instances, it's even more directly involved with the domestic affairs of Western nations because, like, no one can blame, with the exception of Obama, someone being like a secret Muslim or an advocacy network that was pro-Islam or pro-ISIS in general, that had as much institutional power as the Israel lobby does in both the United States of America, the UK, and many other Western nations. Oh, what about the IHRA definition? Yeah, it reminds me of the funny carve-out that they gave to Marjorie Taylor Greene in the IHRA definition, where they were like, criticizing Israel is unacceptable and it's anti-Semitism. And these are the different forms of anti-Semitism, except you can say Jews are Christ killers. The Marjorie Taylor Greene carve-out was you can say that Jews are Christ killers because, you know, that's Christianity demands that you say that. I remember you saying the Judeo part of Judeo-Christian will go away. Yes, the whole Judeo-Christian values, we're a nation founded on Judeo-Christian values thing, is such a new fucking added on thing to the back end. No, this was a Christian nation founded on Christian values until not that fucking long ago, you know? Well, people got far too comfortable. I think it's here somewhere where he's like, where is it? Where he says like, I'm not a white supremacist, I'm a Mexican. Oh, I think right here.
They're targeting your house.
Yes, I've been
about
harassed
social
for the past
media.
4 days.
Okay, and what is that about?
I posted a joke on the internet. I'm a live streamer.
You're like a YouTube channel or something?
Yeah.
You're saying you're
Yeah, the joke was your body, my choice, by the way. He was like celebrating that women will be dominated under the Trump.
Supremacist?
I'm not a white supremacist. I'm excellent.
I know, I kind of. I saw.
I'm excellent.
I know, I kind of. I saw. You're a white supremacist?
I'm not a white supremacist. I'm excellent.
I know, I kind of. I saw that. Okay, but
Yeah. I'm not a white supremacist, I'm Mexican, he said. Mind you, in this clip, he complains about threats of rapes days after saying rape wasn't real. Yeah, of course. Isn't that Islam? What is Islam? Yorick player? What do you mean? It's already difficult enough to try to have a conversation, a normal conversation with the average American about how, no, Israel doesn't control American politics. Like, when virtually everything that these advocacy groups and the lobby does is basically being like, no, actually, we do control it. like how do I fucking explain that to the average American when they're like, when they're watching the Trump administration, for example, be like, oh yeah, we're deporting people. Shalom. Oh, did you talk shit about Israel? Sorry, you're getting deported. The fuck? How do you explain that to the average person who's like, I thought we didn't fuck with this woke culture shit. I thought we didn't fuck with any of this woke stuff, except for when it comes to Jews, I guess. Why is that so special? Is going to be the average American's attitude when they see it. They're not thinking about this as a complex relationship between America's unsinkable aircraft carrier in the fucking region, you know? Or when they see stuff like in the glorious state of Texas, when you, if you've ever criticized Israel, you just simply can't get hurricane relief. Yeah, the based anti-war guy is now literally calling to invade Venezuela.
Interest of America is to control the Western Hemisphere. And the reason for that is very simple. We are not threatened by Europe. We're not threatened by Asia. A big reason for that is because we have the Pacific and Atlantic Ocean separating us. So, you know, any kind of invasion from a great power over there, it doesn't have a direct threat against the homeland because we would see it coming. They'd have this logistical challenge of crossing the ocean. That changed a little bit with nuclear weapons and missiles, but that still is generally true. And so what that means then is that in order for America to keep the homeland safe, what we have to worry about most acutely and imminently is the Western Hemisphere. You know, maybe Iran is not a threat because they're literally on the other side of the world, but Venezuela is close to home. Cuba is close to home. And the perfect example is the Cuban Missile Crisis. This is your vital American strategic interest. This is, you know, people say, isn't the purpose of the military to protect America? This is protecting America. These are the Americas. These are strategic interests. And so, and by the way, what
Isolationists, by the way. We must focus on removing the Mexicans from the interior. That was his isolationism, which was we must rid the nation state of the undeserving Mexicans, except for him. You know, and now he's like, no, actually, we should be going to war with Cuba and Venezuela.
what's more, this has been U.S. policy for 200 years. It goes back to the Monroe Doctrine. And, people like to say we shouldn't meddle in their affairs. We've been doing that since the Spanish-American War. We've been doing that since, there were these banana republics. Like, we've always been operating in that way, and that's for a very good reason. I think that's a realist
but
point
to
of
be a
view.
finer point, the Monroe Doctrine is we don't meddle, you meddle, we come in.
Is Alex Jones starting to beat Ozempic? Yeah, I do see it. Latino, by the way. Yeah, true. Fantastic stuff. Why aren't they deporting him then?
The question is about Joe.
Because he's white enough, bro, and he's an important figure in the right-wing movement. Here's Ben Lorber. One last point on the Kevin Roberts thing. 3 years ago, Kevin Roberts flanked Yoram Hazony at NatCon, and it looked like a durable, lasting America First consensus would include the pro-Israel status quo more or less unchanged. Not anymore. Nick Fuentes just shattered it. Last year, I went to NatCon and expected, perhaps naively, to find a big fight over Israel brewing on the conference floor. It wasn't quite there yet. I was 1 year too early. The Israel split on the right just widened into a chasm. Strap yourselves in. I don't think a lot of institutional donors of the Republican Party, like Miriam Adelson and shit, are going to take this lightly. Chasm, sorry, not chasm. I don't think so. I don't know. But Israel is also a very, I don't know. Israel does have a very mischievous way of dealing with American politics, even though it's very blunt usually. So who knows? Maybe they are also saying, you guys can be anti-Semitic as long as you're just more Islamophobic or something. Who knows? What you've been saying, I can't even take credit for predicting this, is worse than it's worse than I ever predicted. I don't know what exactly you abhor about my views, but we can all agree that free speech, Christ, and America First should be the pillars of our movement. Thank you for your courage in standing up for open discourse and defending Tucker against Israel First, woke right. The right has no immune system against hate mongers and grifters. Few people in MAGA circles are willing to stand up to them, and the audiences likely wouldn't support them if they did. Right-wing writer Richard Hanania, who knows plenty about this world, summed it up on X, writing that the contemporary right-wing media has no interest in arguments, leaving only charisma and appeals to identity. You wanted a culture where nobody was ever canceled, where the only sin is a lack of baseness or being a cuck, where if the media was opposed to someone, that's all you needed to know, and you would defend them, Hanania tweeted. You got it. Richard Hanania is literally a white supremacist, by the way. Like, he is a Palestinian who was, I don't know if he still is, very pro-Israel, and also was a straight-up white supremacist. I don't know if he still is, but he has made this weird, like, liberal pivot, and I'm kind of confused by all of it. Still very much a freak, Asian fetishist. I don't know. He is just like a bizarre dude, but the abundists have brought him into the fucking fold. Yeah. What is this? Thinking about the red pill? Fuck both of you. Why did you send this to me? The term is abundance cucks. Get the name right, man. No, I like calling them abundists. I saw libs on social media suggesting him during the Joe Rogan on the Left discourse. Oh my God. How has he been more liberal recently? I mean, he takes pot shots at the right quite frequently, hangs out with mostly liberal commentariat people, and has spent most of his time shitting on the far right and right-wing people from like an annoying elitist liberal, in an annoying elitist liberal kind of way. Dog, why are evil Palestinians next level? Him and Bukele? That's actually a very interesting take. You're right. I forget all the time that Nayib Bukele is also of Palestinian descent. Not the finest moment for a very fine people. People are saying DJ Khaled, but at least DJ Khaled is not like outwardly antagonistic towards Palestinians. He's just too much of a pussy to say something. Scoop, a classified U.S. report has found Israeli military units committed many hundreds of potential violations, human rights violations of Gaza that will take multiple years to review. The findings mark the first time the U.S. government reports has acknowledged the scale of Israeli actions in Gaza that fall under the purview of Leahy laws, which bar funding to units credibly accused of such abuses. U.S. officials said the watchdog findings raised doubts about the prospects for accountability for Israel's actions, given the large backlog of incidents and the nature of the review process, which is deferential to the Israeli Defense Forces. This is a classified U.S. report that finds backlogs of, wow, shocking, hundreds of possible Israeli human rights violations. The State Department's Office of the Inspector General declined to comment for this article, but has acknowledged that the report's existence on its website. This report contains information that is classified and is not available for public viewing, the webpage says. High-profile incidents in Gaza pending a determination are numerous, including the killing of 7 World Central Kitchen workers in Israel in April 2024, and the killing of more than 100 Palestinians and wounding of 750 others gathered around 8 trucks near Gaza City in February 2024. The report explains the protocol for reviewing human rights violations by foreign militaries that receive U.S. funding. In the case of Israel, it describes how a bespoke bureaucratic process advantages Israel over other countries facing similar allegations. What? No way, dude. Classified U.S. report finds backlog of hundreds of possible Israeli human rights violations. 100 seems low. I mean, that's just like logged directly that the American government genuinely knows about or has acknowledged to a certain degree. Anyway, let's continue on with our stories here. Oh, King Charles III strips Prince Andrew of titles and evicts him from royal residence, the palace says. That's right. Bad day for a paedophile. Only this one particular paedophile in London. That's right. King Charles III strips Prince Andrew of titles and evicts him from the royal residence. Womp womp. You are now relegated to the title of commoner. Evicted after weeks of pressure to act over his relationship with sex offender Jeffrey Epstein, Buckingham Palace said. After the king's rare move, which follows years of shameful scandals, he will be known as Andrew Mountbatten Windsor and not as a prince. And he will have to vacate his Royal Lodge mansion near Windsor Castle. Demand had been growing on the palace to oust the prince from Royal Lodge after he surrendered his use of the title Duke of York earlier this month over new revelations about his friendship with Epstein and renewed sexual abuse allegations by one of Epstein's victims, Virginia Roberts Jeffrey, whose posthumous memoir hit bookstores last week. Yeah, I can't believe it. His whole, like, I am incapable of sweating, or that's not my pedophilia shirt that I was wearing that day. These lines of defense did not work. I'm shocked, if we're being real. Shocked, I tell you. Shocking. Have you seen that Prince Andrew is more popular than the Labour government? What? I'm sorry. What did you say? I mean, I know Keir Starmer is unpopular, but how is that? Is that even physically possible? Like, how is that? What? Someone linked that to me. You're a liar, just admit it. It's not that hard. He promises gaming, but we all know that's a bold-faced lie. Please just show some accountability for your actions. Son, do better. No, I will be playing a game. Oh my God. Remember when I warned you in the aftermath of the predictable Labour government victory? I still remember. I was in Croatia when it was happening, and I talked about if the Labour government continues pivoting towards moderation and takes on right-wing causes and champions center-right policies, basically tries to manage the government in the same way that the fucking Tories did, they will get pummeled very quickly. Remember when I said that? And there were so many Labour dick riders in my chat saying that that was not the case. Where are they now? Did you get a tattoo? Oh, because I said Croatia. Yeah, me and the boys. You just read my comment? What did you say? Anyway, let's see what Kamala Harris had to say. And then we'll talk about the Snap AI. And then we'll do some gaming and stuff too.
Joe Biden, are you still reluctant to criticize the former president?
In what regard, please?
Well, just in terms of that question. So you went on...
What exactly would you like to ask? Be more specific, if you don't mind.
Was it Joe Biden's decision, his failure to recognize his own frailties in that position, that put you in the position that made it almost impossible to win that race?
He was not frail as president of the United States.
But he had frailties. We all saw the debate.
I do believe that Joe Biden had the capacity to be president of the United States, and I have never doubted that he had the capacity to be president of the United States. If you want to talk about whether he had the ability to endure what a race for president of the United States would require in that political environment in 2024, as I've said in the book, I had concerns.
I'm just wondering, is there a reason why you won't go to that prolonged frailty question? Now, we saw the debate, we saw the difficulty he had marshalling his thoughts.
I have answered that question. I do not believe that
I think it's just hard watching the debate to see how there could not be a problem long term.
It's just, dude, it's awesome. It's awesome watching like European journalists actually do the basic bare minimum duties of a journalist instead of just like lapping up whatever the fuck, eating whatever the fuck Kamala Harris is serving her. It's so funny that she's, okay, Australian, sorry. It's so funny that she's also completely fucking unresponsive, like just having a hard time with this like basic function. Question to Harris: What hasn't Biden's refusal to recognize his own frailties the reason you face a nearly impossible task? Which, by the way, would defend Kamala here. Like, she is still not throwing Joe Biden under the bus. Ironically enough, that's the reason why she lost to a certain degree. Sarah Ferguson, she literally interviewed for oh, wait, I did get interviewed by her. Oh, my God. Okay, technically, you could say Aussies are European, too. They're of European descent. Okay, calm down. Oh, my God. Me and Kamala, me and the bestie got interviewed by the same lady. You're right.
So what was at play in terms of massive amounts of...
Harris talks, Trump, and the reporter. I want to interrupt you because that is a world-class pivot, but it's not the question that I asked you.
Disinformation.
Now, forgive me.
And a truncated calendar in terms of the clock.
I want to interrupt you because that is a world-class pivot, but it is not the question that I asked you, which is about Joe Biden's failure to recognize his own frailties and what that did to you.
Look at her face. Look at her face. Look at her face. She's like, are you fucking kidding me? Bro, I've never, like, that kind of stank does not come from an American broadcaster or an American journalist. Straight up. Last time I saw this kind of contentious adversarial journalism was when Crystal Ball was cooking Elisa Slotkin. This shit does not happen, chat. Americans don't do this. Take note, American media.
The question is about Joe Biden. Are you still reluctant to criticize the former president?
In what regard, please?
Well, just in terms of that question. So you went
on.
What
exactly would you like to ask? Be more specific, if you don't mind.
Was it Joe Biden's decision, his failure to recognize his own frailties in that position that put you in the position that made it almost impossible to win that race?
He was not frail as president of the United States.
But he had frailties. We all saw the debate.
It's just like do you not understand that you are just melting whatever small chance remains of your next run by eating away at the marginal credibility that you have by denying objective, observable reality? It doesn't make sense. I don't understand it. I don't know what the fuck these guys love about Biden so much. Don't you have to be somewhat vicious? I feel like if a similar thing happened between Donald Trump and JD Vance would have probably put the pillow over Trump's face and assassinated him. Okay? Like, these guys don't have that fucking killer instinct. It's like they don't want to fucking win. It's like they have this weird notion of loyalty towards someone like Biden who does not even have the same standard. Biden has already yelled about Kamala Harris on his way out. Biden fell up and downstairs every time he was on camera for 4 years straight, and he's not frail. It just doesn't make any sense. It's like, this is one of those things. Like, American medical professionals are pretty decent and have a solid track record at hiding the frailties of former presidents. Okay? They are. They did this with Ronald Reagan and his dementia. FDR famously could not walk. He was in a wheelchair and he hid that from the public. Obviously, it was a little bit easier to do so back then. Okay? But Joe Biden could not hide it. Like, he just straight up could not hide his dementia because it was so transparent. It was unavoidable. And here is Kamala Harris, months after the failed election, still running around and being like, I'm going to burn what remains of the charitability you have for me by defending this fucking carcass who won't ever hear me say these things about him because he's probably in a fucking coma somewhere. Like, just say the truth, dummy. What's wrong with you? Say he's fucking old and we all saw it and it was a mistake, please. You're not going to lose anything. Not that it matters. I don't want her to fucking run anyway. And this is part of the reason, because she's just patently uncharismatic and also has no killer instincts whatsoever.
I do believe that Joe Biden had the capacity to be president of the United States, and I have never doubted that he had.
Yeah, you're burning whatever credibility you may have had by saying this over and over again, because people will now look at you and go, I thought this was already well established. I can't believe that someone is still out there defending Joe Biden's mental faculties. Anything planned for the end of October? Yes. I'm going to fuck your mom on camera.
Had the capacity to be president of the United States. If you want to talk about...
She's very excited. You're about to have a little brother or sister on the way. I am now your stepfather. No, I'm the father that stepped up. Go to your room. You're now grounded.
Whether he had the ability to endure what a race for president of the United States would...
Oh my God, it's so fucking stupid. Wait, she went on Jon Stewart and said the same shit? Let's see.
Fully competent to serve.
Do you really?
Yeah, I do.
That surprises me, actually.
No, I do. There's a distinction to be made between running for president.
I love that. That's so funny. Yeah. Campaigning, so much more difficult than being president. Like, he can do the president stuff. He just couldn't campaign. That's why he had to drop out. Yeah, Kamala Harris cannot be the Democratic nominee for president in 2028 unless Democrats want to spend another campaign relitigating Joe Biden's failed presidency in this roundabout and unsatisfying way. The single most important thing the 2028 Democratic presidential nominee needs to do is remind the media and voter that Donald Trump is the president and has been for the past 4 years, if not the past 12. At this point, Kamala is making it pretty obvious that she didn't write her own memoir because none of her public appearances since it's released have matched the few hard-edged and critical and actually interesting excerpts from the book. Her still being reluctant to go after Biden is genuinely really remarkable. The big thing you did in that book was burn that bridge. There might be some evidence that it's actually helping you in the polls. How can you be so indecisive that you're trying to muddy that? I didn't fucking read her book because I'm not a goddamn nerd. So don't be crazy now. But watch the interview segment on Biden that she did with the CEO guy. Why is she doing this? I don't understand it.
Stars in our party. There are so many stars. And let's not be afraid of them.
Yeah. Throw back to when she tried pulling the same deflection a month or so ago by talking about a mayoral candidate in Mobile, Alabama, who lost 2 days later. Yeah, that was awesome. Like, I thought she was pulling, some new young neoliberal candidates around the country. It turns out it was like a 60-year-old black lady that had been like an institutional Democrat and still lost in Mobile, Alabama, 2 days after the Kamala Harris endorsement. It blew my mind. Like, that's a dead lock, right? Like, that's supposed to be a lock. How the fuck do you lose that race? Is the Kamala curse, dude? Yeah, she was not young at all. These people and their belief systems are so unbelievably hollow that they're talking about the most definitional aspect of being a national politician, knowing the other politicians around the country, and parading it as this totally unique approach. Mobile mentioned it was not a lock, by the way. Yeah, clearly it wasn't because she lost. Oh, Jesus Christ. I cannot believe she's still defending Biden. It's so stupid.
And being president.
What's the distinction?
Well, being a candidate for president of the United States is about being in a marathon at a sprinter's pace, having tomatoes thrown at you every step you take.
That sounds lovely.
Yeah, it's more than a notion.
Get involved in public service, ladies and gentlemen.
And to be the seated president, the sitting president, while doing that, it's a lot. It's a lot.
Yeah. I think it's a hard case to make for people that he didn't have the stamina to run, but he had the stamina to govern. Because I think most people view the presidency as a marathon run at a sprint with tomatoes.
I love that. I love that Jon Stewart is like so gracefully trying to walk him through how stupid she sounds. Like, yeah, I think people would assume that being the president is probably just as hard, if not harder, than running for office, you know? And Joe Biden did not demonstrate the basic competency. Come on.
Potatoes being thrown at you in terms of governance.
I believe.
Watch, she's going to lose the primary again and run as an independent. No, she's not. She's fucking cooked. All right. The last thing I want to show you about the snap stuff is that contrary, I mean, this is the most expected story of the day. Republicans have decided to take advantage of Sora, artificial intelligence AI, to make these SNAP recipients, angry SNAP recipient videos.
I'm gonna keep it real with you. I get over $25 a month in stamps. I sell them $2,000 worth for about $1,200 to $1,500 cash. That's why everybody's upset. Folks say we're taking advantage, but that's how we get by.
And that's the frustration we're hearing out here in downtown Atlanta.
The Sora AI logo can be seen appearing in the upper left corner of the video. Additionally, the car behind the speakers is not a real car in production by any known company. The video is AI generated. 15,000 likes. Title is, Lady gets $2,500 a month, SNAP food stamps, and she sells all of them for $1,200 a month. What an absolute scam. It took longer than I expected. I mean, this is the primary function of AI, right? Because conservatives love making up an alternative reality. And because there's no like real life examples they can point to, now they have a tool where they can basically make it up and then get angry at the thing that they made up. What a perfect tool for conservative mania.
I notice all the issues with the EBT stuff because I've been too busy working. Like every time I go to the grocery store, my card cleared. My debit card, credit card, doesn't matter what card I use. I work 7 days a week and I've just never even really cared. This is why people don't care about EBT going away. They don't care about it.
I think people need to understand what's going on here. If you are a right-wing creator on this app, your algorithm for the last maybe 2.5 weeks has been nothing but these videos of supposed SNAP recipients freaking out about losing their benefits and saying these genuinely ridiculous.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't subtle racism. What do you guys think welfare queens was? That's what this is. That's why they're black women for the most part. That's why there's all these mentions about having 7 children with 7 different baby daddies. That's why they act as though they're getting thousands of dollars sometimes in SNAP funds from the government. And it's all just fucking made up. SNAP subsidies are not that expensive for the most part. It's just like, it's just additional, it's additional aid, nutritional aid, food assistance. And yes, all of those videos that you guys saw were actually made up. They were AI. Those were all AI videos. The white guy responding to them was some fucking racist dumbass who is a real Republican. And his response was, oh, I work, so I don't need SNAP. Not realizing that there are more white Americans on SNAP than there are black Americans, okay? It's so fucking dumb. Classic example, though. Classic example of the Lee Atwater conundrum. Look.
Matters. It's made by impossible_ASMR1, who, after 8 failed slot posts and a 3-month break, decided that Sora could finally make their dream content. Videos of black women trying to use EBT in places it's not accepted. True creativity unleashed by AI. The shutdown created an opportunity to have them yell at the camera, but it's not till the whole family's back there that the full racist stereotype is fulfilled. This is rage bait, and we'll get angry commenters who, when they learn it's AI, will say, oh, but it's true anyway, which of course.
Yeah, that's the other thing. Oh, well, it depicts a reality. That's the coward's version of this, where it's like, well, you say it's AI, but like it technically depicts the reality, right?
Of course it's not, and that's cope for being played. They were so played they didn't notice the kid missing half an arm while the other kids are frozen in place for no reason, and these down here are warping together. They were too focused on this fake AI. This is cramming in a script that they used 3 other times for their other fake AI people. I will gladly knock down AI rage bait of all kinds and from anywhere on the spectrum because it's part of the same problem. Casually letting our feed slip into fake, parallel AI universes that exist only to divide us. This is scripts that they used 3 other times for their other fake AI people. I will gladly knock down AI rage bait of all kinds.
Yeah, this is the same one. I remember months ago when YouTube was running these ads talking about how the government was giving away benefit cards to migrants being marketed towards black women. This is the next logical step. Yeah, he did it again. What? Here's the original. Oh God, it's just so stupid. He's such a fucking dickhead. Trump around children sometimes brings up the funniest fucking moments. Remember when he was like, you still believe in Santa Claus? Come on, at age 7, you gotta, it's give or take, right? At age 7, it's marginal, right? Screaming at the kid mowing the lawn. Oh, yeah, that too. Trump would be the funniest motherfucker if he wasn't a fascist leading the country. I think he still would be the funniest motherfucker if he was a fascist leading the country in a TV show and didn't actually have the power of leading the country. That's why I always said, like, the best possible thing we could have done is put Trump in prison, but then make him think he's actually running, like put him in a White House with cameras all over and make him think he's actually running the show and just film it. It would have been content gold. It would have basically solved a lot of problems. Yeah, unplug the controller. Exactly. When your little bro wants to play, you just unplug his controller, okay? And you let him sit there and tweak on the dials. Yeah, the Trumpman show. Oh, there was one other thing I wanted to show you guys. Yeah, but here's the AI
Things
stuff.
like-
Is there? There's, I assume, more as well. This guy goes into more. It's like so obviously written. It's so obviously written by a conservative. Like, it's not my fault. It's the government taxpayers' responsibility. Like, ugh.
I'm not sure if they're taking videos from real people and using their face to make AI, but that shit looks...
Shout out to that last creator. Go follow her because she put that together, that montage. It's the same fucking video. It's AI. It's the same script. It's, you type in angry black.
They're too mad to write a good script. I mean, other choice words would be, oh, I love buying alcohol with my EBT and defrauding white taxpayers. You know what I mean? Like, I'm thinking of, like, what are the other things that, like, Republicans fantasize about that, like, black people do in their minds as they are taking advantage of the social safety nets that exist. Yeah, I love buying soda and getting fat. Meanwhile, the guy who's, like, on the other side is just as fat, but just angry. I love buying cigarettes. I have a Mercedes-Benz vehicle that I put all of my EBT purchase groceries into. That's another one. That's another common one. Yeah. Welfare queens, you mean? Yes, that is the trope. That is the racialized trope. And it's a perfect example of how white people who also rely on these programs unironically advocate against them because they think black people are taking advantage of it. That's how you get poor white people to advocate against their best interest by making them fantasize about black people somehow also taking advantage of the very same programs that they are literally using. Yeah, why are our tax dollars subsidizing lobster for SNAP recipients? Why do you get to have a say, man? Why do you think you get to have a say? I don't understand it. There's this one as well. This is from the same lady who first posted the AI. This lady might be a fucking bot herself, actually, now that I think about it. America spends $7.8 billion monthly on SNAP. If illegals were removed from SNAP, the cost would reduce 70%. If all benefits were cut off, they would leave. 45% of all Afghanis living in America receive free food from you. Is this your American dream? Because it sure isn't mine. Food stamps by ethnicity. What the fuck? Wait, what am I looking at? Yeah, white with the American flag next to it, only 8.6% of food stamps. What is this, bro? Grok, is this true? Wait, let's see what Grok said. SNAP spending averages around $8 billion monthly, so the figure is close. Undocumented immigrants are ineligible for SNAP benefits directly, though mixed status households with eligible U.S. citizens like children can receive aid, meaning removal wouldn't slash costs by 70%. Non-citizens account for under 10% of recipients per USDA data. High welfare use among Afghan refugees exists due to the eligibility rules and low incomes, but the 45% SNAP figure stems from unverified viral claims rather than official stats. Refugees often qualify after initial periods. Cutting benefits might deter some migration, but evidence is anecdotal. What is this? I'm all for tightening down hard on illegal immigration, but we literally bombed the fuck out of Afghans for 20 years. So yeah, if anyone deserves free food from me, it's probably them. Oh my God, this is a woke Republican? No, these guys hate Grok too. They think Grok is woke because it's still literally geared off of existing search engines. So yes, of course, because unfortunately for many Republicans, the truth does have somewhat of a left bias, somewhat of a woke bias, if you will. Don't worry, Elon will tweak it again. So the Grok says that yes, Afghans are the only people that use the SNAP benefits and no one else. Wait, Israeli higher than white? Oh my God. Wait a minute. Indian at 4.4%? Pakistani at 13%? Kind of feel like I know where this graph was written. Now, I know Indians in America are some of the wealthiest minority groups in this country, but let's just say this is awfully suspicious. I mean, I don't think any of this is real anyway, but it's true. It's not saying what you think it says. These are percents of the ethnicities, not of total Snap users. It's true. It's not saying what you think it says. What do you mean? These are percentages of the ethnicities, not of total Snap users. Are you saying out of like all Afghan households, 45% of U.S. Afghan households are taking advantage of SNAP benefits? Is that what you're saying? Is that what the argument is? Is that what the argument they're making? Even that doesn't seem like that would be correct. I mean, but that also doesn't mean anything. Again, how many fucking Afghan households are in the United States of America? Who gives a shit if it's 45% of Afghan refugees out of all of the Afghan households in this country? That is a tiny, minuscule percentage of overall SNAP recipients. You know what I mean? So it's like, yeah, okay, that makes more sense. It ends up being 0.2% of total SNAP beneficiaries. Yeah. Of course, the reason why this is cooked is because they are making the argument that illegals are making are taking advantage of 70% of all SNAP recipients. Fact checking a viral U.S. food stamps recipient race ethnicity. This is from 29th of October. The groups were labeled by nationalities such as Afghan, Somali, Iraqi, along with racial groups white, black, and native. The chart appeared to show that Afghan people were the largest group receiving SNAP benefits at 45.6%, followed by Somali and Iraqi. White people represented on the chart with the U.S. flag were third to last at 8.6%. Yeah, except white is the largest fucking group of people on this list. Of course it's going to be the tiniest number. It's so stupid. America is 66% white. 8% of 66% of the entire fucking country is going to be a much larger number than 45% of all Afghan people on U.S. soil. Like infinitely larger. The number of Afghan people on U.S. soil is like what? Less than 1%. Yeah, of course, white people are the largest racial group receiving SNAP benefits at 35.4%. African Americans are next, making up 25.7% of recipients, and Hispanic people at 15.6%, Asian people at 3.9%, Native Americans at 1.3%, multiracial people at 1%. The race of 17% of participants is unknown. Quoting tweet from 1776 General. You don't understand racist math? I don't think they understand racist math. Yeah, also, this is correct. This is not a graph of food stamp recipients by ethnicity. It's ethnicity by share of its population who are food stamp recipients. And there are, the smaller the number of people are, okay, bracketed in this group, the smaller the number of people are in this group, the larger the percentage is going to be. What the fuck? This is a perfect demonstration of lying with statistics. The chart doesn't show the full picture of SNAP recipients by race or ethnicity. The most reliable source of breakdown of SNAP recipients by demographics comes from the U.S. Department of Agriculture. According to the most recent USDA data available from 2023, white people are the largest racial group receiving SNAP benefits at 35.4%. African Americans are next, making up 25.7% of recipients. Then Hispanic people at 15.6%, Asian people at 3.9%, Native Americans at 1.3%. By the way, none of these people are undocumented. If a household that has an undocumented parent is receiving SNAP benefits, that means that household has a documented American citizen in it. Okay? That's it. That's it. So just make no fucking mistake. Same report found that 89.4% of SNAP recipients were U.S.-born citizens, meaning less than 11% of SNAP participants were foreign-born. And by the way, if they're foreign-born, that means they are still American citizens, or of the latter figures, 6.2 were naturalized American citizens, 1.1% were refugees, and 3.3% were other non-citizens, including lawful permanent residents and other eligible non-citizens. So it's a tiny, tiny, tiny percentage, okay? While large shares of groups listed in the chart may receive food stamps, they are certainly a tiny share of households and spending on SNAP, said Tracy Roof. Survey data shows an incomplete picture on SNAP recipients. The chart shared on social media originated from a June blog post from the Personal Finance Wizards, which cited the U.S. Census table SO201 as a source. The site offers financial advice but publishes a disclaimer saying it cannot guarantee the completeness or accuracy. Site's authors appear to cherry-pick groups to include in the data chart, noting it's important to note that the graph highlights a selection of ethnicities we felt would be most relevant and engaging for our audience. So the amount of Afghani SNAP recipients, about 1 million people total? No, I don't even think so. How many Afghan... no, less than that. Number of Afghan nationals in U.S. No. It's 45% of the estimated 200 to 250,000. There are around 200 Afghan nationals on U.S. soil. Okay? 200,000, which means the number of SNAP recipients, many of which are refugees, by the way, okay? Which means the number of households that are receiving SNAP benefits would be 50 or 45,000. And the number of Afghan nationals living on U.S. soil under refugee status that are receiving SNAP benefits would be a little less than 100,000. Brother, you know what per capita is? Who cares about the specific number of human beings? Is showing that a majority of individuals coming from those regions are receiving benefits. That adds up quickly. Okay, let's say there's a major crisis in Bhutan, and we caused it. Okay. But because the overall number of people living in Bhutan is fairly low, or rather the amount of people that we're bringing in from Bhutan is also relatively low, we bring in 5 people from Bhutan to the United States of America, and we give 100% of those 5 people SNAP recipients. Would your dumbass also fucking turn around and be like, well, 100% of people from Bhutan got SNAP recipients? Well, it adds up. No, you wouldn't, because you're not a fucking idiot, I hope. That's 100%. It's a big number. America has 330 million people on U.S. soil, and you're talking about 100,000 refugees, brother. Refugees that we displaced. These are people who worked alongside the U.S. Armed Forces in many instances. You are issuing a gripe over 0.006% of the population. That's why the bigger the number, the more dangerous it is, doesn't fucking work. And you are just trying to justify your over time this will add up quickly. No, it won't. Do you want to know why it won't? Because, number one, how many Afghan nationals do you think we could bring into the United States of America? 66% of the country is white, okay? 66% of the country is white. White people comprise, according to these numbers, what? Or white people overall are 35% of overall SNAP recipients, okay? Are you fucking stupid? Do you think we're going to bring in 100 million Afghan nationals into U.S. soil? Do you think we're going to bring 20 million Afghan nationals to U.S. On U.S. soil? In order for the overall number to add up to the number of white recipients of SNAP, we would need to bring in tens of millions at the same percentage. We would basically need to take everyone from Afghanistan, bring them to the United States of America, and give this at the same percentage, give them SNAP. What the fuck are you saying? It adds up. Yeah, you can fill a bucket with little drips of water too. It's just going to take a long time. This is why the Republicans defund education. It's just alarming that this guy is looking at this number, saw me explain it, and still unironically turns around and goes, well, that's a big threat though. I don't think you understand. It fucking adds up, big dog. No, it doesn't. It doesn't actually add up. Like, you are leaning into being duped by this fucking data point in the process of me explaining why this data point is stupid. It's awesome that you got owned by fucking Grandmaster Wizard, by the way. From personalfinancewizards.org. Grandmaster Wizard. I'm not arguing the specific one you've been discussing, but if you add up all individuals on this list that are greater than 20% per capita, that's probably a shit ton of people. No, dumbass, it's not. No, it actually isn't. That's the problem. You're still being duped by the fucking stupid framing. Stop and think, please. The probably is the load-bearing fucking statement here. And no, it's not probably. Read my last. Easy way to explain this to the dumbasses. There are 42 million SNAP recipients. 37% are white. There are 15.5 million white SNAP recipients. There are 99,000 Afghani SNAP recipients. 45% over the 220K Afghan population. There are 156 white people on SNAP for every one Afghani on SNAP. No, I don't think he's going to care about this. I'm just going to be honest with you. I don't think he cares about this at all. Okay, I'm going to try this one more time. Notice how the higher percentages on here are oftentimes smaller nationalities like Somali, Afghan, Iraqi. These are somewhat smaller populations overall on U.S. soil. The top 3 bars adds up more than 100%. That should tell you something. Yeah, if they knew how to fucking add, they would know. They would know what that means. The reason why these percentages are so high is because the number of total people on U.S. soil and the conditions that they come from in most circumstances, because they get refugee status, is pretty dire, but the number overall is very small. That's why the number big on there, okay? Number big on food stamp by ethnicity, okay? Because overall number adjusted to the entire population, very small. That's why I gave you a ridiculous example to help you comprehend it. Like, if there were 5 people from Bhutan that showed up on U.S. soil and they were all refugees and they all needed SNAP, they would get 100%. But you would probably not make the argument that this is a devastating impact on the overall SNAP budget. Okay? That just means small number of people from Bhutan. That doesn't mean a lot of fucking people causing a strain on the overall entitlements programs. Yeah, also 90% out of all SNAP recipients are also born on U.S. soil. Like, not even naturalized U.S. citizens, just straight up. Or no, I think it is 90% is naturalized and born U.S. citizens, right? Yo, I saw Mr. Vance cook your ass. Can I get a response? Yes. If you think that JDVANCE, who was the blood boy of Peter Thiel, is capable of cooking anybody, you yourself are already cooked. And you kind of deserve the American future that we're heading towards. It's more of an indictment on you, chatter, than anybody else. Oh, yeah. 89.4% are U.S. born citizens and 6% are naturalized. Non-U.S. citizens are very, very small. Yes. Also, why does it matter what type of person is getting food? I mean, it doesn't. The only thing that list, if you look at it, shows you is like who is coming from what kind of financial circumstances. Yeah, the percentages only told us the socioeconomic conditions of different ethnic groups in this country. But this type of shit is exactly how white people broadly were in favor of eradicating social safety nets, because as demonstrated by even chatters in here, they see a motherfucker that they suspect is not like them receiving SNAP benefits, albeit a tiny fraction of SNAP benefits in the grand fucking pile, and they immediately go, whoa, we gotta shut it down. We gotta shut it down. Afghan motherfuckers are receiving SNAP. Guess what, dude? You want to know what kind of capital burn we engaged in on the Afghan society? The fucking trillions of dollars that we spent on the global war on terror. It is not even marginal. The amount of food subsidy we pay for 100,000 Afghans on U.S. soil that have refugee fucking status, if that's even the goddamn number, as opposed to the trillions that we spent killing them. Fucking idiot. This is why none of you are going to get health care, okay? Because of dumb fucks like that guy who want to sound smart but don't realize that they're just looking at the data that is leaning into their bigoted opinions. Jamel Hill says, I really wish y'all would just admit you hate low-income people rather than constantly bitching and complaining about how they shouldn't be afforded the slightest bit of dignity or convenience. Would it make you feel better if instead of getting to use DoorDash, let them walk to get their food? In fact, let's only allow them porridge and crackers, no salt, just tasteless communion wafers. Would that make you feel better about the roughly $40 a month that the average American contributes to funding SNAP? I just hate that, man. I just like, it's so gross. Like, there is definitely a decent number of people that are like just above that line of ever needing SNAP that think that they are somehow so much better than the people that do need it. They just can't put themselves in the shoes of someone else that is less fortunate than they are. And they just constantly lord over with this fucking unimaginable sense of entitlement. Like, it's so fucking nasty. It's such a nasty, stupid fucking way to behave. I don't understand it. Like, what are we doing here? the people that are also on these programs oftentimes exhibit a sense of shame regardless, which they shouldn't. They should not. And that's also part of the reason. This is the reason, because Americans are so fucking gross and so self-interested. Like, this is the wealthiest nation on the fucking planet, dude. This is the wealthiest nation on the planet. And we can't even fucking feed our neighbors? Like, what are we doing? There's already another $6 billion additional funds. $6 billion in contingency funds that the Republican administration is refusing to fucking add on to the SNAP benefits pile right now. They have it specifically for this moment. And they're claiming we can't use it because they want to fucking starve the poor. Yeah, over 50% are disabled or elderly. They got children. Like, you're talking about people who are going to not eat and skip a meal so they can feed their fucking children at a time when we're dumping $40 billion to Argentina so Scott Bessent's bestie can continue making money off of the Argentinian debt that he purchased many, many decades prior. Like, that's the reality here. We're spending hundreds of millions of dollars on this fucking fuck-ass ballroom, all this shit, unlimited billions to Israel, and dumb fuck Americans are literally like, oh, there's an American out there that's a little bit fucking broker than me. Fuck him. I hope he fucking dies. Like, that's the attitude that people have. It is so it's just so annoying. And the thing is, like, you don't need to suffer through the harrowing existence of being someone of the working class background that is objectively so poor that they need this kind of fucking that they needs these kinds of programs to survive. You shouldn't have to do that. You can just have basic empathy. You can just think a little bit, close your eyes and imagine yourself in that predicament. It's fucking gross, dude. And this is like, I could not comprehend it when Americans were doing this shit with like the student loan debt relief. Like, oh, I had to pay mine off. How come other people have to fucking, how come other people get it taken care of for free? That's unfair. It's like, dude, what do you mean? It's like a cancer patient. It's like cancer patients who survived cancer united to make sure that this new cancer treatment never actually goes out to market because they have to suffer through chemotherapy. So you also have to go through that and maybe you have a 50-50 chance of survival. How dare you? It's weird, man. It's weird as fuck that people that go through this struggle and go through these like the financial hardship of having to pay student loans then turn around and say, well, it's unfair if other people don't go through that. Fucking race to the goddamn bottom, dude. It's so fucking annoying. It's unbearable. Yeah, SNAP makes up around 12% of grocery sales nationally, according to the National Grocery Association, a pro-business trade group that represents grocers. Any extended gap in SNAP payments is likely to see layoffs and possibly even store closures. This is something I brought up as well. This is something I also brought up. This is not good for the 42 million Americans, but it's also not even good for like some of the big businesses in this country. It's not good for the farmers either.
Why is the government shutdown not a both sides issue? Why are the Democrats to blame? Well, Democrats are using a short-term spending bill to push long-term policy changes that don't belong there.
Wow. Yeah, that never happens. Yeah, it's their only point of leverage, dumbass. It's their only point of leverage. And what are they actually advocating for? It's not like they're fighting so that they can fund Israel harder or some shit. They're fighting for Republicans. Again, Republicans and Democrats alike, but Republican voters and Democrat voters. Actually, I'll go so far as to say they're actually fighting for a larger share of Republican voters than Democrat voters, as a matter of fact, when they're trying to consistently aid, when they're trying to make sure the ACA subsidies remain. Who the fuck do you think uses those subsidies to make sure that their fucking health care is not triple the cost? What kind of downstream consequence does that have? Medicaid funds the fucking rural hospitals that remain, if they even have rural hospitals to begin with. Yeah, the ACA premiums are going to explode, dude. Here's how much Obamacare prices are rising across the country. Change in 2026 monthly premiums without extra subsidies for 60-year-olds. The magnitude of the change depends on where people live, how old they are, and what they earn. Extended subsidies would cost the federal government around $23 billion next year and about $350 billion over the next decade. The real solution here, by the way, is obviously to not even extend the subsidies, but to have Medicare for all. But obviously, we're not even having that conversation right now. This is just a Band-Aid solution to make sure that people aren't fucking getting destroyed. Another glaringly obvious weakness of the ACA, which was simply just an additional subsidy for private health care. The funding is at the heart of the congressional fight that has left the government shut down for nearly a month. Democrats have demanded an extension as a condition of their support for a government funding bill. Republicans have said they won't consider an extension until the government is reopened. Oh, wait, there's the second part of the AI video where it says that white people are patriotic and they'll go and get a job. I can't believe we're back to fucking like 80s style. Like this is directly the same argument around welfare queens, by the way. This is straight up the same exact argument.
Black woman, and it has to be a black woman for this to work. Angry black woman screaming.
Yeah, nearly 6 in 10 marketplace enrollees, 57%, live in congressional districts represented by a Republican. 78% of people say the tax credit should be continued.
About losing benefits to feed her 7 kids by 7 different daddies, and it's the taxpayer's responsibility. It's the same fucking script. All screaming, all with kids in the background usually. And if you notice, if you go back and look on that montage, that's all from one account. That's all from a singular fucking account that's posted all of those videos. It's the same videos that the original creator was referencing. It's AI. It's fake. Those are fake videos. If you're seeing nothing, if your algorithm is full of nothing but these types of videos, you're going to probably have a visceral reaction to it and come out and say something that sounds to the rest of us who haven't seen these videos as really fucking heartless, like Toast Lady, because you're furious that all these people are making videos talking about how it's the taxpayer's responsibility to take care of their kid. Here's another version with white people.
They just cut my stamps again. Took them right out from under us like we ain't even people. I gotta figure out how to feed these kids now. I swear to God, I'm about to go apply anywhere that'll have me. They cut my food stamps. It's my patriotic duty to get a job. Our babies. I'm serious. I gotta do it. They cut my food stamps in half last week. Half. Don't know how we're even gonna make it through till Friday. But you know what? This is my country. Ain't nobody else gonna feed my babies for me. It's on me now.
Almost damn near the same template as the black women, you know, panic, dirty faces, kids running around in the background. But the white people are doing their patriotic duty, and they've got to do what they've got to do, and they're going to go apply to any place that will have them, and they, you know, they've got to take care of their kids now. Do you think this shit is an accident? Do you think that they're pumping out AI videos of black women talking about how they have 7 kids with 7 daddies and it's the taxpayer's responsibility to take care of their kids, and then the exact same template with a white person is, I got to do my patriotic duty and get a job? By the way, that was also one creator. The white AI, the white people AI EBT was also a single creator. Here's another one. If you scroll down just a few more videos in their grid, here's another one of the videos that they posted. It's fake. It's all fake. That was the same creator that had a montage of white people complaining about EBT.
Okay, that one was funny. No, I'm just kidding.
Is posting AI videos of like fat people. It's a joke. It's all just a joke. Here's another example. This one might not be AI, okay? This is a different type of video that these people are seeing.
My food stamps just got cut from a little over $3,000 a month to $800 a month. And I'm pregnant with my 9th child, and I genuinely don't know how I'm gonna pay the grocery bill. The money we save by having the government pay for our groceries.
I don't think this is, I think this is also AI. What do you mean? She said she gets $3,000 in fucking SNAP benefits and has 8 children so far and is about to get the 9th.
Groceries we were using to pay for our mortgage. But now if we're going to have to use our mortgage money to eat, I don't know how.
Here's another video from that creator, just a few videos down in her grid from that video. And I'm warning you, this is really fucking gross. I'm just going to play a couple seconds of it because it's fucking disgusting.
I made the semen soup, and I promised you guys I would give you an update on how it tastes after I tried it. So...
Oh, never mind. Okay. Yeah, I see what it is. She's a rage baiter. Dude, what the fuck is wrong with people, man? Yo, people are just so bricked by the internet. Even without AI, you got whole ass humans doing this shit.
Here we go.
She's not AI, she's just a shit poster. I mean, she's just posting ridiculous crap for views. That semen soup video, along with most of...
Like, the semen soup video is gross, but like, the other thing that she's doing is parallel to like pre-existing insane statements. You know what I mean? It's like We have created an incentive structure to be a monster online. Yeah, it's so fucking annoying.
Content gets zero engagement, like nothing. That Snap benefits video where she's talking about her benefits going from $3,000 to $800, which is ridiculous. Nobody gets fucking $3,000 in Snap, but that's the point. She's a shit poster. That video got a ton of engagement. That was a huge, huge success for her. So you have, on the one hand, you have just AI farms pumping out a shit ton of...
Yeah. How are you going to look at all this and then tell me, in all sincerity, that the Chinese firewall isn't an objectively good idea? It's to protect them, okay? It's to protect them from this, from our brain poison. God damn it, dude.
Videos that are playing to like visceral responses from people, black people talking about how it's the taxpayer's responsibility. And you notice how they don't say it's the government's responsibility. That's fucking market tested for rage bait. Like, if you say it's the government's responsibility, the word government has a negative connotation. You might get people that agree with you on that one. But if you say it's the taxpayer's responsibility, that is more likely to induce rage because people are more likely to see themselves as a taxpayer rather than a contributor to the government or part of the government. It's market.
I hate you so much for making me agree with this opinion. What? The censored internet still allows VPNs mostly. There's the part Western narratives leave out. Yeah, but it's kind of like it's already discouraged because it's like difficult to get into it, right? That's the whole point. That it's already difficult to fucking, you know, it's just one additional step you need to abide by. So many people are just not going to do it so they can see the metric ton of brain rotted slop.
Tested rage bait, and it's being pumped out 24 hours a day. And as soon as any one of these MAGA creators engages with it, they're going to see hundreds of videos like this. This is what we're up against because these people have zero media literacy, zero critical thinking skills. How do you possibly explain to these people, these videos look so fucking real, and they're not. They're fake. They're AI. How do you explain that to people, that what they're seeing with their own fucking eyes is not real? And they're basing their entire worldview and their entire political argument off of something that isn't real. We're out here arguing the statistical facts that less than 1% of people on food stamps commit fraud, that almost everybody on food stamps works, and that they get the average food stamp per month is $500. Some people get a lot less than that. But we're not arguing with people who are arguing facts. We're arguing with people who are been brainwashed by AI.
No, it's not. It's people that already had this opinion. They already had this bias. They already had encountered this racist stereotype. And now you got a metric ton of propaganda that looks real. And especially if you're already fucking biased in that direction, you're going to be like, oh, see? You see? You're not going to second guess it because it agrees with you. It sucks.
This is a fucking terrifying time to be alive. And this is why I've been talking about for years. I don't think a certain population...
They were doing like the Islamophobic rage bait as well in like Londonistan, right? Like they were like, oh, yeah. Oh, la ilaha illallah. Yeah, I'm here to do fucking violence to the white Englishmen. That's why I came out here to shank yous. You know, that's what they were fucking... They were posting up videos like that. Inshallah, bruv, we'll take over the fucking whites in England, yeah?
A certain subset of this population can handle it. I think we are devolving as a species. Technology is just too much for some people to have, because most of us look at those videos and go, this doesn't seem right. Like this looks really odd. It's really weird that all of these women are saying the exact same.
Yeah, they did it for the Palestine protesters, yeah.
Well, I'm just sad that it's over. I just don't know how I'll pay rent without my protesting money. Like, do I need to find a job?
Unfortunately, everybody, that is our future. Young 21-year-old boys and girls going out there and being paid to protest.
That guy literally thought that was real. Oh my God. It says Sora right there, bro. Oh my God. We're so fucking cooked. Oh my God. This is what our family are watching on Facebook. Oh my God. Thank God my mom only watches like cute animal videos that are AI. And I'm like, Mom, that's the AI video you're watching. And she goes, I know, but it's cute. Oh.
Thinks it's real. He doesn't know that's AI. Like
is fully convinced that actually happened.
The next wave of this is going to be the boomer that's also AI, by the way. The next wave of this is going to be not only this guy's AI, but the boomer reacting to it is also AI. And then that causes other boomers to go, see, a boomer who has the same exact look of me and the same exact feelings that I have is responding in the same exact way that I should be. Just fucking wait, dude. I'm telling you right now, it's not just going to be the first image that you see that's AI. It's going to be the fucking boomer that's reacting to it that will be AI as well. Metal Gear Solid 2 predicted all this? God damn it, dude. Oh my God, it's so cooked. We're so fucking cooked. God damn everything. Everything sucks. Everything sucks dick and balls, brother. Holy shit. Oof. Here's a funny little update, by the way, from that one ICE agent. The Washington Post obtained the rest of the body cam footage showing that the drunk driving ICE agent promised to check if the arresting officer's partner was Haitian. I'm going to run some checks when I get back. He added that he would have him deported if not legit.
I don't know what he is, to be honest. He's an American citizen as far as I'm aware.
Lane, don't do this to me, Lane. I'll deport your officer, Lane. I'll deport your best friend, Lane. I'll do it. Oh, speaking of hellish nightmares in our current dystopia, Amazon and Google agreed to send coded messages to Israel if any country lawfully requested access to Israeli data. The code designed to subvert the fact cooperation between tech companies and governments might be confidential. Yeah. If either Google or Amazon provides information to authorities in the U.S. where the dialing code is +1, and they are prevented from disclosing their cooperation, they must send the Israeli government 1,000 shekels. If, for example, the companies receive a request for Israeli data from authorities in Italy, where the dialing code is +39, they must send 3,900 shekels. If the companies conclude the terms of a gag order prevent them from even signaling which country has received the data, there is a backstop. The company must pay 100,000 shekels, $30,000 to the Israeli government. This sounds like a Nazi conspiracy, and here we are. It is not a Nazi conspiracy that was made up, because everything that fucking Israel does, and this is by Yuval Abraham, by the way, again, from Plus 972 and Local Call Magazine investigators, everything, as I've talked about before, every fucking thing that Israel does with regular frequency, at first glance, comes across like another anti-Semitic conspiracy that someone cooked up, because you're like, no one is that evil. That's fucking crazy. No one does this level of espionage uninterrupted. That's fucking nuts. But no, lo and behold, Israel very much is doing that. Yeah. Google and Amazon submitted to highly unorthodox controls that Israel inserted into the deal in anticipation of legal challenges over its use of the technology in the occupied West Bank and Gaza. I mean, it's crazy. Like, these companies have backdoors for the U.S. State Department, right? For the American government, for the American federal law enforcement agencies. We all kind of understand that that's the case, right? They're American companies. But why the fuck are they doing that technically at odds with American prosecutors at the behest of Israel? How the fuck does that happen? How does that happen? How does that not make people go crazy? Yeah, why the fuck would China use Amazon and Google after this shit? It's the same principle behind, like, Taiwan going to Israel and saying, like, oh, let's do an APAC conference in Taiwan. It's the same principle behind the fucking lady, Maria Machado, I think her name is, I'm fucking it up right now, the Nobel Peace Prize winner, going to Israel and demanding intervention from Israel in Venezuela. Okay? It's nuts. It makes people go fucking crazy. Maria Corina Machado. It's nuts. It makes people go crazy. You're like, well, who's the junior partner here and who's the senior partner here? You know? The fuck are we doing? What the fuck are we doing? No barking, Kai. Can you guys get the door? Thank you. Anyway, I'm begging you, please stop chewing gum. I'm not even chewing gum. What the fuck are you talking about? I'm literally not chewing gum. I have Zin in my mouth and I'm not chewing anything. All right, let's fucking, let's do it. Let's do this thing. I was going to watch the politics of One Piece and the fact that, like, the One Piecers, BOOKTok has found One Piece, but instead, I'm going to play No, I'm Not Human, okay? Promises made, promises kept. I'm playing No, I'm Not Human. Spooky Gaming is here. Spooky Gaming is real. Spooky Gaming can't hurt you, but it will certainly hurt me. I've heard a lot about this game. I heard that it's, like, very creepy. very freaky. And that's a Russian game, bro. Okay. Yeah, I read Dostoevsky too when I was growing up. And Turgenev. The fuck? I played Last of Us. That dude loves Israel. Anyway, I look forward to you. What? Oh shit, Internet Governor. Thank you for the 10 gifted subs. Oh my god, the gifted subs are coming in hot. Oh my god. Yeah, I played Tetris too, bro. That's also a Russian game. To be fair, that was from the glorious nation of the USSR, the Federation of States. Okay. Jackie DeLamps, Blue Popeyes. Oh, you guys are bribing me, dude. What the hell? You guys are bribing my ass. Okay, I don't know shit about what this is about, but let's see. Oh my god, this is the reason why fucking people were not subscribing. They were waiting for me to game. I made a blast off for this. Wait, hold on. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Okay, let me blast off real quick. Gaming is back. Gaming is back. It is real. www.twitch.tv/HasanAbi. Oh, I told y'all, dude. I told y'all, gaming can't hurt you. Gaming is not real, is what many of you thought. I had to withhold. I had to do semen retention for the gamers. 1K instantly gone. Don't pay attention to the fucking non-believers, dude. Don't pay attention to the fucking gaming haters. It has been a while, though, that I've experienced the immediate loss of viewership by turning on a fucking video game. It's been a while. There's a gap between your chat arena and the edge of your screen. Can you fix it? Sorry. No. Okay, we're ready. Last time was Pee Pee Poo Poo Park? Yeah, I think so. I think that was the last game I played. Actually, we just got back from our trip. Aren't you tired of staying at home? Yeah, I remember. Damn, I'm getting showered with fucking gifted subs right now. We went to the beach. But it was too hot yesterday, so we took off early. Yeah, we're getting her ready for school. She doesn't want to go, but what can you do, right? Damn, Megaphonics don't know. Alright, I'll drop by later tonight. Okay, talk to you later. Bye. Hey neighbor, long time no see. How's life? Wait, hold on. Is this a better place to put this? Same as it ever was. So let me level with you. I came over for a reason. I've been getting a little worried about you. Something real bad seems to be headed our way. I just got off the phone with my cousin. She told me the news is saying something weird is going on with the sun. And that there are people coming up from underground. They're calling them visitors for whatever reason. Wait, what the fuck? No. What is what the fuck? What? I don't even use Edge. Where the fuck did that come from, bro? Hey, yo, nice try, FBI. What the fuck? Bro, what the fuck? Am I getting hacked? Is this the FSB? What's happening? No, it was just it was just a message from FSB, KGB, open up. Tell us your location. That's what happened. Creepy stuff, huh? I sure hope it's not true. What's happening with the sun? Either it's gonna explode or something's gonna explode on it. Not totally sure. All I know is something's wrong with it. I'm sure you noticed this summer's been the hottest one ever, right? Yeah, it's called climate change, bro. I think we need to prepare ourselves for the worst. My cousin told me that being home alone is dangerous. So I came over to make sure you don't end up hurt or worse. How are your wife? Don't worry about my family. A good friend of mine is staying with us right now. He's looking after them while I'm here. Great, let's continue this conversation in the morning then. I'll see you in the kitchen when you wake up. See you in the morning. Wait, what? Did I just leave him? Did I just let him in? What happened? Looks like no one else is coming tonight. Better not go in there right now. I'll check in during the day. Moralia. Okay, so we got an office, loneliness and isolation. What is this, a cum jar? Oh, it's kombucha. Bedroom, hall. I hate sleeping by the nightstand. Too many bad memories. Is there anything else that's clickable here? Nope, I don't look that way. Not anymore. Wait, what happened? It's kombucha. Breaking news. What the fuck? This guy's glasses. At 6:28 a.m. today, there was a powerful emission of energy from the sun. This burst of energy was far larger than scientists had predicted. 6.8 Röntgen. Not good, not terrible. As a result, temperatures outside have reached critical levels. The government has since declared a state of emergency. We ask that viewers refrain from going outside during the day. Up next, something lighter. You see ballerinas dancing gracefully, crossing the stage in strong but delicate leaps. Despite the elegance, the dance evokes anxious thoughts. If only someone could just explain what's going on. What the fuck? Wait, to catch a signal, turn the right knob. To do this, left click and hold the right knob and move the cursor. If you still can't get a signal, try changing the wave range. To do this, left click on handles in the middle and continue searching for the wave. You need the right knob. Uh-oh. Chat, what the hell is this? I'm not gonna be able to... Wait, what? Can you describe what you're seeing? Is there a fire? No, it's the sun. They're burning up in the sun. What the fuck? Do not leave the house until dark. No, that guy haunts the streets at night. The pale one. What the fuck? It's beer day. Nice. I love beer day. Chat, am I missing something here, chat? No one will be out on the street at that time of the day. He's in the kitchen, right? It's time to get a beer from the kitchen. Ah! Damn, so it's all true after all. Well, then everything I said makes sense. Don't go outside during the day. And you have to remember to let other people in. Why? Why would I let anybody in, bro? I don't even want you in this house. I feel like you're looking awfully grayish, greenish. I don't know if I want any. I don't know if I want any of you motherfuckers in here, bro. He's Russian. That's just normal. That's just how he looks. My bad. My mistake. Check the windows. Okay, don't go outside. Why would I let strangers into my house? I know you prefer to keep your distance from people, but you have to. My cousin doesn't know for sure why. We can't just bunker down by ourselves. But she mentioned that if anyone comes and asks if you're alone, say no and tell them someone's in the house with you. I hate dealing with people. Why do I need other people with me? The people you let inside might bring something useful or share some interesting information. Just don't forget to test them for signs of being a visitor. You don't have much energy during the day with this heat. So choose who you want to test carefully. You'll have to take a real close look. It's strenuous, draining work. But don't worry about chatting with people. That won't take up any energy. So talk as much as you like. And be sure to look out your windows, comrade. TV is great and all, but there's no better source of info than your own two eyes. What do we need to do? I'm afraid all we can do now is try to survive and hope the nightmare ends soon. I'm sure the government will help us somehow. Maybe they'll lead everyone to shelter or something like that. If they do, stick together with me and my family. All right, that's it from me. Wait, where's he going? I'm heading back home tomorrow night. Write down my number. They just set up the line over there. 449-214. We'll keep in touch on the phone. Now that's really it. Crack a beer and get some sleep. Ew. Is that expensive Voss water? That's kind of crazy. Not good socialist. All right, hold on. Before cracking a beer, I'm going to look outside the fucking window. I'm afraid to look out right now to make me go blind. One of the magazines where you got to find a certain person in the crowd. Must be annoying. Wish people would just leave me alone already. Honestly, I'm better off being alone. You can even talk aloud to yourself. Okay, we get it, bro. You're a fucking loner. You're a stoner. You got deep, dark thoughts in your mind. Like, Jesus Christ. Window at night, unfortunately. Okay, so this is the closet, storage room. Also, just remember, comrades, even though technically we are very clearly broke and a single household income, we still have numerous bedroom in house. This is the glories of USSR. Everyone has big house, window to another room. People used to do that to save electricity, so the light from one room spills into the other. But then they sealed it up, but only on one side. Okay, neighbor number, nobody on entrance. You're so bad at LARPing. Why would you say that, bro? Knock one back before you hit the sack. It'll make you really sleepy. If you ever feel like you've had enough conversation for one day, drink a beer and relax. I'm dying. This guy's got... World's gone to shit, but a cold beer still hits right. That's a weird ass... That beer sure made me sleepy. I should go to bed. Be careful. Wait, what is this? Be careful, that beer is the best. Oh. My brother-in-law works at the brewery. Bliat, this guy still here. Why the fuck is he still here? Saves the game. The save persists even after the current playthrough ends. Oh, I'm drinking beer and then kombucha. This is not good. Wait, don't use that? Oh, well, I fucked up. Did I waste that? Fuck! Suka bliat! Restart? No lie? Wait, really? Except for the sticks we used to whack the grass. Ah, Jesus Christ. I don't get why this is not in the corner. I thought it was the rule. Restart? No lie. Hardcore mode? Yeah, restart. You only get one more save. Oh, shit. Shitty. Nope, I don't look that way. Not anymore. Is someone knocking on door? What the fuck? Oh! It's teenagers! There's deadly silence outside. There's no one there. Even the drunks have decided not to go out. Are they afraid of something? Ah! Is my daddy here? Can you get him for me? I was okay before, but I'm really scared now. There are lots of strange people out here tonight. What the fuck? What the fuck? Yo, is that child moist critical? What is this? What do I say here to this person? What's your dad's name? Like I'm gonna fucking know anything. Tell me something about your dad. I know a lot about him. He's my daddy after. Okay, you don't have a dad. You're a visitor, right? Ah! I know that he likes to drink a little beer before he goes out. When he does go out, he always leaves me yummy lunch and dinner and juice. But today I tried some of that beer stuff. Blech, it was so gross. Okay, she's not a real Russian. She's a visitor. Why would anyone drink that when they could just have juice? Oh, please don't tell him I did that. Are you afraid of visitors? This is crazy to ask a child. How did you get here in one piece? That's also crazy, but I'm gonna ask that anyway. I don't know. Everything feels like it's opposite day now. People stay at home and sleep during the day, then go out and do stuff at night. I'm still scared of the dark, but maybe there's nothing to be afraid of. Or is there? What the fuck? Have a good day. What are we thinking? Should I tell her to fuck off? Bro, that is one ugly child. I'm sorry. It makes me feel like I don't want to let her in. Okay? I feel like that's a busted ass kid, bro. Like, that's demon. That's demon energy. Am I crazy? I'll get your dad for you. Oh! Look at that smile. Thanks, you two. I want to go home. It's scary out here. We're going to play a new game Daddy made up for me. You have to roll the dice. And then you move stuff around like the armchair or the couch. You have to build big pile near the door to win. I'll show you how to play another time. Oh, that is it. Oh, that was literally the dad. Hey, yo, that's crazy. What? Instantly. Can I come in? Yeah, fucking hell no. What the hell? It's Jokic, chat. I was taking shelter at that bar down the road, but they kicked me out just like that. Why? Humph. I guess not everyone there found my personality particularly palatable. But I don't mean any harm, don't worry. Life is shitty sometimes, you know? So what do you say, my good man? Can I come in? You're not a visitor, are you? Do I look like one of those monsters? I don't know what they look like, but if I were to assume, it'd be you, yes. No, I'm not a visitor, and you're never going to get a straight fucking answer anyway, directly. I guess things here won't be any different from the bar. Okay, honestly, why am I a fucking debate lording these people? Like, these questions are crazy. Why did they kick you out of your previous shelter? I considered saying something rude just now, but thought better of it. I told you already, someone there didn't like me. God knows who it was. Let him in, he's kind of cute. Oh my god, bro. Some of you chatters make me understand why incels are so constantly fucking blackpilled about their height, dude. That's all it takes for some of you. That's all it takes. Oh my god, he's over 6 foot. Let him in and fucking start hacking and slashing. That's crazy. Is that really all it takes, dude? Y'all would throw it back for Slenderussy? Now that I think about it, maybe it's a good thing they tossed me out. They could have eaten me alive back there and no one would have fucking noticed. Yeah, look at his fucked up ass hands, bro. Am I supposed to bring people in here? Do you think there will be more people that are coming in? That's the game, bud? Okay, but what if he's a visitor and then he kills me? There's 3 a day? There's more ways to check? How? I don't want to bring him in here, dude. Find out an RP? Okay, well, I am fucking... Oh, you find out when you let him in? Thank you. Trust in people doesn't amount to a hill of beans these days. But I appreciate your trust in me. Perhaps I even... Well, no, I shouldn't promise anything. Wait, hold on. So where is he now? Oh, what the fuck? What is this growth? Hey, yo. Hello. Sorry to bother you so late. It was just so hot out today and the TV said we shouldn't go out in the sun, so could you maybe find some space for me? What are the eyes, bro? Chad is like, oh, you've never seen a shoulder before? Yeah, no, not like that, okay? It looks like she's got a fucking growth. That's... Who are you? I lived out near the city. The asphalt over there is heating up pretty bad, as you can imagine. I actually worked the register at local store. At one point, I mean. I don't anymore. They fired me. I've always had bad luck with work. What will you do now? I don't know. Will I survive? Who will help me? How much time do I have to look for help? I have no idea what's gonna happen. Like, I couldn't even guess. Doesn't all this scare you? It terrifies me. I think I'm sending her ass. I'm sorry. Help her? Chat, y'all are fucking begging to have your ass ate. Shoulders busted. Her face, like one of her eyes looks zombified. No, I'm not letting her in. Nah, fuck that. I am not letting her in. You should leave. Okay, I get it. Thanks for hearing me out anyway. Okay, clearly I should go then. Bye. Yeah, bye. Fake ass socialist? Yeah, bro, no women allowed, okay? Brother? What the fuck is wrong with the children in this goddamn game? The kids are so busted, bro. That is a freak. What is that thing? That is one ugly ass baby, bro. Yo, no disrespect, but it doesn't look like I'm letting you in. You look like a Chernobyl victim. Hello, could you please help us? They love hard life. Yeah, why do the kids all look like they melted in the fucking nuclear reactor core or some shit? Because they've seen the mines? What happened? I'm exhausted. I just want a place to sleep. I had 5 kids. Now this is the only one left. Wait, what? You do not have a good track record. You lost 4 of your 5 kids? This is like the reverse of the fucking SNAP benefits AI videos, you know? I have 7 kids. You have a -4 child rate, dude. That is nutty. My husband disappeared too. I don't know if he's dead or if he abandoned us, but now I just want to lie down and pass out for a few days. Yeah, I gotta say, where did your other kids go? I don't know. Maybe their father took them. I want to go to his house, but I just don't have the strength anymore. Sure, we fought a lot, but it's not hard to. It's hard not to when you live with someone who acts like a complete asshole. Forget him. Look, the most important thing to me now is finding my kids. I mean, this one is ugly as hell, so I assume the other ones are just as ugly, if not worse. So it kind of makes sense why she would have just dropped the kids behind, you know what I mean? Also, I feel like if I let them in, the Slender Man might actually eat the baby instead of me, so... And clearly she doesn't give a shit about burning some of these children, so... We might actually come to a decent arrangement here where I could just be like, yo, give your ugly baby to the Slender Man and let him fuck off. You know what I mean? Come in. Finally, a moment of rest. Come on, get a move on. Pick your spot. We'll be out of here by tomorrow, I promise. Looks like no one else is coming tonight. Wait, we should call the neighbor. Wait, I can't call the neighbor. I don't know why. I wasn't crazy for letting that crazy ass shoulder lady go, right? Good afternoon. Here is the news. Fake news. The sun's activity rises steadily as crime levels also reach new high. According to recent data, the number of murders over the last few nights have surpassed average figures. Experts suspect this is related to society's ever-growing anxiety surrounding the visitors. And now, over to just a moment. Our studios received an urgent transmission regarding contact with the phenomenon we are calling visitors. Eyewitness accounts describe them as creatures that can imitate the appearance and behavior of humans. Avoid contact at all costs. In one case, a visitor was able to be identified with one telltale sign: perfect white teeth. Our early report seems to back this up. Sources say they encountered an... What is that noise? An unhoused person with perfect white teeth who later turned out to be a visitor. That's all for now. Stay calm and don't leave the house during the day. Up next, more weather updates, but first a message from our sponsors. Buying groceries used to mean trudging down to the store. For rest, you can get everything you need just by picking up the phone. Call 378362 and your groceries will arrive in your door within a day. For rest, delicious relaxation, right at your home. Do you think... It's stuffy in here. I need to test you. Wait, what does that do? Take the energy out? You okay? How's the kid? Oh, he's tired like me. He's shy around new people too, so he's being extra clingy. He struggled to handle stuff like this. They might not complain, but you can see it written on their faces. Sometimes I feel like it's my fault for dragging them into all of this, but it's too late to change any of that now. Wait, hold on. Let me do the radio first. Uh-oh. I can't figure this out. Fuck. Just send your photos to us by email. But please don't send anything other than eyes, teeth, and fingernails. Hasan, ain't no way they're human. Ah! Slenderman. Yes, was there something you wanted? I need to test you. What do you want to check? You want me to show? Okay, take a look. Take in that odor of sadness and smoke. Wait, is that white? I can't tell. Is that supposed to be white or is it the art style? Pretty yellow, right? So piss off with your test. I'm not a visitor. Pull out the gun. I got a blicky? Oh, hell yeah. Leave alone. Wait, where was the lady? I need to test you. Fine, go ahead, test me. I have nothing to hide. Please. Oh! That's white. That's white. That's white. Right? Is it supposed to look whiter than that? The gums are fucked up, but like, you decide, bro. I can't tell. I can't tell if it is. What the fuck is this? Hey, chat. YouTube channel Spill released a new video about Hasan abusing his daughter Kaya. I don't want anyone to hate on other creators, but leaving comments on Spill's video might do a difference. Dude, what the fuck is wrong with you? Chipped tooth, not perfect? I can't. Okay, the question I have is I can't tell if it's the R style or I can't tell if it's the R style or if like the teeth are supposed to look white. Like when will I tell when the fucking teeth are white? I feel like I don't want to kill the mother in front of the daughter or the child. The child's already ugly as fuck. And on top of that, this ugly ass baby is going to have no parent, no prospects. You know, I never used to care about them much. I just didn't have the time, but now I regret that. Today is cucumber day. Very nice. Shoot them? Bro, chatters are such fucking freaks. Chatters are literally just, they're out for blood, bro. What the fuck? I need to check myself. Screw this. Oh, wait. What if I am the visitor? Shoot them is insane. Yeah, bro. Fucking calm down, brother. What the hell? What the heliante, bro? You'll be the surrogate if you kill her? I don't want to do that. All right, let's use the phone. Who should I call? Should I call the neighbor or should I call Forrest? This is how I actually use the phone with one finger at a time. Hello, you have reached Forrest Food Delivery. Would you like to place an order? 2 cans of Energica, please. Thank you. Your order's been accepted. Please accept your delivery by tomorrow night. I don't even know what that is, but fuck it. It'll be helpful for the energy, right? 214. I'm speedrunning, chat. Do you notice I'm speedrunning? Hey, neighbor, good to hear from you. So, you let a couple people in yet? If not, then you really should start thinking about it. Got any questions? How many signs? If only I knew. Nobody really knows how many signs it takes to be sure. I say it's probably best not to jump to conclusions, though. Maybe they just went to the dentist before everything went to hell. You taking in people too? My daughter really doesn't like it, but what can I do? There's no other way. She keeps begging me to take her outside just to get away from all the strangers in the house, but daytime is not an option. I'm telling you, the daughter is a visitor. I couldn't tell from her teeth, like I couldn't see I couldn't get a good look at her gums, but she was blasting the teeth out. How did you sort out the issue with food? I got lucky, stocked up ahead of time. If I remember, you did too. But if you want something special, that's food delivery service for rest. I don't know their number, but you'll catch it on TV or radio ads. All right, that's everything. We did everything that we can during the day. Clip that bitch. Okay, calm down, chatters. At night, there's 3 windows for your information. I know. I am up. Okay. You see your neighbor and his daughter through the window. They're playing happily, trying to forget about the ongoing horrors, if only for a moment. The bodies of teenagers are lying on the ground. Someone killed them. It appears they have happened recently. The blood still hasn't dried. What the fuck? Hey, users! What about here? A menace Pella's death itself is standing in the footpath. There are strange folds in his skin, as though his flesh is in the wrong size for his body. You can't see his eyes from here, but you can feel his gaze. You suddenly feel a sense of deep fear and pray that the terrifying visitor passes by your house. Hi, Forrest Delivery here. I didn't think deliveries were still running. You know, I didn't expect people to skip stocking up before the end of the world, apocalypse or not. Guess folks still got to get lunch. Deliveries might pay pretty well right now, but the risk is huge no matter how you slice it. But this damn sun! Now people order 20 liters of water at a time. I wish we got hazard pay or tips for logging that heavy stuff around. Anyway, sorry I got sidetracked. Here you go. Have a good day. Oh, I mean night. Still not used to that. Chatters? Chatters are so dumb. Because he was like... Oh, he's still there. Fuck, he's still there. Oh, Jesus Christ, he's still there. What about the delivery guy? He's cooked. I sense the energy here stagnates. Something very bad is developing from within. The sun and Leo are in the 5th house. I see it all clearly. You're a pretty assertive person, aren't you? Huh? I can see you prefer to take action rather than talk. Typical Leo, am I right? Wait, what the fuck? Bro, how does she know? Let the crystal mommy in now. Y'all are so horny. You've accumulated a large amount of dark energy here. Yes, very unpleasant. I don't understand yet or why. Everything just feels so neglected. I suppose I should start with affirmations. She's hot, let her in. You guys would get your ass eat. You do not demonstrate the necessary scrutiny to survive this Russian apocalypse, or just like the average Russian summer, I guess. My horny ass would not survive. Yes, thanks for dumping all that on my already troubled mind. You're juggling several constellations within yourself. You're a complex person. We can use affirmations to reach the depths of your inner cosmos. Then everything will fall into place. Should I bring her in, chat? She's sus as hell. I don't think any visitor is gonna be like, ah, delightful, you're in quite an excellent location. There's a powerful current of positive energy flowing through your house. Hey, hey, you on the other side of the door. I can hear your footsteps. Mind if I crash here for the night? What's with your face? What's wrong with it? Looks fine to me. Oh, you mean why am I smiling? Yeah, I haven't seen anyone smile in a while either. Fears make people forget what joy even feels like. Is this a baseball player? Like, what the fuck? Despair blinds us to what little good is still left in the world. Let him in or you're racist? Oh, I'm fucking, call me a Klansman then, okay? He's got even freakier vibes than the other one. What is there to be happy about? There's plenty of reasons, but I can't tell you what should make you happy. What did you used to do? What did you used to love doing before all this happened? Try to remember what brought you joy. We cannot allow ourselves to wallow in despair, now more than ever. So, I'm homophobic and racist, okay? But I also don't understand like why he's smiling like that. And I don't even know if I have enough space. Do I have enough space remaining in my house? Chat, is there unlimited space? Also, chat, you want me to fucking let in everybody, bro? What the hell? He's got glasses at night, brother. I think that's sus. I'm sending his ass out. Is there something you want? I've got cigarettes. Does that interest you? Wait, what? God damn, suka biat, this is tough decision. Fuck. Yeah, you take the bribe. Oh, hello there, human. What? How lucky we are. Well, he has a busted teeth. How lucky we are to witness the humanity's final judgment in our own eyes. The earth's being cleansed. Okay, this is a human. This is not a visitor, but he is a fucked up human. The earth is being cleansed of sin. The sun is doing his holy work. We are on the path to a pure new world. Behold the fucking beams of blessing. You're scaring me, man. You're scared? Have you gone shadow mad? Here, I'll break it down for you in simple terms. The sun does not burn and broil us alive without purpose. It is cleansing us of our sins. Our lust and greed has polluted this world, and it has angered the sun. This is our reckoning. And it is a blessing. Also will end. And we shall live as righteous fucking ashes under its gaze. What'll happen to you? What does this have to do with me? We shall all live deliciously as soon as the sun completes his salvation. His holy rays will help us escape this torment, don't you see? You definitely see. That's why you're still alive. Come in. After all that, to be like, come in. I know that's not a visitor. I know that's not a visitor because I saw his busted ass teeth, and I feel like a visitor would not start the conversation. I mean, when he said hello human, I was a little weirded out because I feel like that's what an alien would say. But having said that, I'm not letting his ass in because the vibes are fucked. Let him in, he's fun. You should leave. Were you just feigning ignorance about the sun? Well then fuck you, I'll go save someone else. See ya, shithead. Good fucking bye. What do cigarette smoking do? They just murked the kids, man. Why did you reject Jack Black? Why did I reject Jack Black? Oh, it refills. Okay. Good afternoon. Here's the news. The anomalous heat is continuing to rise, and the invasion of the visitors has shown no signs of slowing. As such, the government has founded a new organization to address the emergency situation. The FEMA, Federal Emergency Management Agency, abbreviated as FEMA. Didn't check law? Didn't check what? FEMA employees can be identified by yellow hazmat suits and gas masks. Merely days after their founding, the agency has already discovered a new way. Dirt under the fingernails. Specialists say this sign helps identify visitors who have crawled out from under the ground. That's all for now. Stay calm and don't leave the house during the day. Next up, a crisis report regarding a pale maniac. But first, some ads. Turmoil, terror, suffering, and all because of the visitors. But in our house of need, just as our cries were about to be left unanswered, FEMA has come to our aid. These brave heroes from the Federal Emergency Management Agency are protecting us from the visitor invasion. So far, the agency has identified 27,000 dangerous anomalies. Remember, you can help the agency by informing them about any suspicious activity. To do so, just hand suspects a notice slip to have them visit FEMA. And if you ever start to wonder whether you might be a visitor, call our hotline, 000451. Wait, what? Why the fuck? God damn it. How do I do that? I still don't understand how to do this. Use the other button? No, the other button doesn't work. Oh, don't let this blight take over your body of the pernicious aura and provide you with enhanced protection. Oh, I already checked this guy. Wait, where's the child? Didn't you have a kid with you? Huh? He's still around, probably just wandering off. I need to know where my other kids went. Bro, this lady keeps missing. This lady keeps fucking losing her kids. Do you have a phone? I could call their father. That way I don't have to see his ugly mug again. Everything's gonna be okay. Still feeling cheerful? Not exactly cheerful, but I'm not falling apart either. We're still human, still holding on. We're not making the storm any worse than it already is. And when it's all over, I think we'll be able to forgive each other for the things we've done. As long as there's compassion, there's humanity. You with me? Wait, can I check her again? Bro, this guy is like, go on, if it helps you. Here, take a look. I wonder if a person's teeth says a lot about them. Wait. Oh, his hands are clean. His fingernails are clean, chat. Maybe he's just hygienic. Also, I have energy savers. See? Energica. Want a reading? Ha, what a silly thing to say. Dude, the lady ate her child? We don't know yet. I'm gonna look around to see if the child is around or not. Maybe it's not the fucking... Ah, what a silly thing to say. I'm not the one who knows. I'm simply a vessel. The stars speak through me. The moon and Venus are in conjunction. Okay, I don't care about this. You know what they say? If Jupiter's in the 8th house, it's better to stay quiet. What the fuck? I can't even... Oh, darling, I knew your energy would resist, but let us do our test. I shall see right through you anyway. Okay, her teeth are kind of busted on the side here. Wait, I'm gonna check the lady's fingernails. Wait, I can't even check her. Wait, she has 50 teeth? So what? Isn't that normal? I'm out of energy? No, I'm not. I have Energica. And I can smoke a I can blast I can chief a lung dart real quick. And I got the psychic's number and the FEMA number. Let's chief a fucking lung dart. Oh, hell yeah. Okay, nobody in the bathroom. I don't want to do that to myself yet. Okay, kid's not in the storage. Okay, kid's definitely fucking dead. I gotta check the mama. That mother is fucked up, bro. Okay, a little bit of red. They're shovels, not palms, all for the kids. No, her hands are fine. She's just got a rash. Guys, stop saying get the blicky. I can't believe she ate her kid on Cucumber Day. No, it's Family Day. Brother, she has eczema. That doesn't mean that she's like eating the kid. Calm down. I need to see her hands. Bro, she has a leg in her bag. Wait, what? How? Where are you getting that from, bro? Okay, half the chat wants me to kill the psychic and the other half of the chat wants me to kill the mother. It fucking sounds insane. Like, you guys just want me to kill the women. You want me to kill women in the house. Look at the bag. There is no bag, bro. She doesn't have a bag. What the fuck are you talking about? That's not a leg in the bag. That's the... You guys are so dumb. That's not a leg in the bag. That's just that dude's feet. Sex is in the HasanAbi hat. Chat, fork found in the kitchen. I agree. Y'all are so fucking stupid. Let me see this guy's fucking hands, dude. I don't bother anybody anymore. It's not worth it. When I hear voices on the TV, I overhear conversations, a light flicks in my head. Then I stop myself. It's too much work. No, I'm done. One day I'll hang from the chandelier over the whole baptized world. Wait, what? You're saying a gardener will automatically become fucking fingernails. Oh my god, his hands are so creepy. Oh my god. Well, am I a visitor? Don't think so. I just want to kill him because he's such a freak. Alright, I'm gonna fucking down a brewski before going to sleep because I need more energy. Wait, what? Why can't I drink it? Find the kid? Brother, there's no way to find the kid. The house doesn't have that many rooms. Hello, you've reached for rest food. I'm sorry we can't accept... No, due to unexpected demand, we have been forced to temporarily limit the orders. Oh no, oh no. Alright, I'll call the psychics. Because I'm bored. Suka bliat. Hello, who are you? Why do you need to know who I am? To help me banish the visitor spirit from within you. Alright, never mind, listen carefully. Tell me, do you ever leave a slice of bread out in the kitchen? No, why would I? Oh, that explains a lot. You're not on good terms with your house spirit. That's why the visitor spirit came. But no worries, we can work on this. Do you have a personal computer at home? No. Okay, so Alt F4 is off the table. Oh my god. Tell me, do you consume mushrooms? Only kombucha occasionally. Oh no! You must stop immediately. Well, Chet told me. Voices in my head told me, drink the cum. Drink the cum jar. It allows strains of mycelium to grow inside you. Let the spirits control you like a puppet. You can't imagine what it'll do if it gets to your memories. They might be erased completely or replayed over and over, changing your choices each time. Worst part, you won't even realize you're being controlled. I don't know if there's been blood spilled. We don't know where the kid is. Do I say yes to this? I don't know what the answer is to this question. Yes. Ah, that explains it. What up? It's a visitor spirit. It's a spectral spirit, a dead person's soul. And unfortunately, specters aren't exactly my area of expertise. You'll need an exorcist for that. They'll help you. I've read nothing more. A fee? What the fuck? That was crazy. 449214. Save me, neighbor. Hey, neighbor. You saw what happened out there? Those teenagers got killed. I thought the streets weren't that dangerous. Guess I was wrong. My daughter talked me into going out to play a game. It didn't seem too bad until I saw the bodies. That's the last time I risk her life like that. God. I'll never forgive myself if something happens to her. She's my whole world. It was a pale, tall thing. I thought it only killed people who stayed inside. I thought I had it under control. Figured if I ever saw the silhouette, we'd head straight back home. Is your daughter okay? I don't know. With all those weeds, I was hoping she didn't notice. But back at home, she said she saw a face in the grass. I'm trying to convince her it was her imagination, but she's not really biting. Thanks. You take care too. Tall? Pale? We saw it. We saw the tall, pale man. Is this what COVID was like? Brother, were you not alive? It wasn't that long ago. Like, yeah, Chatter is fucking 5. What the? Oh, that's the guy that killed the people. What do you want? Spacious house you got to yourself here. I like it. Did I tell him I got a gun? That's Brazil's ex-president, Jair Bolsonaro. He does look like Bolsonaro. I don't need anything from you. No, you don't. So, you alone? It's the visitor. He's visiting. It's Bolsonaro. He's visiting. No, I'm not alone. It's your lucky day. I can hear someone whispering inside, but who knows where they'll be in a few days. That was fucking freaky, bro. Oh! You see a group of armed soldiers through the window. Apparently it's a small squad that was sent here from the city, provides security for female employees. Maybe they tracked down the creepy visitor. I mean, we know who the fucking visitor is. Why the hell are they not doing shit? The charred also teenagers' bodies are lying on the ground. It looks like they've been out there all day. 2 female employees are standing next to the bodies and writing something down. It's a good thing they showed up to take away the corpses. You hate to think what kind of diseases could spread if the decaying flesh was left out to rot there. Oh no, neighbor's house. Good day, homeowner. Are you renting out rooms here? Something like that. A rather vague answer. Well, fine. I suppose we can finalize an agreement at a later date, backdated appropriately, of course. Although in lieu of a formal contract... Okay, this is like... We got an autistic visitor. Can visitors be autistic? Look at his tiny-ass hands and his big-ass head. In lieu of a formal contract, how much do you charge per night? Pay what you want if you feel the need you have to. Excuse me, do I look like I need a favor? Unbelievable to think a member of the respectable rental institution would turn their nose up at good money. Fine, we'll settle this properly later with a full legal contract. What the fuck? Alright, whatever, come in. So, we meet again. I remember, things were a bit different last time we crossed paths, yet we remain alive. It's a strange thing, I don't know how to explain it. I'd like to start our conversation with a divination. Wait, what? Who is this guy? Why do I know this guy? Northern Lion? Why the long face? Tell my fortune by choosing a page in this book. Where should I open to? Somewhere towards the beginning, open at the end. Just open it right in the middle. Who are you? Me, I am I. You were home. Yes, a tragic story indeed. Is this what awaits us? It's quite possible. I need to think it through carefully. Do you have any insight to offer? Anyway, I only came here to tell you something. Events will soon begin to unfold. You need to be ready. It may sound strange, but the cat must enter. I cannot yet explain how, yet I am certain it will help you. You can choose what you want to do with this information, of course. As for me, I'll go have a ponder on the deeper meaning of your divination. What? Yeah, you can't trust the balls, bro. I like that chat is just rattling off every fucking bald person's name in the chat. Stephen Miller, Jonathan Greenblatt. Like, maybe it's not. Smells like someone died tonight. No, FEMA has taken new measures to address the ongoing visitor invasion. As of now, they have organized a quarantine zone to detain potentially dangerous suspects. FEMA has also identified a new visitor sign after experimenting with those detained. Blood red eyes. According to reports, FEMA discovered this sign after observing detained visitors, noting that the creatures have increased photosensitivity, causing their eyes to become inflamed to red. That's all for now. Stay calm and don't leave the house during the day. Next up, a report on FEMA, but a first response. Wait, someone died in the house? Once upon a time, two brothers lived near a dam. The daily splashing of water made the river foam like a crisp beverage on a summer day. Later in life, the image of their childhood in mind, the two brothers started Bober Brewery together. Since then, has become one of the best selling beers both at home and in bars. Beer. Drink the good stuff. Drink a lot. Now available through 4S Food Delivery. Call now for it. Fuck. Not working! Left to right. To catch a signal, turn the right knob. To do this, left click and hold the right knob and move the cursor left to right. The knob for adjusting the volume is on the left. If you can't get a signal, try changing the wave range. To do this, left click the handles in the middle. Yeah, that's what I mean. I've been doing that. Oh, I almost got it. Fuck. The smell of death is palpable. Let's try to find who fucking died in there. Okay. Nobody here. Oh! Suka bliat! Oh, the fucking the dude is dead. Tall guy's dead. RIP tall guy. Wait, so what do I do about this? Like, am I even aware? What a world. What now? Isn't it obvious? We've yet to finalize an appropriate rental agreement. I'd also appreciate if you address me correctly and with appropriate respect. Sir will do just fine. Honestly, matter these days. Whatever you say. You're doing this on purpose, aren't you? You could at least pretend to be cooperative, Want a reading? Oh, darling, I knew your energy would resist, but... So she has a fuck ton of teeth. Her hands were fine. Let's look at her eyes. Bro, she's fine. If you don't count the red spots, the moon is to blame for those. Wait, like, her eyes are fine. She's good. I think is the mother, maybe. Or maybe the new guy. Bro, the mother is sus, but I don't think it's the mother. Check yourself, blood. Yeah, I'm not gonna check myself. If I'm the visitor, I'm not gonna learn until the... Whoa. Conjunctivitis Awareness Day? What if they have conjunctivitis? Wait, I can't even test them because I'm fucking out of energy. Fuck. Oh God, I gotta call FEMA. Unc, how are you still alive? I don't even know, by the grace of God. Hello, this is FEMA. We are now able to provide consultation services. Please state your question. What should I know about the teeth sign? For accurate testing, we recommend avoiding tobacco products. Smoking may affect the condition of the teeth, leading to unreliable results. What should I know about the nail sign? To ensure proper reading of your visitor status, please refrain from washing your hands before examination. What should I know about the eye sign? For accurate skinning, please avoid coffee or caffeine containing... Oh no, I've been using caffeine non-stop, so even my eyes might be bloodshot right now. Thank you, that's everything. Okay, for rest. I need energy. I need energy, bro. I did smoke too. Wait, what? I already ordered once? Okay, maybe the neighbor will have something for me. Come on, neighbor, help me. I'm fucked. Hey, neighbor, thanks for calling. The murders, the soldiers, the female, they even showed up at my door. One of them took someone out of my house. Where did they take him? Hell if I know. They said it was for tests. I thought all these soldiers were government officials would fix things. Should have known better than to think they'd help us or get us to a safe space. Oh, good thing they didn't take your daughter. No way in hell I'm ever letting that happen. Over my dead body. If those bastards so much as lay a finger on her, I'll tear them apart. What is female? I don't know. Nobody really knows much about them. They came out of nowhere acting like they got everything under control. But how do they even spot the signs when they are all just normal human traits? Feels like they're not telling us the whole truth. So many questions and not a single damn answer. Neighbor, I need to ask you something. If something happens to me, promise me you'll look after my daughter. Thank you, neighbor. I knew I could count on you. All right, I gotta go. Stay strong. Fuck. This shit is busted, bro. We got dead. I lost a person already. 2? Well, I guess the baby too. I think the mom just lost the baby though, to be real. What happened to that man? I told him, it doesn't matter what you do. Only the color of your aura while you're doing it. But he doubted me. And so life passed him by. One day I closed my eyes and envisioned the fulfillment of my dreams. I poured all my cosmic energy. If you don't open your heart to the energy of the universe, why bother living in your body at all? I feel like that lady just loses babies, bro. I mean, that's fine. You could do the same. Close your eyes. Imagine your wildest dreams have come true. Focus on the vision. Do you know why you suffer? I'm just gonna kill her because she's annoying at this point. I just don't like her vibes at all. So tell me, are you ready to the next step? Find some guidance from the other side can help. There are people experts who know how to cleanse the darkness. If you like, I can connect you. I sense you might have them. You can reach them here. 180104. Yeah, no one died until the new guy, but I don't know if they literally do. I used to be pretty angry at the people of the world, at myself. I snap over nothing, slam doors so hard it cracked the frame. But at some point I realized all the anger does is destroy. First on the inside, then everything else around you. One time I lashed out at someone who only wanted to help me. Now she's gone. That moment broke something in me. I knew I had to change or I'd destroy everything I touched. So I learned to let go, to breathe, to make peace. That's how I got here. I can't even check his eyes. Oh, when there's 2 visitors, people die, you said. Good evening. I'm from FEMA. We're making the house calls around your neighborhood, checking in with the residents. No, of course not. My squad split up a few smaller groups so we could cover more ground. This shouldn't take much of your time. Why are you in protective gear? Should we be wearing that too? No, but you could buy some if it would help make you feel safer. We're still in the process of studying the sun's effect on the environment. It is important for us to be careful since we're spending so much time outside. Of course, but we can't action our plans without proof. So we'll take one of the people staying here back to our laboratory. We'll have them complete a few tests so we can make sure everything's above board, then we'll send them back. I'm gonna be honest. So should I just wait for something here to happen? Yes. Once we have more information, we'll provide instruction to all citizens. You have no reason to worry at the moment. Can I give him someone? Oh, he just took... What the fuck is this? Did someone sew your mouth shut? You can't be sure, but his cheeks seem wet with tears. I can't check his teeth, bro. Fuck it. Are you freaking out? I don't know what to do. People, killed my dad. My daddy. Who did it? Visitors came to my house. They were sitting with us. Daddy was talking to them about something, and then they killed him. Our sobs. Now our house is on fire. You'll help me? I'm scared. Fuck. Pale, creepy man standing in the street smiling. It's the head of a soldier, his face frozen in a terrified grimace. You're not sure what scared him more, the pale visitor or his own impending death. Oh, God. Oh, the house is on fire. Your neighbor's house, which is just painted white, is now charred blacker than black. It seems like the fire is blazing even now. Could someone have burnt it down on purpose? What happened to the neighbor's family? Is anyone still alive? Worried thoughts swirl in your head, and you're overcome with a feeling of incomprehension and helplessness. No, dude, what the fuck? That visitor had a bunch of teeth? Are you talking about the visitor that had his mouth sewn shut? The entire squad of soldiers arrived just yesterday is dead. Looks like there was a massacre out there. Bodies are scattered across the whole street, and one of them is missing its head. Did that pale, creepy stranger kill them all? Yeah, no shit. Ugh! Hi. You open or not? Oh, this is the cat. Too many questions. Yes, I know. How will help you? How did you find your house? See city? Live there. Saw your house? Walk over here. Not hot here. You remind me of someone? Bro, that teeth. How do I mean, she's a visitor, but she has the cat. How do I get the cat? Did someone send you here? Don't think so. Why matter? Heh. I don't think you're human. So what? Want to see me dance? Maybe I dance. I'm Ball Arena. Well, you decide. What we do? Come in. Poor dancer, freezing cold. So sad. Do not torture Kitty. Kitty hates cold. I have to let her in because I have to let the fucking cat in. Oh, I'm so fucked though. I'm so fucked. There's so much death is gonna happen tonight. Maybe even me. I'm gonna die. There's so many fucking visitors. Smells like someone died tonight again. Due to sharp increase in suspected visitor sightings, FEMA has announced that it is enacting new protection measures. Effective immediately, a full quarantine will be entered across all major population areas. Travel outside your city or to nearby villages is strictly prohibited. Please stay within your designated area. In addition, FEMA has revealed a new visitor identification procedure. Hairless armpits? FEMA reports that the visitors have no visible hair in this area, making it a useful identification tool. The agency has asked citizens to bear with the test and comply with escorts to quarantine zones. That's all for now. Stay calm and don't leave the house during the day. Next up, a report on what you could do if you spot a visitor. I think my entire house is filled to the brim with visitors. FEMA suggests that a visitor phenomenon may be infectious or pose a thus far undisclosed biological threat. For this reason, it's critical to report any potential visitors and isolate them immediately. If you can't hand over a visitor to a quarantine zone right away, issue them a special request to appear before FEMA. During the next collection round, an employee will take anyone who has this paper to examination. That's all for now. I hate this. Call us now at 5. Okay, I don't even know what that does, but at least I got the number. Okay, bro. That's crazy. He's just sleeping soundly next to the dead body. Wait. Oh, they took the guy. Oh, the cat's here. Should I pet the cat? Seems like it liked it. It don't matter at this point. Why? So you cut the stitches off your mouth? I can't understand you. Are you getting what I'm saying? Bro, check them. What the fuck you doing? Bro, I don't even know if I can. Should I go with the teeth? I mean, he got his mouth done already. Armpits. Oh, he's got hair. He's good. Oh, what the fuck is this? What the hell? I have a basement? When did I get a basement? Oh, dude, chill. Oh my God, potatoes. I got a potato farm down here. And sardines. Are we ready to go? I'm here. Oh, Cutie's not here yet? Okay, of course, classic. Yeah, I let a lot of visitors into my real life home, dude. Bro, it's so stuffy in here. Did you go see your husband? I can barely even get out of bed. Everything hurts and I'm exhausted. I'm pretty sure I'm only still alive out of spite. Everything was on me. The kids, my husband, the whole house, but sometimes he did things that made it almost tolerable. Can we talk later? I need a rest. I feel like I'm about to pass out. I can't even blick her up because I fucking don't have enough energy, chat. Should I have not drank the beer? I fucked up, didn't I? Growing? You open the door, ask yourself, it's all the same to me. Said, oh, it deletes my energy. No, I can't even fucking kill her because I depleted my energy. Beer actually gave me energy. Oh, I'm so fucking dumb. Oh, I'm so stupid. I'm dead. I'm dead. I deserve to die. Come on, Forrest. 1 jar of kombucha, 2 cans of cat food. Actually, I changed my mind. Fuck, what should I get? What should I get? Energy drinks, right? Or cat food? What does cat food do? Cat food for the kitty? Okay, I got the cat food. Fuck it. Feed the cat, dipshit. What does the fucking cat do? Oh. I assume I can use the cat to test people, but why does petting the cat not give me energy? That's annoying. I fucked up, dude. I shouldn't have drank that goddamn beer. But now it gives me energy, right? When I wake up. Oh! What is that? A happy family lived there. Now only a ghostly shell remains. A strange feeling overwhelms you as if death was coming to that house oh so very soon. Bro, get rid of the cat's owner? Dude, shut the fuck up. I know. You see a human skull decorating a stake, still wearing the helmet. Skin has been turned black, and it looks like someone has been yanked out of his teeth. The head must have been out there all day. You can't shake the feeling that this grizzly displays a threat, probably left behind by the creepy pale visitor. Yeah, no shit. FEMA officials are inspecting the site of the recent massacre. They're taking all the dead soldiers' equipment and weapons to prevent looting. Current viewer location doesn't match stream count. What the fuck? Yeah, because it's all fake. All my viewers are bots, chatter. Or maybe because not everyone has geolocation unlocked. You thought about that? Probably didn't expect the pale visitor to survive against a group of armed soldiers. Now there are a few more body bags. Good evening. I'm with FEMA. We're running a routine inspection. Don't worry, it won't take long. When will you return the person? Return. Ah, so our team's already been here. After screening, there's a mandatory quarantine period. They'll be staying with us for a while. After that, they'll be sent back from the quarantine zone. I'm not interested in these tests. You misunderstand. This is not a choice. One way. Oh no, they're taking the daughter. If you're unable to immediately, can I just not give someone to them? Get the cat. If you're unable to immediately transfer a suspected visitor to quarantine zone, issue them a mandatory Brother, what am I supposed to do here? I can't even pick up the cat. She's sleeping. So you're still holed up here, I see. What did you think of that guy? The one in the suit. I don't know how to feel about him. Why feel at all? Everything's been decided for us. A blessing, wouldn't you say? Or do you want to fix it all by yourself? I'm doing what I can. Bolsonaro's back. And what exactly can you do? Can you ward off death? Stop the floods, the fires, the decay? The only thing you can stop is a heartbeat. So, you alone? Still scrambling to survive in this new world, are we? Why? Dogs rule the world now. Only dogs survive here. You understand what I mean, yes? Things will never go back to the way they were. Life changed. You're falling out of rhythm. Next time we meet, things will be interesting. Wonderful, the cat's with you. What to do with the one who brought it is for you to decide. Powerful entity always awaits the cat's approach. It is thanks to she that my eyes reach far, but even I do not see all. One thing is yet clear though, something wicked this way comes. You cannot halt it. Perhaps they'll mention it on the radio. Will you listen? What's gonna happen? I can't say more. I've already said too much. 2 days yonder, testing portends doom. When I first came here, I felt something strange. What is it, Stephen Miller? Now the feeling has subsided somewhat. I think we are on the right path. I hope to see you again soon. Bro, I feel like, first of all, it's hella difficult for me to actually successfully use the radio, okay? I can't do it, so I'm cooked. Secondly, hi, for arrest delivery here. Just past the screenings, they checked all the signs, decided I'm human and... Oh, you mean how I ended up still working in the middle of an apocalypse? Well, what else was I supposed to do? Sit at home and rot? At least out here I can distract myself. Besides, my family's far away. Bro, Uber Eats is still delivering in the midst of a fucking pandemic, epidemic, whatever the fuck's going on out here. That's crazy. Capitalism. Grind set. Being alone isn't that bad. Yeah, sure, you're surrounded by other people in your house, so that's easy for you to say. All right, I've got your order here to deliver. Ready to take it? All right, I got the fucking cat food. Does he accept Klarna? Hey, kid. How are things holding up around your neck of the woods? I ain't from around here, you see. Never been one to stay in one spot too long. What is this, Wolverine? But I can't roam around like I used to no more. Age will do that to you, son. Why are you traveling? You seen what these visitors are doing? House after house, someone dead, someone torn apart. They pretend to be one of us, then slip inside our homes and all hell breaks loose. Varmint need to be wiped out, every last one. You want to hunt the visitors? Aren't you doing the same thing? Now, you ain't a fool, kid, but hell if I'm gonna just shoo them away. Let one go, it'll be right back to tear your damn throat out. Ain't getting a second chance with them crafty varmints. All right, I like this guy. I'm bringing him in. Looks like you've already got that tarot lady here, kid. I can smell blood on their hands. Don't know why you let him in. You like living on the edge? Wait, should I swap her? I'll kick him out. Good call, kid. I know what I'm doing. I can help you if that thing shows up. What the fuck? Can I come in and rest a minute? No. What the hell? You got a visitor on your neck. Where did you come from? I don't remember. It doesn't really matter. I'm so very tired. If I don't get some rest, I might just pass out under your window here. Is your friend sick? He's my husband. He's dead. I can't give him a proper burial. My husband is dead and I'm horny. Find local MILFs, local grieving MILFs in a 20-mile radius. There's no point in letting him go now. Come in? Yeah, I'm a nope on this, okay? I'm a noper. Wow, no heart? I'm sorry. That's pretty fucking crazy that she's just carrying a goddamn body around, dude. Yeah, I'm good, I think. Fake socialist? Yeah, dude, yeah. Yeah, I'm a fake socialist. Shut the fuck up. Bro, if she literally left the body behind, maybe I could... Smells like someone that... Again? Fuck. Wildfires are now sweeping across the forested. Experts believe abnormally high solar activity is to blame. While the full-scale disaster remains unclear, the fire crews from nearby cities... dude, everything is falling apart. I got another person to die. And I've been deployed to contain the blaze. Despite the fires, visitors continue to terrorize the nation. FEMA has announced a new identifying sign that aid the public in their fight against the visitors. Aura film photography. Dark patches appearing on a captured image is a strong indicator that the subject may be a visitor. Stay calm and remain indoors during daylight hours. Up next, a word from our sponsor. Auracam. Each day spotting visitors is getting harder and harder. Signs aid the search. But did you ever find yourself wanting a foolproof way? Introducing our new revolutionary R-sensitive photographic film that exposes the soul's energy, allowing you at home to discern a human from a hostile visitor. Take a photo. And if you see black patches, you found a visitor. Now science time. Okay, now the most difficult part of this fucking stupid ass game. Oh, this is dispatch. Code 60, mass civilian casualties. This is from 28.8, code 44. Acknowledge, initiating code 984. CD's cordon. Okay, I caught some of that. All right, I'm a blaster. Kitty's here. Wait, what does a FEMA notice do? Should I FEMA notice her? Or should I blick her up? Okay, this mom is fucking sus still. Wait, where's the blood? Where's the death? No! The fucking kid died. Wait, who is it then? Oh, it must have been the lady. Stay sharp. Any of us could be a visitor. You're a hunter, right? More of a ranger, kid. Lived way out in the wild. No TV, just radio. That's how I found out what was going on. FEMA took the kid, and the other kid with the mouth got killed by the tall neck woman. I don't think it's the mom. 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 I think it's a tall neck lady that killed. No TV, just radio. That's how I found out what was going on. Decided I wouldn't let no one cross my threshold. No siree. My home's my fortress. What if one of them were a visitor, sweet talks me, and slits my throat while asleep? Why are you here then? Hell, if I'm letting that tall son of a gun get his hands on me, he's the reason I gone left my cabin. Hey, I can see it in your eyes. You've seen him too, ain't you, son? So I ain't the only one. Yeah, I saw it. If only you knew what I'd done been through, kid. I'll talk about it, just not tonight. Bring me a beer tomorrow and talk about it, just not tonight. Bring me a beer tomorrow and you'll hear about it all. You haven't checked the cat lady once, bro? Yeah, I slipped her. I didn't even check her, I just slipped her. There has to be 2 visitors though for there to be kills, right? Cat food. Okay, chat, y'all are being fucking annoying. Are we ready? Oh, everyone's here? Okay, his little face is pretty hard to read, but you're pretty sure he's happy. You have a strange feeling you can sleep peacefully tonight. It feels like your furry friend has shared one of his lives with you to say thanks. They can't hear you. The mic is turned off. Wait, why did you guys say no? Does this save? Oh. All right, everybody, I gotta go right now. Sorry. No outro music because the podcast crew is here and they've been waiting, so.